Declaro abierta la octava.
The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. I ask delegations to please take their seats.
La Asamblea General.
The General Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this new session of the United Nations is held as we face new and complicated environmental, political, and economic challenges. Therefore, we all need new solutions, and we need to change our traditional manner to address these challenges. We also need to put an end to the suffering of the Yemeni people. The slogan of this session truly meets the aspirations of our Yemeni people, so that we can rebuild trust in our institutions and reignite solidarity in order to support sustainable developments towards peace, prosperity, and progress for all. The members of the Presidential Leadership Council would like to commend the unified position of the international community that supports the constitutional legitimacy, the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Yemen and the non-interference in its international affairs. We also commend this unified political position of the international community towards Yemen. We also thank our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates for their solidarity with our people. Their positions represented a strong fence to prevent the collapse of the institutions of the Yemeni state. They also supported our resistance in the face of Houthi militias supported by the Iranian regime. Mr. President, we had to rebuild our institutions. We had to reestablish a Presidential Leadership Council based on partnership, building peace, and ending the war. However, despite this important transformation and despite the regional and international momentum to achieve peace, however, peace remained elusive despite the compromises from the Yemeni government. We thank our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman for their efforts, and we thank the envoy for their efforts. We do hope that the militias will recognize the truth that only a state that is based on the rule of law and equal citizenship will help us to make sure that our country is stable and safe. These are the demands of the legitimate government. We know that we need partnership in order to build our country, in order to reach a bright future. Today, I don't believe that we have enough time or we have enough compromises to make in order to convince the Houthi militias to change their positions. We can even predict their intentions for decades to come. If we do that, this approach will lead the Yemeni people back to the ages of ignorance and oppression. Our country can even become a hotspot to export terrorism and to launch a regional and international conflict that cannot be contained through diplomatic means. Therefore, any complacency from the international community, or if we deal with the militias as a de facto authority, this means that oppression, the violations of freedoms, this behavior we will not be able to eradicate this behavior easily. We know that the Houthi militias only use peace agreements as a way in order to delay further and acquire further resources. This is why they shirked previous agreements, the latest of which the Stockholm Agreement. Therefore, we reaffirm the need to have the right guarantees for peace. It should be based on the 3 terms of references that were agreed upon at the national, regional, and international levels. We need to respect international legitimacy pursuant to the Saudi initiative. Furthermore, a sustainable peace should be based on justice, fairness, and addressing pending key national issues. Any peace agreement or any measures to build trust they should be able to achieve tangible results in order to alleviate the suffering of the Yemeni people, so that we can make sure that those who benefit are the victims of the conflict, notably women and children. Sustaining peace and ending the war, this is the only way to guarantee that the Yemeni people will be able to build their state institutions that guarantee and protect their rights and freedoms and equality among citizens, and also build good neighborly relations with our brethren in the GCC countries. Today, I believe there is a path, a sure path towards peace, by rekindling the trust of the Yemeni people in international legitimacy and in their national government. For that to happen, we need to support the legal government. We need to strengthen the economy so that the government can provide services, so that we can put an end to the militias, so that we can build a brighter future promoted by UN envoys everywhere. I also believe that our international system must protect international peace and stability. It should support the will of the people and their national governments. This could be achieved today easily with the ease of access to information, with determining facts. However, we need to prioritize the will of the people so that we can strengthen their trust in this institution and the international community. We are not trying to shirk our responsibilities or to blame the international community for our failures. No, we need to believe that superpowers should send a strong message to militias, not only in Yemen, but all over the world, that they should not overturn constitutional legitimacies, so that we can end any wishes armed groups could have to establish entities that compete with legitimate governments. Mr. President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, to restore trust and achieve progress in the Yemeni dossier, we must recognize that a track based on international humanitarian intervention should be reconsidered and should be addressed so that it is in line with international law and efforts to combat terrorism, rebellion, and armed groups. We welcome the efforts of the United Nations to move from relief interventions in my country towards sustainable development. This transformation should also include financial pledges through the Yemeni Central Bank, the recognized Yemeni Central Bank, in order to strengthen our national currency and to make sure that these funds do not fall in the hands of armed militias. This track contradicts with the international rhetoric which calls for an improvement in the Yemeni economic indicators at a time when their international operations are going through institutions under the control of Houthi militias. Although Houthi militias continue with their arbitrary measures to violate the independence of the banking sector, the confidentiality of its operations, and to turn this sector into a network for laundering money. Moving forward with this approach means that the institutions of Yemen, this member state in the United Nations, will remain weak, will remain underfunded, and will not have the necessary resources to deal with these cross-border challenges. Furthermore, these policies could further feed the war economy, will allow for the flow of funds through banking channels that are not accountable. The humanitarian intervention of the Yemeni government proves that this support improves basic services to save the lives of millions of men, women, and children, to strengthen the prospects for peace. We choose to promote development and prosperity and not violence, death, and hatred as Houthi militias do. From this very rostrum last year, I have said that every delay from the international community to be more firm when it comes to the Yemeni dossier, the losses will be greater, and Houthi militias will continue with their cross-border threats. They will continue to commit grave violations of human rights, the same human rights that this institution has been promoting for the last 70 years. This year, we have witnessed an increase in the threats of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, supported by Houthi militias and by the Iranian regime with money, weapons, and intelligence support. They also share the same takfiri ideology. As I have said a year ago from this very rostrum, the public budget of our state showed great indicators since the start of the war. We were able to improve services, create job opportunities. However, this momentum stopped as a result of Houthi terrorist attacks against oil facilities. I take this opportunity to say, were it not for the generous donation from our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a grant of $1.2 billion to support our public budget, we would have been unable to honor our obligations, including the disbursement of salaries. We also commend in this regard the humanitarian and development pledges from our brethren in the United Arab Emirates, our friends in the United States, the EU, the UK, and other regional and international partners. Despite these humanitarian interventions, allow me to say that Houthi militias escalated recently their threats. They targeted navigation routes in the Red Sea, in the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and the Gulf of Aden. They've used these as military areas. They've tested new weapons. They've targeted commercial ships and tankers. That means that these militias, supported by the Iranian regime, continue to destabilize the region, to undermine efforts in order to renew the truce and resume the political process. And today, they flaunt their military capabilities on the 21st of September, which is the day when they overturned the legitimate government. Today, we reaffirm the need to guarantee the freedom of international navigation to combat extremism, terrorism, piracy, and support measures to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, notably the Iranian nuclear weapon, their ballistic missiles, and their role in sabotaging the region. We call on the international community to condemn these blatant Iranian interventions in the affairs of my country and to submit it to sanctions pursuant to resolutions of international legitimacy. In this regard, we call on member states to commit to the arms embargo and to prevent Iran from providing its militias with military capabilities such as ballistic missiles and drones used to launch terrorist attacks against innocent civilians. The Presidential Leadership Council and the government remain committed to all international agreements and conventions, including the protection of children, and to make sure that they do not participate in the armed conflict. We also provide the necessary guarantees for the work of international organizations and make sure to facilitate the delivery of assistance to all those in need. We have also established an independent national committee to investigate allegations of violations of human rights. All agreements signed by the UN with Houthi militias have not been implemented yet. The Houthi militias continues to recruit children and to send them to battlefields in full view of the international community. Houthi militias violate human rights daily. They impose restriction on travel, work, and the education of women. They oppress and kidnap journalists. we would like to reaffirm our position, our firm position regarding the Palestinian issue. We will continue to support the path towards peace, towards a comprehensive and just solution for this Palestinian issue on the basis of resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative in a way that would guarantee that the Palestinian people will be able to establish their independent state. We also support peace in the Sudan, and we support the efforts of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the US in this regard so that this country can once again enjoy security and stability. We also express our condolences to Libya and the Kingdom of Morocco for the victims of the tornadoes and earthquakes, and we thank the countries that supported both countries, especially Egypt, as we witness an increase in the risk of climate change. I thank you. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
On
behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Mr. President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization is one I am attending on behalf of my country, the Central African Republic. It provides me with a felicitous opportunity to reaffirm our staunch determination to contribute to the quest for common solutions to the challenges faced by humankind. Mr. President, before making my address by way of my country's contribution to the general debate, I wish from this high rostrum of the United Nations, symbol par excellence of human solidarity, I wish to express the solidarity of the CAR people to the brotherly peoples of Morocco and Libya, who have been devastated by natural disasters which have produced colossal material damage which is incalculable indeed, and have also claimed thousands of lives. This occurred just a few days before the opening of our session. As I have underscored on other occasions, the tragic consequences of these natural disasters must draw the attention of the world scientific community to the urgent need to pinpoint the regions of the world which are particularly vulnerable to extreme climate events, and must prompt them to make available to the states concerned the necessary information to limit the damage caused by such events. Moreover, the entire world followed with great dismay in recent days the arrival en masse of thousands of African migrants to the island of Lampedusa in Italy. These young people represent the present and the future of our continent of Africa. They are seeking desperately to reach the European continent in search of a promised land. This escalation of the migrant crisis is one of the terrifying consequences of the looting of the natural resources owned by the countries made poor by slavery, colonialism and Western imperialism, as well as terrorism and internal armed conflicts. These are often waged in furtherance of hegemonizing agendas and against a backdrop of geopolitical and geostrategic tensions between major global powers. Here I do mourn the existence and decry the existence of this dehumanizing phenomenon. Nevertheless, I hail solidarity and unprecedented efforts deployed by host countries and the IOM to provide assistance to these young people whose very lives are imperiled by smugglers and lawless dream merchants. However, my country believes that the UN must go beyond our common commitment to revitalize global solidarity. It must get African countries on board in the search for global solutions to migratory crises and to the existential challenges which are facing the young people of the African continent. Mr. President, our countries continue to face climate chaos, to weather geopolitical tensions and face financial challenges, as well as unprecedented energy and food crises. At this same time, new challenges are appearing day after day on the global horizon. Today, in Africa as elsewhere, conflicts, symptoms of geopolitical and geostrategic tensions that divide the major powers are plain to see. In Sudan, an internal armed conflict rare in its cruelty erupted in April 2023, and that was at a time when the country was well on the way to normalization, with a promising process of dialogue underway, bringing together the nation's key players. The CAR has already hosted 15,000 Chadian and Sudanese refugees in the Vakaga prefecture, and our people are resilient, but hosting those refugees means we are exposing our people to a worsening of the humanitarian situation, and we risk seeing our security situation worsen further still. I call upon you to take account of the impact of this crisis and the effect it's having on regional geopolitics, and please show international solidarity in favor of our refugees. Against the backdrop of this session, the Russian-Ukrainian conflict continues to play out on the ground. There are no prospects for the peaceful settlement of this consequence, and that is in spite of the fact that the consequences of this conflict for the world are painful and deeply unfortunate. Mr. President, the persistence and increase in the number of hotbeds of tension throughout the world raise questions about the effectiveness of certain mechanisms for the prevention and peaceful settlement of disputes that the UN has at its disposal. The UN's primary mission is to guarantee international peace and security. These question marks are why we forcefully reaffirm the Common African position regarding Security Council reform. That position seeks to increase the number of permanent and non-permanent members on the Council and to grant a permanent seat to Africa, which is the only right and just thing to do. The CAR believes that there is an urgent need to provide redress for the historical injustices done to Africa in view of important agendas on the table and important summits, such as the Summit of the Future in 2024 and the 80th anniversary of the United Nations in 2025. Both of the above could provide opportunities for member states to unite and to take tangible measures to ultimately usher in the aforementioned reform. Mr. President, the CAR is pondering a question, and that is, how can we expedite the fulfillment of Agenda 2030 to bring about peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, at a time when certain states, wielding all of their political, economic, and military might, continue and consistently avail themselves of coercive diplomacy or instrumentalize IFIs in order to impose economic, financial, and trade blockades against those countries that have been made poor by slavery, colonialism, and imperialism. Indeed, on the 29th of July 2023, the people of the CAR learned to their great distress of the renewal of the arms embargo. That was brought about by trumped-up reports and allegations, with spurious exemptions provided for the national security forces. The CAR criticizes here before the world this cynical decision which betrays the unspoken intention of the members of the Council that voted for it to instrumentalize sanction regimes for political purposes and to bring political pressure to bear under the aegis of the United Nations. Here, I remind you and I rue the fact that arms embargoes and diamond embargoes that have been renewed for the last 10 years happen in parallel with the suspension of budgetary and economic support, and both of these factors are real obstacle for my country's achievement of the realization of Agenda 2030. Here we repudiate this denial of our right to self-determination and permanent sovereignty over our wealth and natural resources, rights guaranteed by the relevant legal instruments of the United Nations. Please do away with these trumped-up mechanisms which thinly veil a desire to allow insecurity to reign and to continue a stranglehold over our natural resources for the benefit of foreign powers. These mechanisms ultimately legitimize armed groups and give them the status of being a subject of international law. Mr. President, our planet is burning, our planet is drowning, the world is collapsing, the world is crying. Yes, every day the media announce natural disasters linked to climate change, which look very much like harbingers of the apocalypse. Paradoxically, trust and solidarity between the nations, as founding values of the United Nations, are growing ever more brittle, and that is taking the human community, the community of mankind, further and further away from achieving the noble sustainable development goals for the benefit of peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all, as enshrined in Agenda 2030. However, in order to rebuild trust and reignite solidarity in the face of devastating climate phenomena, commitments have been entered into by developed nations and major polluters. We saw that in the Paris Agreement, in Glasgow, and in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. COP27, in particular, was particularly useful in setting 4 major goals that we all adopted, namely mitigation, adaptation, financing, and a just transition, in order to face up to the common challenges of humankind. Unfortunately, many countries have been the innocent victims of the tragic consequences of the overexploitation of our planet by developed countries, and these countries are not seeing the fruits of financial pledges made. Mr. President, we are rightly aware of the value of the contributions made by bilateral and multilateral partners in their desire to show solidarity towards Africa, our continent, and we thank them for that support. However, we call for a more dynamic, diversified, and agile partnership which respects the sovereignty of states and the cultural and moral values of all. It is only in this way that we will be able to reignite the flame of friendship between peoples, to promote peace and security, and to create conditions propitious to equitable and inclusive development. My country continues to advocate for an inclusive multilateralism, for accelerated, expedited growth for all, for a global balanced order, and we call for global disputes to be solved with particular emphasis placed on international peace and security and the respect of the sovereignty of each and every state. I like to avail myself of this opportunity to decry all the disinformation and smear campaigns waged by certain Western media against the CAR. Here, I reaffirm my country's determination to diversify its international cooperation and extend it to all countries who wish to cooperate with us with the only desire of furthering the vital interests of our people and of avoiding competition between global powers. That's the cooperation I call for. Mr. President, on the 30th of July, we adopted the new constitution of the CAR. That was adopted by an overwhelming majority of 95.3% of the population. There was a turnout of over 57%. And with that vote, the people of the CAR reaffirmed its commitment to the purposes and principles set forth in the United Nations Charter. They reaffirmed their inalienable right to the respect of their sovereignty, to self-determination, to the stability of institutions, to peace, to security, to national unity, and to development. To speed up fulfillment of Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals to bring about peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all, the government continues to implement the political agreement for peace and reconciliation. And we continue also to implement the Luanda Joint Roadmap. We are striving to strengthen the commitment of all stakeholders to these processes. As part of the implementation of these agreements for peace and international security, 9 armed groups have already been dissolved. In parallel, the Special Criminal Court and other ordinary courts independently continue their fight against impunity. I wish to recall that beyond the Constitution, our national policy of decentralization is the expression of a deeply harbored will of the CAR. It is also an essential component of the peace agreement and of the Luanda Joint Roadmap. I wish to here point to all of the efforts already undertaken by the National Electoral Authority. With the support of international technical assistance, these efforts have allowed us to reassess the timeline for elections. Now, local elections are scheduled to take place in October 2024. For us, this is a fundamental step in our journey towards ensuring local ownership of democracy, the promotion of participatory governance, and local development. It is in furtherance of these goals that we wish to have local elections which are inclusive, transparent, peaceful and credible. I urge all of our partners to support the government to ensure the electoral process that has got off to such a good start successfully concludes. I wish us every success in our work and I thank you for your kind attention.
Agradezco.
I thank, on behalf of the General Assembly, the Head of State of the Central African Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and leaders of delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In less than 30 years, we will come to the halfway point of this century. And in less than 80 years, the 21st century will end. By that time, none of us will be president, and none of us will be alive. So when we stand at this podium and speak of the future, we speak of a future that does not belong to us. We speak of a future with sustainable development. We speak of a better world, not for us, but for our grandchildren and their children. And the decisions we make today, the actions we take each day, are what determine what kind of future we are creating for them. It is therefore not good enough to say that we must build trust in the world when we continue making decisions that undermine trust. It is not good enough to say that we want to reignite global solidarity when we continue to pick and choose whom we show solidarity with. It is not enough to say we want to move towards peace when our actions in other nations promote war and create the conditions for conflict. It is not good enough to say we want prosperity for all when our rules for trade and our financial systems are a recipe for deepening the poverty of other nations. Without changing our decisions, our positions, and our actions, the future we speak of today and the sustainable development we dream of achieving by 2030 will remain a reality on paper. And when it comes to urgent action, we must focus our attention, our energies, and our resources on the areas where we are falling behind. We must prioritize those places in the world that are most at risk of not achieving sustainability in any of the 17 SDGs. In the case of Malawi, the most pressing priorities are plain to see. As a nation, we took the SDGs and aligned our national aspirations to reflect them. So even though we have our sights set on the Malawi 2063 vision, we also created an implementation plan for the first 10 years that coincides with the decade of action on SDGs in the context of Agenda 2030. And our focus has already started yielding fruit, because in the past few years we have stayed on track with our quest to end hunger in line with SDG 2, to safeguard the good health and well-being of our citizens in line with SDG 3, to improve quality of education in line with SDG 4, to leverage Malawi's abundant water resources for better sanitation in line with SDG 6, and to promote life below water in line with SDG 14. Now, while we celebrate the progress we have made on these goals, with 7 years to go before the end of the decade of action on SDGs, we are not satisfied with seeing progress on only 5 out of 17 goals. In fact, not only do we need support with making gains in the areas where we are seeing little, but we even need urgent support with safeguarding the gains we have made in the areas where we are doing well. In short, we need urgent support in building resilience to inoculate our economy against the adverse effects of shocks. In 12 months since the last time I stood here, Malawi has had the worst cholera outbreak in its history, killing more people than COVID. The consequence of the contamination of water bodies and systems suffered when cyclones Ana and Gombe hit us 6 months before. In that time, Malawi has also had a drought in its northern region, resulting in the loss of half of our maize and 80% of our rice in one of the most productive districts in our country. In that time, Malawi has also come under assault by the worst cyclone on record, as Freddie made landfall twice and left a trail of death and destruction like you can't believe. killing over 1,000, displacing over 500,000, and washing away homes, roads, and bridges, businesses, and fields of crops that are a source of livelihood for over 2 million people. So when I say that our SDGs are under threat, the threat is real, and it is already here. What Malawi needs, therefore, is decision and action. We need decision and action on the climate financing that has thus far been nothing more than a promissory note from the developed countries responsible for sourcing or resourcing our efforts for mitigation, adaptation, and most urgently, loss and damage. We need decision and action on debt. For like most least developed countries, Malawi is in distress because its debt is unsustainable. And so our call to action on behalf of all LDCs on this matter remains the same. Cancel the dates. Cancel the dates. Cancel the dates. As a family of nations, we have already lost 2 years of progress during the decade of action due to economic shutdowns effected to contain COVID-19. And if you want the global economy to regain that lost ground, you must cancel the debts. We have lost another 2 years of progress during this decade of action due to economic disruptions caused by the war in Eastern Europe. And if you want to see LDCs catch up on SDGs, you must cancel the debts. That's a decision you can make today, an action you can take that would breathe oxygen into the suffocating economies of the global South. That's a decision you can make today so that the money being drained by servicing debts can go towards rebuilding roads, schools, hospitals, businesses, and livelihoods. For Malawi's part, we are committed to continue implementing reforms and policies aimed at building economic resilience against shocks. We are committed to continue engaging the United Nations and our development partners, both multilaterally as well as bilaterally, in mobilizing international support that goes beyond disaster management and seeks to build sustainability. We are committed to continue banging on the doors of financial institutions that remain too slow and too unresponsive and too rigid to address the existing financing gaps in the programs we have for achieving SDGs. We are committed to the principle of the UN Charter and to a rules-based international system, so long as we have the power to change the rules that have worked against us and held us back in terms of our development for decades. This is why Malawi strongly advocates for radical reform in the United Nations Security Council itself, whose very structure undermines the values of democracy, inclusivity, accountability, and trust. It is no accident that at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, focused on rebuilding trust and solidarity, only one head of state from the permanent members of the UN Security Council showed up. That is not how you build trust. That is not how you show solidarity. That is not accountability. That is not leadership. As such, I believe President Biden said it so well here. And Malawi joins the United States in insisting that Africa must have a permanent seats on the UN Security Council with veto power, because without that level of inclusivity, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity will be a challenge. One of the reasons we need a reformed United Nations is because we need a new development paradigm going beyond 2030. We need a development paradigm that takes on board the interests of the developing world in the spirit of true partnership. We need a development paradigm that places partnership at the heart of our quest for SDG achievement. We need a development paradigm that promotes competition in matters of human ingenuity, science, technology, and innovation, and not in matters of militarization and economic exploitation, which are just new forms of colonization. We need a new paradigm that celebrates and rewards the developed nations that fulfill their commitment to finance resilience projects in developing countries. We need a new paradigm that establishes effective carbon markets to empower developing nations like Malawi with resources necessary for achieving sustainability and implementing their national adaptation plans. We need a new paradigm that builds each continent's capacity to tackle future pandemics, including vaccine manufacturing capabilities and proactive pandemic preparedness. And most importantly, we need a new paradigm that unleashes the full potential of our youth and puts them in the driving seat of the vehicles we are using to reach our SDG targets. For the future we are chasing after is theirs and not ours. I thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Force for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Taneti Mau, President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
a nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Taneti Mau, President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to share warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Kiribati. In the name of the Almighty God, whom we place our trust in, and is our anchor of solidarity. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in congratulating you on your election, and I wish you every success as you guide these important deliberations. The theme, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity for accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all resonates deeply with the aspirations of our people. In our fast-changing world, predicated by multiple challenges, part of the theme to rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is very timely and crucial. As we all know, trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, that when strained, it creates uncertainties, mistrust, and instability. Geopolitical tensions, economic disparities, and the unforeseen challenges brought about by events like pandemics, climate change crisis, and disasters have tested the resolve of national governments, their peoples, and their partners. The call to rebuild trust, therefore, highlights the need for countries to establish faith in multilateral cooperation and diplomacy. It highlights the importance of transparent communication, mutual understanding, and engaging with each other to afford strategic partnerships for our common goal and development. Our renewed commitments to accountability, good governance, and responsive policies can contribute to a more engaged and empowered global community. At the same time, the call to reignite global solidarity reflects our recognition that our global challenges and opportunities are intertwined. It encourages countries not only to recognize, but also deliver actions to resolve issues such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and healthcare. The idea of global solidarity underscores the principle that no nation can thrive in isolation and recognizes the uniqueness of each country's context and need. The experience from COVID-19 pandemic is an exemplary of the world coming together as one family. When we recognize the essence of science, while we recognize the essence of science to address pandemics, it is important for member states to work together to gain a better understanding of the variants and vaccines before they are rolled out. Mr. President, since the launching of the SDGs in 2015, my government launched Kiriba's first ever long development plan, identifying our priorities for development. The Kiriba's vision for 20 years is rooted firmly on the needs of all Kiribati and commits my government to transform Kiribati into a wealthier, healthier, and peaceful nation. It recognizes the need to align our national priorities with the SDGs and complements our national efforts with those outlined by our UN family. In 2018, my government became one of the few member states that delivered a voluntary national report, VNR, outlining our policy actions to achieve our SDGs. The VNR enabled us to take stock of our development and assess our future. To ensure sustainability and ownership of our desired developmental goals, we are engaged in extensive consultations at all levels. As the year 2030 is imminent, time is of the essence. It is imperative for our UN family to stay on track in our efforts to achieve our goals set forth in the SDGs. This entails setting ambitious targets and mobilizing resources, technology, innovation, and policy changes to ensure the goals are achieved on time. However, there is no guarantee that SDG goals will be achieved. Therefore, Kiribati's graduation from a least developed country would not be sustainable. Mr. President, since our independence in 1979, our nation has enjoyed 44 years of stable and peaceful governance. We continue to recognize the independence of the three arms of government, trusting that each arm discharges its duties with the highest level of integrity in a transparent, respectful, and honest manner. We are committed and determined to ensure that Kiribati remains peaceful as we chart our future. But peace can be precarious, as determining factors are often beyond our control. We have the human resources yet lack the capacity or necessary skills to develop our country. Equally important is the commitment to maximize benefit to our people, uplift our communities, and maintain our cultural values for peace. During this year's National Day celebrations, after so many years, Kiribati, for the first time in history, successfully united all faith-based organizations to gather again as one family under one roof to worship God. All Christian denominations, including the Baha'i faith and Islam followers in Kiribati, rejoiced in songs of praise and in richness of prayers. During this worship, it was heartening to be in the atmosphere where one can truly feel the grace, peace, and love of God. Also, recognizing the greater humility of being an Kiribati is far more effective in sustaining peace rather than the differences in faith. We invite the rest of the world to follow this example. As part of our commitment to global peace, my government is working closely with the UN to engage our police in the UN peacekeeping missions and with the support of various partners. We will commit to support gender balance in recognition of Kiribati's ongoing commitment to equal representation and opportunities. In addition, Kiribati has strengthened its policies and laws to support and empower women and girls, people with disabilities, elders, the unemployed, youth, and children. Mr. President, we must recall our commitments under our UN Charter to build a safe, peaceful, and secure home for our peoples, individually as sovereign nations and collectively as members of the United Nations. In Kiribati, we strongly believe that this is deeply threatened and undermined by the continued existence of nuclear weapons, the discharge of nuclear-treated water, and the leakage of radioactive materials into the blue Pacific Ocean. The existence of nuclear weapons also diminishes trust in our UN family members on their commitments to peace and stability if they continue to manufacture and possess nuclear weapons. Kiribati will continue promoting the non-proliferation and ultimately the total elimination of nuclear weapons to our United Nations, and in particular, our obligations in keeping our region, our land, our harbor, airspace, and our ocean free of environmental destruction and pollution with radioactive waste and other materials, including plastics. Most importantly is the health of our people, especially those who were exposed to the nuclear test blast on Christmas Island, and those whose ancestral land have been exploited, leaving pinnacles behind. Compensations must be made to those on Christmas Island, including the Banabans people affected by environmental degradation, to rebuild trust. One of the global challenges and grave concerns that impacts our lives and future is corruption. The government recognizes that fighting corruption is critical to achieving sustainable development, and accordingly hosted the first ever regional anti-corruption conference for Pacific leaders in 2020. The outcome of this conference, Day in Our Vision, reaffirms the Pacific unity against corruption, as well as integrating good governance principles into their broader developmental agenda. At the international level, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, along with the General Assembly, can lead the way by ensuring that anti-corruption efforts are prioritized in our development efforts in our pursuit of global sustainable development with SDG 16 as our guidepost. Mr. President, enhancing prosperity is essential for sustaining peace, and so the government is dedicated to people-centric principles, placing these citizens at the center of our decisions and services, and promoting transparent governance. We value continuous learning and capacity development for a competent public service to deliver on development goals. Building capacity and transfer of knowledge to enhance the capacity of our people is sustainable. This allows our people to take ownership of our own national processes and procedures, thus guiding our development. We acknowledge the support of our development partners, which needs to be well coordinated and harmonized to ensure fair and equal distribution and allocation of limited resources amongst competing needs. We are committed to expanding access to overseas labor market, providing decent working conditions and adhering to international labor standards. In education, we invest in our young generation and educators, support accessible, well-resourced schools for quality learning environments, and ensure equal access to high-quality education at all levels to nurture our people and advance our nation forward. Mr. President, in the pursuit of SDG acceleration, Kiribati is faced with significant challenges due to its geographical isolation, scatteredness of its islands within its 3.5 million square kilometers economic exclusive zone, and vulnerability to climate change, to name a few. Encountered with these significant challenges, delivery of essential services such as education, health, security, including the implementation of activities related to achieving SDGs in Kiribati, is very costly. We should be given increased access to financial resources to obtain equipment, infrastructure, and others to achieve SDGs and at the same time develop our country. This includes an urgent call to scale up global financial resources and simplifying guidelines to allow easy access. Achieving this guarantees Kiribati to be placed in a better position to sustain peace and harmony. With a vast ocean and airspace, Kiribati's resources are central to our survival, development, and security. To harness our ocean resources sustainably, we need financial assistance and access to the right capabilities, technology, and equipment. Likewise, the management of our airspace is important for security purposes. This will enable us to effectively manage our maritime domain and airspace, ensuring responsible utilization while protecting our fragile ecosystem. At the front of climate change, Kiribati is experiencing intensifying severe drought, with coastal inundation affecting homes, public infrastructure, food, and water security. The projected cost for adaptation has significantly increased. Therefore, developed countries are urged to put more funds beyond the global pledge agreed to in Paris. This would also finance the loss and damage and facilitate investment in early warning systems and forecast. With that said, this would help our people adapt to the changing environmental conditions and to build resilience in our communities. Mr. President, sustainability has become the new governance imperative, which needs to be clearly understood. As leaders of today, it is vital to know exactly what we want to sustain, at what scale, and be wary of its implications. This will require us to be more diligent, patient, and not working with sheer determination, so sustainability of resources, efforts, and time is optimally maximized for the betterment of all. Before I conclude, Mr. President, I would like, on behalf of my countrymen and the people of Kiribati, join previous speakers and excellencies in offering our condolences to the government and the people of Morocco and Libya for such a tragedy that they have faced. May God bless them. In conclusion, let's embrace our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Rai, the Tabemoa, which literally means health, peace, and prosperity upon us all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly, the General Assembly, will now hear an address by His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, I wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 78th Session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that under your stewardship, we will make progress on the important global agenda before us. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's support throughout your tenure. I also pay special tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Korosi, for leading the 77th session of the General Assembly. We value the role he played to promote science in our overarching goal to improve the lives and livelihoods of all. Mr. President, it is imperative that we recommit to the Charter of the United Nations, multilateralism, solidarity, justice, and the peaceful settlement of disputes for sustainable development and a shared future. This calls on us all to respect the sovereign equality of nations, big or small, poor or rich. By working together, we can harness our expertise and learn from one another to strengthen international institutions for the accelerated attainment of Agenda 2030. The impact of conflicts, terrorism, climate change-induced natural disasters, biodiversity loss, and the rising prevalence of disease and pandemics, especially in the developing world, deserve our urgent attention. Regrettably, progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals has been uneven, while global solidarity has been tasted and a self-interest superseding cooperation. We have a duty to reignite our commitment to the principles of the 2030 Agenda and rekindle the spirit of multilateralism. To accelerate our action on the SDGs, we must scale up investments in people and communities by ensuring access to quality education, health care, clean water, and sanitation for all. The creation of economic opportunities, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship, especially among women and youth, must remain a priority. Excellencies, Zimbabwe continues to entrench democracy, constitutionalism, good governance, and the rule of law following the recently held 2023 harmonized general elections. I am pleased to highlight that our country enjoyed peace before, during, and after our free, fair, transparent, and credible elections. Zimbabwe has been under the illegal unilateral economic sanctions for 23 years, imposed by some Western countries. These sanctions were designed to subjugate the sovereign will of the Zimbabwean people. We therefore demand that the unjustified unilateral sanctions be unconditionally lifted, including those imposed on countries like Cuba. We remain grateful for the support and solidarity of progressive countries in the Committee of Nations. In spite of these debilitating sanctions, the people of Zimbabwe have become masters of their destiny. This is anchored on a philosophy that, as a people, we have the duty and responsibility of developing our country using our own domestic resources. Partners and investors are welcome, but guided by our own vision and national priority areas. We are recording unprecedented development and economic success milestones. For the last 3 years, our country has been the fastest growing economy in our Southern Africa region. Further, Zimbabwe is prioritizing the eradication of poverty and improving the quality of life of our people, particularly those in rural areas. The empowerment and the capacitation of communal and small-scale farmers has seen us realize food and nutrition security at both household and national level. With effect from this year, our country will become a net exporter of wheat. Zimbabwe has not been spared from the negative impact of climate change. Hence, my government continues to make the requisite investment in infrastructure to mitigate and build resilience towards climate change adaptation. Dams are being built across the country. In addition, we have begun an ambitious and yet achievable program to sink solar-powered balls in each of our country's 35,000 rural villages and schools. Alongside each of these water points are commercial nutritional gardens for the empowerment of our women and youth. Through the use of our own resources, we have constructed an unprecedented number of schools, clinics, and provided other social amenities throughout our communities. Mr. President, today's realities across all regions bring to the fore the importance of global solidarity. No nation, no matter how powerful, can stand alone to realize sustainable and inclusive development. The high-level meetings on universal health coverage, tuberculosis and pandemic prevention, preparedness and response are welcome opportunities to reflect on the importance of maintaining essential services during pandemics and health emergencies. The realization of affordable and quality health delivery, as outlined under SDG 3, is a key deliverable for my administration. Science, technology, and innovation are essential ingredients to leapfrog the modernization and industrialization of developing countries. To this end, Zimbabwe continues to reap the benefits of a comprehensive and transformative heritage-based higher education curriculum. The innovation hubs and industrial parks established within institutions of higher education have refocused young people in our tertiary institutions towards developing and producing goods and services. Allow me to reaffirm that Zimbabwe is actually open for business. Mr. President, building resilience and tackling the adverse impact of climate change should be an urgent priority for us all. In the case of Zimbabwe and the Southern Africa region, floods and droughts have affected the livelihoods of many while hindering progress or national development. May I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the government and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and the state of Libya on the recent loss of lives as a result of the devastating impact of climate change. There is need for concrete climate action as opposed to mere promises, so that we strengthen our adaptation, resilience, and mitigation mechanisms. We must transition to a low-carbon and resilient global economy by increasing investments in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and a green infrastructure. Commitments made under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement must be honored to deliver climate justice. It is our hope that progress will be made to operationalize the loss and damage fund. Zimbabwe is implementing a climate change policy and response strategy, while disaster management and the early warning systems continue to be strengthened. Mr. President, the need to reform global financial institutions is of essence to unlock funding for developing countries. The current exclusionary architecture, dominated by a few states, is failing to deliver the requisite resources for countries to finance their developmental priorities and other pressing health and environmental challenges. The shortcomings in the last round of SDR allocations should be addressed. Zimbabwe supports the stimulus package proposed by the United Nations Secretary General. We further call for the long-term concessional loans, increased access to unused special drawing rights, as well as the use of modalities such as debt cancellation and restructuring as a stimulus for developing countries to grow their economies and build greater resilience. We strongly condemn tendencies by some powerful countries who preach peace, human rights, and democracy, and yet clandestinely fund conflicts and the unconstitutional change of governments for their own narrow interests. We further condemn the use of unilateral and illegal sanctions as a foreign policy tool at the disposal of some powerful nations, such as those sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe and the countries like Cuba. Such actions hamper the trust, global solidarity, and the multilateralism we desire. It is important that we channel our collective efforts towards building peace and driving forward our development agenda for shared prosperity. There is much more that unites us than that which divides us. Similarly, the establishment of a fair and inclusive global security architecture has become urgent. The maintenance of peace and security should never be the preserve of a privileged few. Zimbabwe reaffirms calls by Africa for the reform of the United Nations Security Council in line with Ezulwini Consensus and the CITE Declaration. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Zimbabwe's commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter as we implement our Global Agenda 2030. Collectively, let us restore human dignity, peace, security, and stability, while safeguarding our planet for the shared prosperity of present and future generations. Together, in unity and harmony, we are stronger. I thank you for listening.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency José Ramos Horta, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency José Ramos Horta, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
In the Tetu language, the Derk Manek, in Portuguese, Bon dia, in Bahasa Indonesia, Selamat pagi, in English, of course, good morning. I begin my speech in English. In Portuguese, Excelência, somos uma democracia.
Excellencies, we are a young, imperfect, and vibrant democracy, an oasis of peace, tolerance, and freedom. Since our independence in 2002, our democracy has evolved. It is alive and dynamic. The Economist magazine's Democracy Index rates Timor-Leste as the most democratic country in Southeast Asia. The Reporters Without Borders organization, in their most recent World Press Freedom Index, places Timor-Leste in the 10th global position in freedom of the press. We are a multicultural, multi-religious, multilingual, and multi-ethnic society. With humility, we continue to build a country that is open to the world, tolerant, free of hate and violence. A 98% majority of practicing Catholics live in harmony with our Protestant and Muslim brothers and sisters. Timor-Leste has no political violence, nor tensions or crimes based on ethnicity or religion. We have no domestic organized crime, nor armed robberies. Despite a significant reduction in poverty, multidimensional poverty remains high, around 45.8%, and even higher among children. To bring our population out of extreme poverty, food insecurity, neonatal mortality, rickets, and child malnutrition, and to provide care for children and their mothers are some of the challenges that we are determined to directly confront in the next 5 years. For this reason, child malnutrition and access to preschool education are two of our key priorities. In collaboration with UNICEF, our government plans to implement an intersectorial early childhood development policy in order to drive investments in a child's initial years and build a solid basis for social and human capital. We have a high and unacceptable incidence of domestic violence. However, UN Union has recognized that Timor-Leste is taking significant steps to implement legal frameworks and international policies, including CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and Security Council Resolution 1325, in order to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. We are an observer state at ASEAN, with the right to participate in all summits of heads of state and government, as well as meetings of ministers, high authorities, and technical staff. During the last 20 years since our independence, and in the 10 years since we formally applied for ASEAN membership, most economic and social indicators show significant progress, including in life expectancy, which was below 60 years in 2002 and is now risen to 70 years, reduced poverty and child mortality, 21 doctors in 2002, and now more than 1,200. In 2002, the capital had partial power coverage, while the rest of the country did not have such privilege. Currently, power is available in 96.1% of our territory. We are very grateful for the Asian leaders' unanimous decision to grant observer status to Timor-Leste, a pathway to membership and a broad support package to continue to build our staff and diplomats' skills. We do not depend on foreign aid, and we are eternally grateful to those who helped us when our needs were greatest. We financed our own national budget with the returns from a sovereign fund invested in U.S. Treasury bonds and in global financial markets, with an annual return in excess of 9%. Timor-Leste is an active member of the Community of Portuguese-Speaking Countries and a co-founder of the international G7 Plus group, which was established in 2010 in Dili and is formed by 20 countries affected by conflicts.
Ukraine and the resulting geopolitical fragmentation have disproportionately impacted the already fragile and conflict-affected countries. They have always felt the brunt of every global crisis. On the other hand, these countries are the least responsible for those crises. The incidents of extreme hunger, poverty, and the humanitarian crisis caused by wars, climate change, and geoeconomic fragmentation are increasingly concentrated in fragile and conflict-affected countries. Conflicts proliferate and economic and social conditions are worsening in countries around the world. But we seem to have forgotten the children of the tragedies of Myanmar, Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, Palestine, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The growing tensions among regional and global powers are eroding the potential of our collective security institutions at a time when we face existential challenges. We cannot accept the incomprehensible anachronisms such as the embargo imposed on the Cuban people, or the continuing impasse of the Western Sahara conflict, or the blatant disregard of UN resolutions on the two-state solution for Israel and Palestine. On and off, we hear about the need to reform the UN Security Council. Academics concoct an expanded Security Council, regurgitate ideas for a more representative body reflecting today's demographics, which is in itself an almost surreal task, bearing in mind that leaders up to the present have not ended nuclear arms race, remain the biggest armed merchants of death, led in the desecration of Mother Nature, failed to help the poorest out of poverty, have not shown wisdom in writing off the debt incurred by countries of the poorer South, burdens caused by loan sharks from Western commercial banks. Children living in conflict zones continue to come under attack on an alarming scale. Recent years have seen an exacerbation of children's vulnerability to grave violation. In Myanmar, unable to control the ground, the military pursue a scorched earth strategy with widespread use of aircraft, helicopter targeting civilians across the country. At least 3,000 civilians have been killed and 70,000 people arbitrarily imprisoned, including the legitimately elected leaders such as Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi. Timor-Leste condemned the invasion, violation of sovereignty, territorial integrity of Ukraine, and the ongoing war with its catastrophic consequences for the Ukrainian people, but also for the Russians and for the rest of the world, with the disruption of global trade in grain and energy. We know from experience and history that very seldom wars are won on the battlefield. Miscalculation, false pride prevail, and the war goes on for years. Killings and utter destruction continue until exhaustion. Only then the sides involved decide to begin negotiations on a peace settlement. Why not talk now? Excellencies, people living in fragile circumstances already feel the effects of climate change most severely. We need a new outlook on the climate and security nexus, which will address the impact of climate change and environmental degradation on peace, security, and ensure that the quest for energy transition does not worsen the security situation in vulnerable and fragile countries. Therefore, we would propose a bold initiative. The initiative seeks to accelerate the just energy transition in fragile developing states that heavily rely on oil and gas production to prevent turmoil and unrest. The combined efforts of unlocking finance through debt alleviation, streamlining international finance at lowest interest rates, and significantly increase official development assistance will empower these nations to embark on projects that foster development of clean industries, address the ongoing loss and damage related to climate change, facilitate their efforts in greenhouse mitigation and adaptation to climate change. While initiatives to further the just transition exist, they do not pay enough attention to either fragile or vulnerable states nor to LDCs and SIDS. As a second priority, this initiative will pay urgent attention to particular challenges faced by fragile states that are not only susceptible to fragility and vulnerability on their own, but where there is heightened risk when faced with any massive economic turmoil, which the green transition, if not handled carefully, would increase. Thirdly, as the urgency to transition to low-carbon economy and clean energy accelerate, this initiative will seek to ensure that the quest for rare earth elements and critical minerals does not lead to further instability, nor promote weak governance or exacerbate local tensions, nor grievances in the countries where strategic reserves of such elements and minerals are found. This initiative seeks to create a brighter and more sustainable future for our planet and all inhabitants by facilitating the energy transition in small island states, LDCs, and climate-vulnerable nations. We aim to mitigate climate change impacts and preserve our shared global environment for generations to come. The super-rich CEO of banks and credit countries, in the face of agony of poverty, rising costs in the most impoverished countries, remain indifferent to the calls for debt cancellation. I'm stating here to banks and other credit institutions, cancel off this damn debt. It would be a leap forward in international solidarity if all OECD countries were to allocate 1% of their national GDP to ODA. We would see positive effects on poverty rates, food security, access to basic health services, education, electricity, drinking water, sanitation, housing, or social security, with multiplier effects on the diversification of economies, especially in agriculture. We live in a world full of dualities, an increasing prosperous world whose wealth has increased by 30 trillion a year, according to Nobel Prize winner Kailash Satyarthi, but the leaderships of the G7 or G20 fail to reflect this in the fight against hunger, stunting, and other forms of multidimensional poverty. We need to adopt a universal child benefit, a new ODA target for a fair share for children, targeting particularly children in fragile, low-income countries. Excellence, allow me to remind you the story that is no longer part of our daily conversation, the story of the 3-year-old Aylan Kurdi, an innocent Syrian child whose lifeless body washed ashore near the Turkish resort town of Bodrum in September 2005. And how many of us pain at the sight of children dying every day of hunger and in the other ongoing wars. In centuries past, the Atlantic Ocean was the graveyard of African slaves, and those who survived the voyage built new countries with their sweat and blood. In this 21st century, the Mediterranean Sea is the new graveyard of thousands of Africans fleeing drought, extreme poverty, and conflicts. Excellencies, no one should fear the Chinese, Indian, European, American superpowers. Rather, we should welcome the positive reality of global countries that share with us diasporas, cultures, and interests in well-being or security that are deeply intertwined with our own. We can gain more from the free movement of people and goods than from building concrete walls. We all benefit from the impressive Indian transformation into a global economic success story. India has an admirable track record of decades of practical solidarity with other developing countries, even during the early stages of its own development. Equally, we want to see prosperity in Europe, in Japan, South Korea, Australia. But their continuing prosperity depends on peace and stability in the global South, depends on our markets, workforce, and providers of raw wealth, which they process and re-export. But this unequal relationship has to change, and will change only when we invest more in high-quality education and health for our children and youth, when we invest more in science and technology. We have the chance of the century to build a new partnership of equals between the rich, super rich of the North and us in the periphery, with a renewed spirit of mission around the global causes of nature and human survival. Failing this, we will sing together, rich and poor, the weak and the powerful. May God bless us all. Thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Ahora la Asamblea escuchará
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before my remarks, I would like to express my heartfelt condolences to the people of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Republic of Libya who have lost their loved ones in the recent natural calamities. South Sudan stands in solidarity with them during this difficult moment in their respective countries. Excellencies, on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of South Sudan, I stand before you today to reaffirm our commitment to world peace and security. We are committed to global efforts aimed at addressing challenges that we face as a human family. We are also committed to multilateralism and international cooperation as the best means of achieving our shared aspirations. Within this context, we are hopeful that together we can rebuild trust among member states and reignite global solidarity on the basis of sovereign equality of all states as enshrined in the founding charter of this esteemed organization. Excellencies, we recognize the urgency of challenges before us. We are also aware of concerted action required to address these challenges in order to ensure a better future for the coming generations. To this effect, South Sudan has developed sustainable development goals. Rescue plan with the focus on 7 SDG targets. This plan provides a roadmap of a better future for our people. And given that education is the key that will allow us to achieve our SDGs rapidly, I am pleased to report that South Sudan has made some progress in its education sector. Since our independence in 2011, our constitution, for example, guarantees all children free access to education. We have also designated education as a human right of every child. In February this year, I directed the Ministry of Education to implement free primary and secondary education policy across the country. This policy has directly led to enrollment of 2.3 million children in our schools. To ensure that girls stay in schools, we have banned child marriages through an act of parliament. More importantly, we have increased education budget with the goal of paying teachers a living wage. In the health sector, we plan to dedicate resources towards providing affordable and standard health care. And this will be done through primary health care approach that is inclusive and cost-effective. Excellencies, on climate change, South Sudan is dedicated to addressing its adverse impact. We plan to prioritize sustainable sustainable land use, promote renewable energy, and collaborate with international partners to reduce carbon emissions and protect our environment for generations to come. While working on this, it is only fair for us to call upon developed countries to cut their emission by 45% and honor their pledges of availing funds for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage to the developing countries. With the recently concluded Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi, Kenya, it is high time that the declaration of the summit forms the new crisis for rebuilding trust and regaining global solidarity for attaining the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, we acknowledge the political, humanitarian, and security challenges we have faced as a country since 2013. However, we have turned the corner with the signing of the revitalized peace agreement in 2018. Now we are determined to build on the commitments of our revised National Development Strategy 2021 to 2024 to consolidate peace and stabilize the economy. Ongoing public, financial, management reforms and recently concluded National Economic Conference from solid basis for sound management of public resources for the benefit of our citizens. What remains now is to fast-track the implementation of the remaining provisions in the agreement. in order to conclude the transitional period peacefully through fair, transparent, and credible elections in 2024. We have also managed to engage in dialogue and consultation with the various stakeholders, including civil society, women, youth, traditional leaders, and opposition groups to ensure that our peace process is owned and driven by our own people. As we move in this direction, we call upon the United Nations to lift the arms embargo imposed on us to aid peace implementation and to secure the elections. The arms embargo has impeded the implementation of security arrangements because effective deployment of the unified forces, which we have graduated, cannot happen without arms. Excellencies, as the country sharing the border with the Republic of Sudan, South Sudan has received thousands of Sudanese refugees and our returnees since the conflict broke out in the Sudan in April 2023. This influx has overwhelmed our border communities and created a humanitarian crisis. I'm appealing to the international community to avail resources to help refugees and displaced persons who crossed into South Sudan. While the world is dealing with multiple crises, we call for a provision of sustained support to these displaced persons as we work on how to restore peace and stability in Sudan. In closing, South Sudan stands before this esteemed assembly as a resolute partner in the collective pursuits of a better future for all. I extend our hand of friendship to fellow member states, international organizations, and civil society. Thank you very much and for your kind attention to these new remarks. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Ahora,
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the National Committee for the Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, Head of State. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the National Committee for Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, Head of State, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General. At the outset, Mr. President, I would like to extend the warm congratulations of the Guinean delegation on your brilliant election to the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Before this august assembly, I would also like to assure you of my country's support. I take this opportunity to also pay a well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Szabadkősi of Hungary. To Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I extend my gratitude for the dedication with which he leads our organization. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in coming to take part in the work of the 78th regular session of the General Assembly, I'm fulfilling a duty, that of conveying the warm greetings of the sovereign people of Guinea. My country continues to place hope in the United Nations to find appropriate solutions to the issues our world continues to face. In this context, Mr. President, we believe that the fundamentals which underpinned the creation of our organization must adapt to the profound changes in our society. The theme of this session, peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability, is topical, evocative, and deserves particular attention on our part. There is a coup epidemic in Africa. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the continent has been hit by an epidemic of military putsches, particularly in the French-speaking countries south of the Sahara. Everyone condemns them, sanctions them, is disturbed by the sudden resurgence of this phenomenon that we had thought was a thing of the past, and rightly so. But what I wish to say is that the international community must have the honesty and the rectitude to not content itself simply with denouncing the consequences. Rather, it must look to and address the causes. Coups d'etat have multiplied in Africa in recent years because there are deep-rooted reasons for this. And to remedy the problem, ladies and gentlemen, we must look at these root causes. The putschist is not only the person who takes up arms to overthrow a regime. want us all to be well aware of the fact that the real putschists, the most numerous, and those who avoid any condemnation, are also those who plot and scheme, who use trickery, who cheat to manipulate the text of the Constitution in order to stay in power eternally. It is those in white-collar jobs who change the rules of the game as the game unfolds in order to keep the reins of power in their hands. These are the most numerous kinds of putschists. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am one of those who one day decided to shoulder our responsibility to prevent our country from slipping into complete chaos, into an insurrection. No political forces at the time had the courage nor the means to put an end to the duplicity that we were experiencing, as they were all completely neutralized back then. The institutional correction for which my brothers in arms and I took responsibility on September 5th, 2021, was only a consequence of that chaotic situation which had ended up tearing apart the social fabric of my country and undermining our coexistence. This is not an exhaustive list, but we believe that the transitions underway in Africa are due to several factors, including broken promises, the lethargy of the people, and leaders tampering with constitutions with the sole concern of remaining in power to the detriment of collective well-being. Today, the African people are more awake than ever and more than ever determined to take their destiny into their own hands. The unequal distribution of wealth creates endless inequalities, famine, and abject poverty, which make the daily lives of our populations increasingly difficult. These inequalities are part of the causes for the events that endanger our peaceful coexistence above all. When the wealth of a country is in the hands of an elite, while newborns die in hospitals due to a lack of incubators, it is not surprising that in such conditions we are seeing transitions in order to respond to the profound aspirations of the people. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is suffering from a governance model that has been imposed on it. A model that is certainly good and effective for the West, which developed it over the course of its history, but which is difficult to incorporate and adapt to our realities, our customs, and our environment. Alas, I have to say that the graft did not take. I know that when I say this, many will immediately say to themselves, oh, another warmonger who wants to wring the neck of democracy, or another soldier who wants to impose his dictatorship. However, I want to say very clearly, without hypocrisy, without pretense, eye to eye, we're all aware that this democratic model that you have so insidiously, skillfully imposed on us after the La Baule summit in France, something you've been imposing almost religiously. This model does not work. Various economic and social indices demonstrate this plain and clear. This is not a value judgment on democracy itself. Believe me, this is just taking stock of the situation. It's a balance sheet. Over several decades of chaotic experimentation with this model in our environment, we can make this observation. This was a period full of nothing but political games. And this, of course, has been to the detriment of what is essential, namely the economy and the local processing of our natural resources. Allow me to take this truth exercise a little further. Through my short but very intense experience of managing a state, Guinea, I have come to better understand the extent to which this model has, above all, contributed to maintaining a system of exploitation and plunder of our resources by others, and a rampant corruption of our elites. National leaders who have often been granted democratic labels based on their acquiescence or their capacity for selling off the resources and the property of their people, or perhaps their ease in giving in to the pseudo recommendations and injunctions of the great powers. I must confess in this regard that everything that I am facing goes beyond all imagination. These are the same people who profess democracy, transparency, who denounce poor governance and corruption, who dictate the rules. It is they who, behind the scenes, very discreetly and underhandedly, are increasing pressure to make us cede our national wealth through unconscionable leonine contracts. I understand certain leaders and some of my predecessors who, because they possess certain weaknesses, because they were under pressure, or because they had skeletons in their closets, or particularly because they had a political agenda, gave in to what was being asked of them. I understand them, even if I do not approve. In some cases, I was even reminded that if I had a political agenda, I would be less comfortable carrying out the reforms that my government and I are tackling. One thing is certain. We have but one concern, and that is the well-being of the people and living together. This is our priority. This is why the transition I lead has chosen to focus methodically on clear objectives in a precise order: the social, the economic, and the political. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I wear my uniform in service to my people, and I would be grateful if you would respect that oath. An oath to keep ourselves a respectable distance from divisions of all kinds that many attempt to fuel in our countries. The Sahel is undergoing one of the most serious crises in its very long history. but it has the resources that are required to face it. Its legendary sense of diplomacy must be unleashed so that we can speak to each other without interference. It is for this reason that ECOWAS, whose vocation was economic, stopped getting involved in politics and favored dialogue. The African people are tired, exhausted by the categorizations with which everyone wants to box us in. Africa's population is young. It did not experience the Cold War. It did not experience the ideological wars that have shaped the world over the last 70 years. That is why we, Africans, are insulted by the boxes, the categories, which sometimes place us under the influence of the Americans, sometimes under that of the British, sometimes the French, the Chinese, or the Russians, and even the Turks. We are neither pro nor anti-American. We are neither pro nor anti-Chinese, nor pro or anti-French, nor pro or anti-Russian, nor pro or anti-Turkish. We are simply pro-African, that is all. Placing us under the influence of this or that power is an insult. It is contempt and racism towards a continent of more than 1,300,000,000 people. It is important that in this prestigious and influential assembly, we understand clearly and definitively that the era of the old Africa is over. With a population of more than 1 billion Africans, around 70% of whom are young people who are completely free, open-minded, open to the world, and determined to take their destiny into their own hands. The time has come to realize that the structures, the rules from the post-war era, established in the absence of our states, which did not yet exist at the time, are obsolete. This is the end of an unbalanced and unjust era where we had no say in the matter. It is time to take our rights into account and to let us take our proper place, but also, and above all, it is time to stop lecturing us and to stop treating us with condescension like children. Rest assured that we're old enough to know what is good for us. We are mature enough to define our priorities, to design our own models which are in line with our identity, the daily reality of our countries and our populations, in line with what we are, quite simply. We would be very grateful to you if you trust us and let us run our business as you have allowed in certain regions of the world. as you have allowed in Asia, in the Near and the Middle East, to cite only a few. This infantilization that we have experienced has had the worst effects on African youth who are now emancipated. In this context, we are all challenged and called upon to carry out a better analysis of the situation with a view to initiating and pursuing new policies for the benefit of all. The international community must look to Africa with new eyes. It must now engage in genuine cooperation with Africa in a spirit of win-win partnership. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the National Committee for Reconciliation and Development, President of the Republic of Guinea, and Head of State for the statement just made. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
ahora la Asamblea
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first of all wish to give thanks to Almighty God for having guided our work and for bringing us here together in this beautiful cosmopolitan city of New York. Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Majesty, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me to express my sincere thanks to the host country of the United States of America and to its people, in particular to the authorities and people of the state of New York. I thank them all for the very warm welcome and exemplary hospitality that I and my accompanying delegation have been shown. At the outset, I wish to reiterate my most heartfelt condolences to the people of Morocco and Libya. Today, they are in mourning following natural disasters, the human and material damage of which is incalculable. May God bring comfort to those the families at this time of great suffering. Allow me to convey my hearty congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, following his successful election to the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, Burundi assures you of its full cooperation and extends to you every wish for success as you discharge your mandate. I'm also delighted to pay a well-deserved tribute to Mr. Shaba Koroshi, your predecessor, for his sterling work during his term. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to piece back together a world of peace, a world which can foster progress. We must cultivate trust, mutual understanding, and solidarity. It is for that reason that we hail the choice of theme which guides our discussion today. That theme is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, We meet every year in this hall and in other equally important fora. However, the world nevertheless continues to face grave existential threats. As such, that world is unfortunately growing ever more unstable and vulnerable. Trust and solidarity are values which should characterize relations between our states. However, these values are rendered fragile because we have, so to speak, domesticated them and recreated them in our image to further our own interests. We must liberate these values so that they can be shared values. These values must recover their original meaning which was buried following colonialization and the expansion of other selfish ideologies, which sought to drag least developed countries ever deeper for the benefit of rich nations. In reality, colonization missed its chance because it could have created a solidarity by allowing the meeting of cultures and know-how, and by creating a mutually beneficial partnership instead of a partnership characterized by dependency. Trust and solidarity then lost every trace of their initial meaning, with the effects of neocolonialism. Neocolonialism marked by multifaceted forms of interference in the domestic affairs of developing states, through the unjust remuneration given for commodities and through the heavy demands imposed by the Bretton Woods institutions. There is what was called official development aid a few years ago. It's now come to be termed a partnership for development. That's the term in common parlance today. In any case, terms for this concept abound, but they're all tinged with bad faith. Indeed, terms abound to veil this hypocrisy. At the same time, resources dispersed with a view to generating economic returns that could foster economic recovery are themselves shrinking. Today, Mr. President, it is important to move beyond the needs and interests of states. These often vary greatly and are often difficult to reconcile. International solidarity must guarantee that all countries are able to interact on a level playing field. International solidarity that we wish to see does not seek to homogenize. Rather, it seeks to stand as a bridge between differences and even between radically opposing viewpoints. It seeks to allow respectful and mutually beneficial relations to flower. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, trust and solidarity should be the cornerstone on which thriving international relations can develop, international relations free of inequality and conflict. This is, incidentally, the goal that Burundi is striving to achieve, first and foremost at a national level. We're seeking to cultivate and strengthen this ideal within our people. As such, after years of instability, the process of truth and reconciliation launched in Burundi is today bearing a bounty of fruit because the people of Burundi are now energized in pursuit of a common ideal as they seek to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In this connection, we call upon friendly countries and partners to support the action of Burundi's government, and we heartily encourage foreign investment. However, the sad truth is that ODA, which should support the efforts of the government as it seeks to guarantee the well-being of its citizens, has little by little faded away to instead be channeled towards non-state actors which serve the geopolitical and economic interests of certain so-called donor states. These interests are unspoken and clandestine. Evidently, international solidarity should encourage developed nations to make tangible contributions to the socio-economic development of LDCs. A Kirundi proverb, Nwetanguro Muburu, means prosperity can only last if it is shared. That proverb reminds us that investing in the prosperity of a neighbor is to indisputably guarantee and shore up one's own sustainability and progress. This, Mr. President, reminds us of the urgent need to rethink and strengthen our global partnership. That, in our view, involves ensuring debt relief, a substantial increase in resources devoted to the fight against poverty. It involves strengthening South-South cooperation, the sharing of technologies and innovation, and it involves broadening commercial agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of all of the challenges above, Burundi remains determined, and indeed we trust that this Assembly will work to rebuild trust in my country. We believe that it will champion a process by which international solidarity is revived. The government and people of Burundi have a genuine and staunch determination to maximize the dividends of peace and to protect our hard-won reconciliation. In view of that goal, our warhorse is the promotion of good governance and the fight against all forms of injustice. Indeed, we are engaged in a tireless struggle to ensure the proper management of public affairs, and thanks to this determined struggle, Burundi has made significant progress in terms of democracy, good governance, and improving its business climate. Consequently, we have become a safe place for investment and a range of economic activities. Moreover, significant efforts are being made in productive sectors which create mass employment and which drive growth. Against this backdrop, my government is striving to particularly stimulate the agricultural sector. That sector employs vast swathes of Burundi's population. Consequently, in light of that goal, we have taken the decision to finance our agricultural sector through our national program of agricultural subsidies. That program subsidizes fertilizers, selected seed species, and plant health products. We're also focusing on development of research in the agricultural sector, as well as the mechanization of it and the use of advanced technologies to ensure agro-food processing and to shore up rural infrastructure. To do all of the above, a national pact for agriculture has been established, and it has put in place 2 agricultural hubs built around 4 lucrative subsectors. That was done very quickly, and we now also have a special agricultural industrial zone. In all of the above endeavours, we wish to involve Burundian economic operators and foreign investors. To implement this plan, we have a new investment code and have made regulatory adjustments which make our environment a very attractive one. Given the fact that we have a climate which favours year-round agriculture, given the fact that we have a wealth of labour available, and given the exceptional fertility of our soil, Burundi is the best possible destination for anyone wishing to invest in the agricultural sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in other sectors, elsewhere, my government has just updated its mining code to create an investment-friendly environment within this sector. The abundant mineral wealth of our country remains underexploited. My government's goal is to bring about economic recovery by exploiting our natural resources. The goal is to make Burundi an emerging country by 2040 and a developed country in 2060. To succeed in this endeavour, we are giving pride of place to young people and women. They are the real drivers of socio-economic development because of the way they promote entrepreneurship, innovation, and because of their spirit of creativity. Indeed, we are particularly backing young people because there is no weapon more effective than young people in the fight against poverty and in conflict prevention. As an African Union champion for the youth, peace and security agenda, I wish to take this opportunity to call for a better inclusion of and the more effective participation of young people in the development agendas of our respective states. In this regard, I welcome the General Assembly's decision to create a United Nations Youth Office. I congratulate the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who proposed this flagship initiative in his report, Our Common Agenda. This is exactly how intergenerational trust and solidarity will serve as genuine sources of peace and security for sustainable development. As a staunch advocate of non-discrimination where women and young people are concerned, the government of my country has chosen to use the bounty of talent and knowledge to promote their economic empowerment. In order to expedite the implementation of Agenda 2030, education has been free in Burundi since 2005, and that has allowed Burundian girls to access quality education and, as such, to prepare for an active participation in national life. For 2 decades now, Burundi has improved the ratio of men to women in the political sphere. We have set a quota of 30% for women in the National Assembly and the Senate. Today, women hold approximately 50% of seats in the parliament, in the government, and in the most senior positions. In order to leave no one behind, as it ushers in socio-economic development, the government of Burundi is sparing no effort to promote the empowerment and emancipation of all sectors of its population. With this in mind, the Batwa community, who has long time fallen foul of discrimination, today benefits from an affirmative action policy, which is implemented in education, healthcare, and housing systems. There is free healthcare for children and pregnant women, and that has contributed to improving the living conditions of women in general and of Batwa families in particular. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have taken my time to describe to you the situation of my country, to show to you that Burundi is well and truly back on track, and that means we have our rightful place within the concert of nations. We've earned it. Mine is a country that has overcome difficult situations in its history, but we have all the assets we need to go very far indeed in terms of development. Today, Burundi is something of a burden for development partners, but tomorrow the situation could change if we were to obtain sizable seed capital to once and for all leave the LDC category. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we want to see a better world, but that project is being hampered by a multitude of conflicts that we need to address in a united fashion and in a spirit of brotherhood. Countries in difficulty need us all. It is therefore in a spirit of solidarity that within the East African community that I chair, we've launched a series of initiatives in order to restore peace and security in the east of the DRC. Burundi also participates in peacekeeping operations and in the fight against terrorism in the CAR and in Somalia. That is testament to the desire harbored by the Burundian people to contribute to the advent of a better world built on foundations of solidarity. I reiterate the need for international solidarity to be shown in order to bring peace to the east of the DRC. At the same time, Burundi reaffirms its tireless support for the Luanda and Nairobi peace processes, as well as for the Peace, Security and Cooperation Framework Agreement for the DRC and the region. The regional oversight mechanism of that agreement is chaired by Burundi. In this connection, I'd like to say the following. Whilst we do insist on the need to rebuild trust between states, we must together condemn certain spoilers who fan the flames of conflicts and devote themselves to sowing destabilization in other states. Let us call a spade a spade. The political and security-related instability in countries of the South, particularly in Africa, is born of the desire of powers who wish to control the domestic policies of developing nations. Africa, in particular, has become the arena for geopolitical conflicts playing out between major powers. And we continue, as such, to fall behind in terms of economic development. That economic deficit becomes the cause of internal conflicts, which then plunge our countries into abject poverty. We are battling against external interference in domestic affairs. At the same time, we also condemn the re-emergence of anti-constitutional changes to systems of government, which are a serious erosion of democratic gains seen over the last several years in Africa and throughout the world. Constitutional order and the rule of law must prevail above all. My country reiterates its staunch commitment to the peaceful resolution of conflicts through dialogue, cooperation, joint work and negotiation. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in general terms, security and stability throughout the world seem to be yielding to war, terrorism and violent extremism, as well as crime and violence in its myriad forms. In this regard, at a time when the African Transition Mission in Somalia, ATMIS, is preparing to withdraw in the coming months, once it has completed its successful mandate, I wish to here pay tribute to the professionalism and self-sacrifice of troops working for peace in Somalia, including the Burundian troops. I'd like to also take this opportunity to draw the international community's attention to the consequences of the hasty closure of this mission. That hasty closure risks providing an opportunity to terrorist groups to grow stronger and regroup. Mr. President, turning now to the climate crisis, I welcome the commitments already entered into by states during various international climate negotiations, commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to finance the protection of the environment, climate resilience, and the green transition of the least polluting nations. We want to see these commitments followed up by tangible action, because the failure to mobilize $100 billion annually since 2020, a commitment made in the Paris Agreement, and that was a commitment that was to continue annually until 2025, but the failure of that to materialize imperils the very existence of future generations. We believe that COP28, which will be held this year in Dubai, will provide an excellent opportunity to turn words into actions. Turning now to the increase in migratory flows, we are all aware that the extent of these migratory flows are threats to peace and security. Indeed, this movement is of concern to rich countries, is the consequence of poverty, because these migrants are seeking a better life, and as such they leave poor areas to earn a living in more affluent nations. The reducing migration involves inevitably adopting appropriate cooperation-based measures which allow young people better opportunities to find opportunities for decent work, employment, independent employment, or entrepreneurship. This should be done namely through the implementation of programs which seek to achieve the SDGs and ensure they are achieved on a national level. We are now called upon to focus our efforts on establishing a global partnership which fights poverty in all its forms. However, as we await a lasting solution to poverty, countries of transit and destination must understand our situation and provide dignified and humane assistance to migrants, and must guarantee them their fundamental rights. The respect of human rights is a matter on which we all agree. These rights must be universal and indivisible for all. My country is always against discrimination, as well as against the instrumentalization of human rights and the double standards used in their application. We condemn states who, under the pretext of protecting human rights, use human rights as fodder to interfere in the domestic affairs of states. Moreover, we stand against politically motivated resolutions which target specific states, and we are against the implementation of mechanisms which strangle the states targeted and stifle them without any constructive dialogue taking place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, before I conclude, to reaffirm our commitment to the democratization of the multilateral system. This includes the reform of the United Nations Security Council as well as of the international financial system to make both more representative, just and inclusive, and able to more effectively address the challenges emerging in the world today. International law recognizes the principle of the sovereign equality of all states. Accordingly, these states must enjoy the same rights and the same international duties, including in the sensitive domains of the maintenance of international peace and security. I wish to thank the member states of the Security Council, some of which understand the desire long expressed by Africa. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, as we mark this International Day of Peace, I wish to close my address by paying a fervent tribute to our brave peacekeepers, wherever they are in the world, because they defend a universal cause which transcends all of our differences. For peace, for the sake of peace, let us rebuild trust and reignite international solidarity. May God bless you. Thank you for your kind attention. On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Burundi for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as the representative of a free and independent country, the Republic of Serbia, which is on its EU accession path, but which at the same time is not ready to turn its back on traditional friendships it had been building for centuries. I want to raise the voice on behalf of my country, but also on behalf of those who today, 78 years after the establishment of the United Nations, truly and equally believe that the principles of the UN Charter are the only substantial defense of the world peace, right to freedom and independence of nations and countries, but more than that, they are the pledge of the mere survival of the human civilization. New global wave of wars and violence that are impacting the foundations of the international security is a painful consequence whose cause lies in abandoning the principles envisaged in the UN Charter. All of us speaking in this renowned organization speak about our own problems, confronting often with a real and imaginary enemy, patronizing our own public, telling fairy tales of the future with insufficient realistic view on the issues. What does the future of the world look like? Even though all of us listened the words of the Secretary General, not many were actually heard. And almost not a single word's news conveyed his words of warning. Nevertheless, in the era of social networks dominance, when only important thing is to get one more like, in the era when each pet gets more attention than children, it is no wonder that we cannot recognize the dangers that are in front of us. As the president of one not so big country, I cannot and I have no right to speak about relations between great powers. It is neither my job nor I could do that. But I can and I will speak about how inobservance of the international public law can bring horrible consequences. The attempt of cutting my country into pieces that had formally started in 2008 by the unilateral declaration of independence of so-called Kosovo has not ended yet. Precisely the violation of the UN Charter in case of Serbia was one of the visible precursors of numerous problems we are all facing today, and that go far beyond the borders of my country and scopes of the region I come from. Broadly observed, since we last met in this hall, the world is neither a better nor a safer place. Quite the opposite. Global peace and stability remain under acute threat. We continue to face problems related to energy security, financial instability, as well as security and disruptions in food and medication supply chains. Not only have we not found solutions to many problems, but they have become more numerous, and some of them have even grown more complex. I also spoke about how nobody here listens to anyone and does not strive for real agreements, and in the meantime we started to talk even less and less. It is as if virtually all, guided solely by their own interests, entrenched in their positions, have given up on seeking compromise solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, while for 3 days in a row we pledge from this place to respect of principles and rules of the UN Charter, precisely violation of the respective is rooted in most of the problems. In international relations and implementation of dual standards is an open invitation for all those who strive to achieve their interests through war and violence by violating norms of international law, but also basic human moralities. All the speakers so far, and I believe all who will speak after me, spoke about the necessity of changes in the world, underlying their country as the example of morality and commitment to the law and world justice. Today, I will not speak a lot in superlative about my country, about the growth of salaries and pensions, hundreds of kilometers of constructed highways and railroads, newly built hospitals and schools, science technology parks, the Artificial Intelligence Institute, because it is a natural thing that I protect its interests and that I love it more than anything in the world. But I will speak about principles which had been violated and which brought us to the situation in which we are today, and not by the small ones, who are often the target of the attack, but by the most powerful countries in the world, especially those who gave themselves the right to lecture, each from its own angle on politics and moral to the whole world. Here, in this hall, only 2 days ago we could hear from the President of the United States the most important principle in relation between the countries, the respect for their territorial integrity and sovereignty. And only as the third most important factor he mentioned human rights. And it seemed to me that everybody in this hall could support it. I, as the President of Serbia, supported that with unhidden jubilance. The only problem in all that was the fact that few hours after his speech, I had to see in these premises the President of the so-called Kosovo, who is considered by the most powerful part of the West the President of an independent country, originated, by the way, by the secession of the territory of the Republic of Serbia. At the same time, only a few meters away from this hall, the German minister said that Germany firmly observed the UN Charter and UN decisions and documents, and that it would never give up on it. All that would be nice if it were true. Namely, almost all Western powers brutally violated both the UN Charter and the UN Resolution 1244, which had been passed in this renowned organization, as they denied and violated precisely those principles they are defending today. And it happened 24 and exactly 15 years ago. For the first time, unprecedented in the world history, the most powerful 19 countries made a decision without involvement of the UN Security Council. I repeat, without any decision by the UN Security Council, to brutally attack and punish a sovereign country on the European soil, as they had said, to prevent the humanitarian disaster. They didn't laugh out loud when Russian president used the very same words justifying his attack against Ukraine. They forgot that they themselves had used the same narrative, the same words, and the same explanations. Whereby, I would like to inform you that Serbia had not stepped its foot in the territory of some other country, nor jeopardized its existence. But 24 years ago, the most powerful and the strongest 19 had no mercy with small Serbia. Even when they had finished this job. They said that the issue of Kosovo is a democratic issue and that it would be resolved in accordance with the UN Charter and other international law documents. And then, contrary to all, but absolutely all documents of the international public law, it occurred to them in 2008 to support the independence of the so-called Kosovo. The illegal decision on secession of the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija from Serbia was made a decade after the war conflict in our country had ended, without a referendum or any other democratic form for declaring their stances for the citizens of Serbia, or at least in Kosovo itself. This decision was made in a moment when Serbia had a government committed to European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and when including in its composition the province of Kosovo and Metohija, a full-fledged member of the UN, but also of Council of Europe, OSCE, and many other international organizations. Nevertheless, it did not prevent legal and political violence coming from those who are today at the forefront in lecturing from this place. Pointless and meaningless explanations like police terror that Serbian authorities had carried out in its southern province a decade earlier, humanitarian crisis, expelling of the local Albanian population, were only a drop that spilled over the glass of lies and nonsense in order to justify the violence against a sovereign country and in order to undermine its integrity. Namely, since the moment of the victory of those 19 against small Serbia, 70% of Serbs from Kosovo have left their thresholds, and there are by 300,000 Albanians more than have ever been in Kosovo. Well, that much about the law, that much about the justice. Nevertheless, worse than anything is that all those who committed aggression against the Republic of Serbia lectured today about territorial integrity of Ukraine, as if we did not support the integrity of Ukraine. And we do support it, and we will keep supporting it, because we do not change our politics, we do not change our principles, regardless of centuries-long traditional friendship with the Russian Federation. To us, every violence is the same. Every violation of the UN Charter is the same, regardless of the strength of the power that exerts it or inevitably similar excuses makes for its illegal and immoral behavior. But when we ask them about the territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia and about what they had done to my country, the answer is the one that all of you representatives of smaller countries in the world heard on countless of occasions. Do not go back in the past. Look towards the future, because it is the only way for your country to make progress. When it comes to the territorial integrity of Ukraine and Serbia and any other country, all of us are entitled to speak about from this podium at least a bit more than they are. I'm the president of Serbia in my second presidential term. On countless of occasions, I was under different political pressures, and I'm a political veteran. And what I will tell you today is the most important for me. Principles do not change from one circumstance to another. Principles do not apply only on the strong ones. They apply to all. If that's not the case, then there are no longer principles. And that is why I believe that in the modern world, there will either be principles and the same rules will apply to all, or as the world, we will end up in the deepest divisions in our history, in the most difficult conflicts and in problems we will not manage to cope with. Another important thing, peace has become a forbidden word, because all of them have their favorites and their culprits. And the only value that remained to great powers are precisely the principles, but the false ones. As long as they are fine with them, they will call upon them. First time, as it was in the case of Serbia, they disagreed with the principles. Law and rules, law, justice and principles suffered. Today in Kosovo, southern province of the Republic of Serbia, the blunt violence is taking place, exerted against the Serbs by the separatist authorities of Albin Kurti. Only last week, after who knows which failed round of the dialogue in Brussels, Pristina Prime Minister Albin Kurti, after rejecting the European proposal for de-escalation, addressed the public in front of one of the main buildings of the European Union and in front of the millions of viewers of the media that were present, conveyed to not so many reaming Serbs in Kosovo that Serbs will, I quote, suffer and pay for the mistake they made. Is there any possible worse mocking humanity, international order based on the rules and international community than these words? Unfortunately, it is possible. Only one day later, as we sit in this hall, a new contingency of Serbs is being taken to Kurti's prisons, apprehended according to fabricated accusations as a part of his terror campaign. So Much worse are the actions continuously done by that extremist regime in the past 20 months, and which in practice, together with repeated accelerated displacement of the remaining Serbs, are turning into a crawling ethnic cleansing in the heart of Europe. You can conclude by yourself how far that regime's cynicism goes from the following sentence. Since the European Union and the US State Secretary Antony Blinken issued a statement in early June condemning unilateral action of the so-called government of Kosovo, ethnically motivated attacks against Serbs in our southern province raised by 50%, while at the same period Pristina authorities made even 22 new escalatory moves. Serbian boys Stefan Stojanovic and Miloš Stojanovic, who are 11 and 21 years old, were wounded on the Christmas Eve by the members of the so-called Kosovo security forces, in whose equipping take part some of the attendees in this hall, knowing quite well that it is deeply illegal and that the mere existence of the KSF is contrary to the UN Security Council Resolution 1244. 7 innocent civilians were shot by the representatives of the so-called Kosovo institutions. Disruption of supplying of hospitals, election voting bans only for Serbs, entire economic blockade for Serbian goods, attacks against churches, graveyards, schools are a part of the sad daily life of my people in this part of our territory, parted by the violent secession contrary to the UN Charter. And you wouldn't believe it, even though there is not a single wounded Albanian, not a single apprehended or injured Albanian, guess what? It is the fault, always, of both sides. Unlike 1999, when Belgrade and other cities in my country were bombed, leaving the bloody track from several thousand dead civilians and soldiers, in scenes that pretty much resemble those that we unfortunately see today in different parts of the world, when an obvious terror, which they themselves say reminds of what happened to Albanians, happens against Serbs, there is no humanitarian disaster, there is no call for action, there is nothing. There are only words, they are only worried now, shrugging their shoulders, but if they have to make any decisions, it will always be, as they put, at the fault of both sides. And in such a world, I believe that one small Serbia, by raising its voice and fighting for universal values of principles and inviolability of internationally recognized borders, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and political independence, gives the example of the fight for the right, the one that was abolished here, even in this building, and protects the principles the world should be made of, with its not such a big strength, but with its paramount decisiveness and courage. We did not change the principles for the purpose of daily politics and our own needs. And just like we preserve the integrity of Serbia, we defend the integrity of each UN member state. It is only a bit sad that all the big ones who are not interested in the law and justice call upon different principles in different circumstances, the principles they find the most suitable at that particular moment. When one follows such politics, when there is no morality in the world politics, then it is clear that we are about to enter the era of big divisions and big conflicts. And not only political and economic, but military ones as well. And precisely in this difficult situation, the UN is the last substantial platform that brings us all together, regardless of all our differences and divisions. I believe that the commitment to peace and development, the desire to resolve disputes through dialogue, to find common ways to end human suffering and to ensure a more prosperous and stable future are precisely what unites us. That is why we extend full support to all important reform processes of the UN organization itself, including the initiatives of the UN Secretary General. For preservation of global peace, and so that we all do not disappear in a Darwinist conflict led by great powers, it is necessary to join our forces, just like 78 years ago in common fight for international order based on the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, respecting the UN Charter is not a choice, it is an obligation. After all, like I have already said by mentioning some names, this is what we had the opportunity to hear during the previous presentations of most of my colleagues while talking, among other issues, about a topic that is still dominant in all forums, the conflict in Ukraine. I will agree with them when it comes to the necessity of respecting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, which the Republic of Serbia has been consistently showing from the beginning. We have been making such appeals continuously for decades, but with a significant difference. Serbia supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all United Nations member states, I repeat, all member states. Therefore, it is hard for me to understand how some are still not acting in a consistent manner when it comes to the need to respect the territorial integrity of Serbia, and how they fail to understand that the selective application of principles leads to pronounced divisions, a lack of solidarity, and mutual understanding. However, I want to thank wholeheartedly to the global majority, significantly more than one-half of the UN member states in our example supports the UN Charter, and they do not support a violent partition of my country. I'm glad that for the majority of UN member states, double standards are out of the question. We are deeply grateful to all of you who selflessly support our efforts to preserve territorial integrity, thus demonstrating your commitment to the UN Charter. By safekeeping your borders today, you safekeep your borders and you preserve peace. On your behalf, as well as on our behalf, we will continue year after year to underline that defending the principles is the same as defending the freedom, independence, and peace. It often seems to us that the discussion with Prishtina's government is more like a monologue than the dialogue, because it is hard to explain why after more than 10 years after the signing of the Brussels Agreement, a taken obligation, the community of Serb majority municipalities has not been formed. The Republic of Serbia, its government, and all the institutions are working in their full capacity on preservation of the dialogue with the Pristina under the EU auspices. It is our task. The dialogue is possible only in case that all of us, including also the European facilitators, adhere firmly to what had been agreed. Misbalance by which Serbia has to make concessions all the time is not leading towards the solution, quite the contrary. It often seems to us that the discussion with Prishtina's government is more like a monologue than the dialogue, because it is hard to explain why, after 10 years, after the signing of the Brussels Agreement and taken obligations, that community of Serb majority municipalities has not been formed. Like I have already said at the beginning of my speech, Serbia is on its European path, ready to change, reform itself, and to make progress. Today, Serbia has very good cooperation with the United States of America in almost all areas, and we believe that our relations will only be better in the future. At the same time, Serbia will cherish its big and traditional friendships in all continents, while being proud of its good relations with all the nations and countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We do not divide people by the color of their skin or their religious affiliation. That is why our relations with the People's Republic of China, Republic of Korea, Japan, many Arab and other Muslim countries are at the highest historical level. We don't cut our important and historical ties with Russian Federation as well. Believing that the dialogue is the only way for finding the compromise solution, Serbia remains committed to this process in the aim of providing peaceful coexistence of Serbs and Albanians. Peace and stability of the region have no alternative. It is with that belief that we approach to all discussions facilitated by the EU. As many of you maybe know, different interpretations of history are the cause of many disagreements and open issues, not only in our region. I believe in future, and I believe that by using joint efforts, we still have the capacity and ability to try to overcome differences and focus on what connects us, care for well-being of our nations. We want to build bridges, not walls. We need to look towards the future. We need to move forward, to use every chance for economic growth, connectivity, and exchange of ideas. Today we have common toll collection from Belgrade almost to the Adriatic Sea, and soon we'll have it to the Aegean Sea. We open borders in the Balkans, we open labor market and enable free flow of people, goods, and capital. Precisely this was the guiding star and initiator of the Open Balkan Initiative, which has given concrete results so far and strengthened regional ownership of the processes of the economic connectivity of the region. The Open Balkan improved also the political atmosphere. We have such approach to all our neighbors, and our key interest is to preserve stability in the region and turn towards as intensive cooperation as possible in all areas. These processes are certainly an inseparable part of our strivings to become a full-fledged member of the European Union, which is at some time one of the key priorities of our foreign policy. Precisely this was the guiding star and initiative of the Open Balkan Initiative, and it gave us concrete results. And we have such approach because priority certainly does not exclude our commitment for cooperation, development, and deepening of relations with traditional friends from all parts of the world, from the region in particular, where we remain reliable and responsible partner. We will strive to strengthen existing and build new friendships, both bilaterally and through participation in initiatives and fora of different regions all over the world. The latest confirmation that the geographic distance should not be a barrier for cooperation is recent accession of the Republic of Serbia to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia TAC. Additionally, we are proud for being given a unique opportunity that the spirit of friendship I speak about is to be felt in Belgrade, which will host the specialized exhibition Expo 2027. We are grateful to all those who supported us and had faith in us. Thank you, dear friends. Ladies and gentlemen, after long negotiations with a lot of optimism, the 2030 Agenda Plan of Action for People, Planet and Prosperity was adopted in this room, by which we pledged that no one will be left behind. Halfway to the set deadline for meeting the goals of the agenda, there is still a glimpse of hope that we will be able to fulfill given promise. Although there are many reasons for concern, even beside the progress that was made in certain areas, unfortunately we are still facing the basic existential problems like poverty, hunger, and inequality. Serbia puts maximum efforts in order to secure a stable and safe future, initiating at the same time policies based on sustainable development goals. Among some of the results so far are the following: developing instruments for involving principles that no one is left behind into our legislative and strategic documents, as well as participation in global initiatives and their implementation at national levels in areas of sustainable food systems, transformation of education systems, and urban development. We have lived to see the fourth industrial revolution and new technologies as a development opportunity that we must not miss, and that is why we continue with investment into infrastructure, economic reforms, and creation of better business environment. Digitalization and education are among our key priorities. The necessity of finding new sources of growth has also been recognized. That is why our future activities are focused on innovation, research and development, and creative industry. Serbia is the first country in the Southeast Europe region that joined the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence and adopted development strategy in this area back in 2019. Bio4 campus is being built. It is a unique multidisciplinary complex for research and development in natural science, which should become one of the key bioeconomic hubs in Europe. We firmly believe that knowledge and science play one of the key roles in accelerating activities towards implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Therefore, I am proud that at the proposal of the Republic of Serbia and like-minded countries, the Lanka adopted a resolution declaring the period from 2024 to 2033 the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. We do all this for future generations. I believe that involvement of the young ones into the implementation of the 2030 Agenda is an important prerequisite for its success, because beyond any doubt, the young ones are the most important development engine of every society. Excellencies, I believe that we are all aware that there is no development without peace. Just like Nelson Mandela said, peace is the greatest weapon for development that any person can have. We must believe in that and work together on it. Conditio sine qua non is, first and foremost, conversation, to listen and to try to hear and understand each other. There is no alternative to peace. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to invite the representatives of all UN member states to take part in World Exhibition Expo 2027 in Belgrade, Serbia's capital, a cosmopolitan metropolis with 2 million inhabitants, is your home, and we extend the welcoming hand for participation in the freest and most diverse international exhibition so far. Come to Belgrade to celebrate the humanity together. Now I know that I spoke much longer than I was asked to do, but have to say that I gave the same right to me as those big powers gave it to themselves. Thank you very much for listening to me.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Angelo Saverin, the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Charles Angelo Saverin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of state and heads of government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. President, my delegation and by extension the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica wish to congratulate you on your elevation to the office of President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success during your term. As Dominica currently holds the chairmanship of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, I also extend to you the support of CARICOM during your tenure. Your appointment is testament to the fact that small island developing states' contribution to the multilateral system is of crucial importance, particularly with the innumerable challenges confronting such states globally. Having served as ambassador of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for several years, your experience and knowledge on many of the current issues impacting member states should serve you well in leading the Assembly over the next year. Mr. President, it is quite evident that the challenges being faced globally can be daunting. The climate crisis seemingly will not go away, as evidenced, for example, by recent wildfires in Hawaii and Canada, thereby illuminating the discussion on the need to give even more urgent attention to mitigation and climate financing. Global inflation has impacted significantly on the livelihood of the most vulnerable, while there is justification for increasing concern over chronic, non-communicable diseases adversely impacting the health and wellness of our people. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated amidst the global call for an end to this terrible war. Such a situation would normally be unthinkable in this 21st century. As the conflict escalates, the World Bank's most recent estimate for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine is placed at US $411 billion. This figure is expected to increase the longer the conflict persists. All conflicts, Mr. President, must eventually end at the negotiating table. Dominica therefore calls for an end to the fighting and for good faith negotiations to prevail. We join all those resolute in their international obligation to uphold peace as outlined in the United Nations Charter, and we support the call for a resolution to the issues giving rise to this conflict. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica endorses the joint declaration by the G20 on the Russia-Ukraine conflict and other global issues at the end of the 18th G20 summit held recently in New Delhi, India. Mr. President, while we in Dominica are opposed to coups and attempted coups, we are also aware that in 2010, there were a series of uprisings affecting Arab countries of the Middle East and North Africa, which was dubbed in the West as the Arab Spring. These uprisings, with at least the tacit support of the West, resulted in the removal of several governments. There was no talk of sanctions or military intervention to restore the ousted governments. Today, Mr. President, we are witnessing what I refer to as the African summer, and we are hearing the drumbeat of sanctions and military intervention. What is the difference between the Arab Spring and the African summer, I ask? The international community should pay heed to the wisdom of the leaders of the African Union who have opposed military intervention and urged diplomatic engagement. The question is, whose interest would military intervention serve? Certainly not the people of Africa. We in Dominica and the Caribbean urge that in all such situations, the interest of the population be foremost in any consideration of intervention by neighboring countries and indeed by the international community. Mr. President, this year's theme for the General Assembly is in keeping with the strides we should all be making at the international and multilateral levels to achieve an accelerated and progressive implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The challenges faced by small island developing states in achieving this objective are considerable. Typically, the narrow fiscal space and the increase in economic and environmental losses attributable to changes in weather patterns and other climate-related events have served to increase our vulnerabilities exponentially. The evidence suggests that we live in an imperfect world by virtue of our inherent geophysical and socioeconomic characteristics, and some countries, Dominica included, will always be disproportionately disadvantaged by the actions of others. In this regard, we welcome the high-level dialogue on financing for development and the call by the Secretary General for a Climate Ambition Summit. We are optimistic that this forum will be a practical demonstration of a commitment to securing the necessary funding to initiate transformative change. Mr. President, the key elements for accelerating realization of the 2030 Agenda include the harnessing of information communication technologies and the role which science will play in ensuring effective decision-making. ICTs can provide a platform to get more done within a shorter period of time and further create an impetus to bridge the generational gap, allowing for innovation and creativity to emerge to the fore. Our youth must be continually engaged, thereby engendering a sense of trust in their leaders and institutions. This is critical to ensuring that the significant gaps which currently exist between the haves and the have-nots are addressed and drastically reduced. Access to quality education, clean water, food security, proper health care, decent work, proper housing, and economic growth taken together must be the foundation upon which we continue to ensure that no one is left behind. The immiserating of our more vulnerable societies by unfair trade practices must be replaced by trade practices which reasonably benefit primary producers and support and/or encourage downstream processing and manufacturing, while international resources must be targeted at the most vulnerable and indigent among us. Only then can we be assured of achieving a society of prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, advancement towards the Sustainable Development Goals must be people-centered, complemented by policies which allow for security and peace. The government of Dominica recognizes the central role of its citizens in the decision-making process on major national issues, and to this end, government has engaged the expertise of the international community in reviewing its electoral system and has embarked on a wide cross-sectoral consultation to hear varying views from every segment of the society on recommendations for electoral reform in the country. It is therefore anticipated that when the final measures are brought before Parliament, they will be in keeping with best practices and the views of the majority. The Commonwealth of Dominica will continue to identify with and champion the agenda of small island developing states on the international level. Accordingly, we wish to emphasize the need for the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund agreed upon at COP27. Implementation of this fund will allow SEEDS to access the required resources earmarked for the recovery of our vulnerable economies post-disasters and further facilitate the creation of a vital safety net for our people. Over the last 30 years, SEEDS have been advocated for resilience-building measures based on our inherent vulnerabilities and the frequency and magnitude of increase in global shocks. The lack of adequate assistance from developmental partners and international financial institutions has forced governments to borrow at unfavorable terms, resulting in high repayment costs and unsustainable debt levels for our fragile economies. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica fully supports the work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which can contribute to unlocking the type of financing which is so urgently required. Additionally, Dominica pledges its full support and participation in the upcoming SEEDS conference to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024. This conference should serve as a watershed moment for all SEEDS, such that action-oriented outcomes can be derived. Moreover, mindful of the confluence of challenges confronting SEEDS today, there should be no further delay in the much-needed reform of international financial institutions to address the contemporary realities of debt distress and debt solvency. Dominica therefore joins fellow member states of CARICOM in support of the Bridgetown Initiative as a core blueprint for restructuring the architecture of sovereign debt. Mr. President, my delegation unreservedly welcomes the adoption of the BBNJ agreement, building on the legacy of the United Nations Conference of the Law of the Sea. This achievement reaffirms the UN's role in facilitating the implementation of multilaterally agreed solutions to global challenges. Dominica supports the early entry into force of this agreement as well as its implementation. My delegation further welcomes the commitments shared by all to ensure capacity building and transfer of marine technology to support developing countries in their quest to implement and benefit from the said agreement. The prevailing situation in our fellow CARICOM member states of Haiti is a dire one which deserves urgent international intervention. Haiti faces deep-rooted crises on multiple fronts, much of it arising from its post-independence relations with the international community, poor governance over the years, and the lingering effects of the catastrophic devastation visited on that country by a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in January of 2010. To date, Mr. President, while there may have been preliminary figures, I am not aware that any comprehensive assessment detailing the extent of the destruction of the 2010 earthquake, nor a World Bank estimate of the cost of reconstruction, as has been done with the situation in Ukraine. The fact remains that since 2010, Haiti has been hit by several earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, pandemics, and socio-political instability. If ever there was a cause deserving the full attention of the international community, that cause is Haiti. The Commonwealth of Dominica aligns itself with processes outlined by the Organization of American States to support the people of Haiti in August of 2022, as well as decisions taken by the CARICOM community at its 45th regular meeting of heads of government in July of this year to lend active support to the government and people of Haiti in the effort to arrive at a Haitian-led solution to the ongoing crisis. While both these institutions have offered commendable and necessary recommendations, even collectively, these will not be sufficient to normalize the current situation in Haiti. We have accepted that the crises in Haiti are not limited to food shortage and security. The IPC report lays bare the severity of Haiti's food crisis, noting, and I quote, that nearly half of the population of 11 million is grappling with high levels of acute food insecurity. Additionally, the humanitarian situation is being further aggravated by a national security problem, including the illicit flow of arms and ammunition and gang-related violence. The Commonwealth of Dominica is of the view that a strategy which addresses the root causes of instability in Haiti will be embraced by the people of Haiti. We also underscore that such an approach cannot be pursued without the unwavering support of the international community. My delegation therefore calls on the Security Council to move decisively to offer support to Haiti in key priority areas, including security, governance, education, health, water and electricity, sustainable livelihoods, and long-term development planning and advocacy. Mr. President, Dominica continues to stand with the overwhelming majority of the international community in calling for the removal of the 60-year-old economic blockade imposed on the Republic of Cuba by the United States. In November of 2022, this body voted overwhelmingly 185-2, condemning the embargo. Even Ukraine, Mr. President, could not bring itself to support the United States in this outdated and unjust measure and abstained from voting. This body must continue to condemn this egregious violation until it is lifted, as it has severely impacted the lives and livelihoods of the ordinary Cuban citizens for the last 6 decades. Additionally, the inclusion of that country on the United States State Department unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism are all unjustified measures. Further, Mr. President, my delegation supports the lifting of sanctions on the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This hegemonic situation constitutes a violation of the human rights of the Venezuelan people. We therefore stand in solidarity with the government and people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and look forward to a complete lifting of all such sanctions, thus allowing the realization of the great potential for the rapid socio-economic development of this great nation. Finally, Mr. President, as one of the more vulnerable small island states, which was devastated in 2015 by Tropical Storm Erika, resulting in significant loss of life and loss of over 90% of our GDP, and being again struck by Hurricane Maria in 2017, resulting in the loss of 226% of our GDP, we empathize with the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco, who was struck by a 6.8 magnitude earthquake on September the 8th, resulting in over 3,000 deaths and twice as many injuries and the complete devastation of several communities. Similarly, Mr. President, Dominica empathizes with the government and people of Libya, who experienced flooding of biblical proportions, resulting in the loss of more than 20,000 lives, with thousands of citizens still unaccounted for, according to UN reports, and incalculable devastation in terms of infrastructure and built heritage. We welcome the responses of neighboring countries and the international community to these catastrophes in both of these North African countries, and urge even greater response in line with the magnitude of these natural disasters. Mr. President, I end by calling all member states of this United Nations to recommit ourselves to this organization as an instrument of our joint obligation to the global community. And I wish you, Mr. President, and all delegates to this 78th session every success during these deliberations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Distinguished delegates and excellencies, may I have the singular honor of presenting to you my President. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, as Head of State. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Head of State, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
The Chairman of the General Assembly, His Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate His Excellency Denis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on his election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I extend my sincere condolences to the victims and families of the natural disasters that hit Morocco and Libya in recent days. We stand in solidarity with our Moroccan and Libyan friends during this difficult time. Mr. President, rebuilding trust and reigniting solidarity is an appropriate point of departure not only for reflecting on the challenges before the multilaterals today, but also for reviewing developments in my own country, Sri Lanka, over the past year. At this time last year, amidst multiple global crises, Sri Lanka was experiencing its most challenging period in recent times, socially, economically, and politically, which had a devastating impact on people's lives. Even our democratic traditions were threatened by attempts to occupy our parliament and bring it to a halt. Nevertheless, we succeeded in bringing about a democratic political transition due to our deeply entrenched and resilient democratic traditions. Restoring to the regraduation of Sri Lanka's economy, coupled with the gift of fertilizer from the United States government, which led to a bumper harvest, has assisted us in ensuring stability during that period. The reforms I have since initiated in the economic, financial, institutional, and reconciliation fronts have been directed on the one hand towards rebuilding trust and confidence between the people and the government, and on the other towards laying the foundation for economic stabilization and recovery. Sri Lankans are already witnessing the positive outcomes of these measures in their daily lives and the revival of confidence internally and externally in the progress of the country. It is my intention to lead the country towards sustainable and stable recovery and growth, which will benefit all segments of Sri Lankan society in all parts of the country, ensuring a future of peace, prosperity, and reconciliation for the present and future generations of women and men. In reaching this goal, we will be accompanied by the support, trust, and solidarity of our own people and of the international community. Mr. President, as we turn the corner towards the 80th anniversary of the UN and prepare for the Summit of the Future in 2024, we see the fragmented geopolitical landscape of a multipolar world where new centers of global power have emerged. Accompanying this systemic change are on one hand great expectations of development and human progress, with millions of people rising out of poverty to prosperity. On the other hand, we see a world where former big power rivalries and geopolitical tensions have reignited in open war, overlapping with new theaters of conflict and tension on land and in the oceans. Security alliances have expanded, and recent arrangements have been formed to deal with strategic threats perceptions in old and new theaters of conflict. North-South divisions are widening with the digital divide, the financial and debt crisis, and the energy transition. Contrary to the promise of 2030, today we are seeing levels of poverty and hunger not witnessed in decades. Neutral, non-aligned countries of the global south, such as Sri Lanka, are once again constrained in between new global power configurations, facing those who do not respect the sovereignty of our nations. In numerous recent declarations in the UN and beyond, including at the G20 in Delhi, the BRICS in Pretoria, and G7 in Hiroshima, we have agreed that our challenges are interconnected across borders and all other divides. We must grasp the opportunity to unite in order to build an inclusive future. It is an appropriate reflection of this current global predicament that the theme for this year's general debate is rebuilding trust and reuniting global solidarity. Mr. President, this year, in parallel with the UNGA, we have participated in 3 interrelated summits dealing with the accelerating the SDGs, financing for development, and climate ambition, where we agreed that international solidarity and collective action is needed to address these simultaneously. Cross-border financial impact of the crisis, such as climate change and the pandemic, are impeding the ability of smaller, indebted countries such as mine to make progress on the SDGs and climate adaptation and mitigation. Conflicts and tensions among big powers are complicating the policy environment for the rest by adding uncertainty to economic and macro financial stability, disrupting supply chains, causing inflation, as well as food and energy security. Long before the SDGs, Sri Lanka has achieved high human and social development indicators, which ranked us in a category well above the other middle-income countries. Neither has Sri Lanka shirked its responsibility to the planet. Last year at COP27, we outlined our climate ambition plan. We said that by 2030, we will have 70% renewable energy in electricity generation, increase forest cover by 32%, and reduce greenhouse emissions by 14.5%. We will phase out coal by 2040 and reach net zero by 2050. Our low carbon development trajectory gave us one of the lowest per capita carbon emission rates for a lower MIC country. This year, as a result of exogenous shocks and debt, the incremental progress we were proud to have reached have been reversed. Food inflation putting significant pressure on food security amongst vulnerable communities. At the same time, children's education and nutrition have suffered due to the pandemic and economic crisis. In parallel, last month, Sri Lanka, we were grappling with the driest weather spell seen in recent years, followed by torrential rainfalls. Adverse climatic outcome in a spilling over onto our tight fiscal space just as we begin to stabilize from last year's economic crisis. As a climate vulnerable developing country in debt crisis, the urgency to mobilize climate finance is greater today than it was ever before. However, despite promises made to which we were all witnesses, the rich countries are not delivering to expectation. Developed countries must do their part and fulfill what they agreed, assume their share of the common but differentiated responsibility, provide assistance for mitigation and adaptation and compensation for loss and damage. Mr. President, national efforts alone will not suffice to ensure the success of the SDGs and reverse climate change. The need for global solidarity to restructure international financial architecture is paramount. This is articulated loud and clear in multiple global fora, including in G20 and the BRICS. The Secretary General's SDG stimulus highlights the interconnections between the achievements of the SDGs combating climate change and the concrete interventions required by creditors, sovereign and private, as well as by IFS, including to mitigate the debt crisis. It is estimated that the 2008 financial crisis cost the US economy $4 trillion. Recent studies in US have stated that the impact of the pandemic on the US economy from 2020 to 2023 would reach $14 trillion. These numbers would more than double if the rest of the global economy is added. We have not faced an economic crisis of this magnitude any time before in our modern history. The cost of World War II in today's US dollars would amount only to $4 trillion, and the Marshall Plan would be $150 billion. This is the magnitude of the challenge before us. Therefore, if we are unable to restructure the global fiscal order, then certainly we will fail in the struggle to reverse climate change and achieve the SDG goals. There is still time for course correction as the crisis has not reached its peak. At the same time, Paris Summit for a new global financing pact will come up with the funding requirements. Therefore, the Summit for the Future should not be crafting new programs, but restructuring the present financial architecture to suit the needs of climate change and sustainable development. Mr. President, this must be the priority of the General Assembly. We cannot afford to allow divisions to drive focus away from this crisis. While key issues such as the Bridgetown Initiative and the necessity to address the debt of low-income countries are being discussed in this assembly is not commanding the attention it deserves. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to give priority to these connected issues of climate change, debt relief, and sustainable development. This impacts the future of the mankind. The survival of the planet must be our priority. We cannot afford to go into this war with a divided high command. The future of all species on the globe is dependent on our ability to put aside our rivalries until this crisis is solved. Multilateral machinery, which reflects the world of the past century, needs to be reformed to meet the challenges of the present and the future. A machinery which has failed to find a solution to the long-standing Palestine question. The composition of the Security Council must be expanded to be representative of current global diversity and decision-making. In parallel, the role of the UN General Assembly must be strengthened. We are asking that the permanent members engage in a credible dialogue which will lead to a unified approach to combat these threats ahead of the next sessions. I would like to repeat again, we are asking that the permanent members engage in a credible dialogue which will lead to a unified approach to combat these threats ahead of the next sessions. Mr. President, while we seek solidarity and financing to alleviate poverty and climate challenges, global military expenditure has risen today to a record level, reaching $2.24 trillion. This reflects the strategic trust deficit among the powerful key arms control framework which were instrumental in maintaining system stability in the past, which have collapsed. And nuclear conflict is once again under open discussion, potentially and apocalyptically triggered by autonomous controls. We urge restraint in the increase of military expenditure which leads to escalation of conflict. Developing countries have been the voice of sanity and reason in this regard for decades. In keeping with Sri Lanka's long-standing position, support your disarmament of the weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons, this year Sri Lanka ratified the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Yesterday, we acceded to the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The war in Ukraine has far-reaching and severe financial and humanitarian repercussions on food, hunger and debt in all parts of the world, including Sri Lanka. It is recalled that the UN Charter vests on powerful states in the Security Council the responsibility to maintain international peace and security and to de-escalate rather than ignite conflict. We need to halt the momentum where this and other big power tensions are spilling over into established areas of international rules-based cooperation forged over decades of multilateral negotiation, ranging from international trade to ocean governance. Mr. President, this international system is today undergoing vast changes. At the same time, it's been confronted with unprecedented challenges. We come to the United Nations to demonstrate solidarity in arriving at common solutions. What is at stake is not the future of the United Nations, but our planet as a whole. Member states will need to find new ways of working together despite increasing mistrust that has permeated international relations. We who have not been able to find a solution to the Palestinian question must now be able at least to find a solution to the questions which threaten the existence of the present global community. And this can be achieved through the willingness of the permanent members to work together in solidarity with the developing world. They must show the way. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Head of State, for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. Like most preceding speakers, I would also like to express my fraternal compassion and solidarity with the peoples of Morocco and Libya, who have been so hard hit recently by natural disasters with unthinkable consequences. A few weeks ago, I received the report of a mission that I had sent to Libya as part of the African Union mission of peace and reconciliation, which I have headed for almost 6 years. The report from this mission is a testament to the courage and resilience of the Libyan people, who are weary of living divided. A people that is fighting to banish the demons of the country's partition, to return to the path of truth, reconciliation, and peace. A people determined to walk the path of recovery and to regain prosperity. This is a people, a brave and courageous people that have given so much to Africa. It is to them that I express my sincere condolences. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our general debate clearly reflects our common will to change the world in a qualitative manner. Thus was the noble philosophy and the aim of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN 2030 Agenda to ensure peace, security, and prosperity for all the peoples of the world. Whether we're striving to eliminate poverty and hunger in the world, thanks to a more just and equitable global economy, and thanks to a more efficient and sustainable agriculture, or whether we're working to guarantee health for as many as possible and quality education for the most underprivileged. These are all absolute priorities, as are, inter alia, providing water and electricity to as many people as possible, building road, rail, port, airport, and energy infrastructure to link territories, countries, regions, and subregions, the conservation of
biodiverse ecosystems, especially through responsible management of these tropical forests that are some of the most precious gifts that Providence has bestowed upon us. Fighting to change mindsets throughout the world while respecting the diversity of cultural expression and while promoting mutual tolerance. Inculcating our societies with the idea of gender equality and gender parity, and empowerment of women and girls. With regards to that last point, I'd like to underscore the weighty role played by women in my country over the last 15 years. Today, women contribute immensely to promoting their rights and freedoms, to eliminating poverty and expanding inclusive education through training and study of all kinds. To sum up, all of these priorities that I have just listed call upon all of us to have a heightened sense of duty and responsibility, as well as openness toward the virtues of dialogue, a strong spirit of solidarity, patience, and resilience. The well-being of the nations of the world, I believe, hinge largely upon this change and this choice. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today, the climate is the most pressing of all emergencies. This emergency strikes at the heart of life in all of its diversity. It jeopardizes our existence in all of its complexity. The inexorable rise of sea levels that jeopardizes island countries, rampant desertification that nothing seems to be able to stop, suffocating heat waves that take the lives of so many elderly people, frequent flooding, and sudden mudslides that cause the damage that we've seen recently. These are all dangerous and devastating phenomena that have shocked even the skeptics among us. And that is why, shouldering my responsibility as president of the Climate Commission of the Congo Basin, I launched, during the COP27 in Egypt, an initiative called the Global Reforestation Decade for greater biodiversity and for denser vegetation cover for the benefit of humanity. In the same spirit, my country, the Republic of Congo, has committed to hosting in October a summit of 3 basins of biodiversity ecosystems and tropical forests, namely the Congo, and the Amazon, Borneo Mekong, as well as Southeast Asia, as a collective and concerted response of these three green lungs of our planet to climate insecurity, which threatens all of us. Since time immemorial, as we all know, forests have made life possible for millions and millions of people. With a deforestation rate that is one of the lowest in the world, just 0.06%, my country is fully playing its part in protecting the environment for the survival of humanity. Today, we warmly welcome the inscription of the Odzala Kokua Natural Reserve on the World Heritage List, in the World Heritage List. This took place at the 45th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, which was recently held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is clearly an act of recognition, an act that justly rewards the efforts of my country to preserve this natural treasure of almost 1.2 million hectares, so rich in animal and plant biodiversity in the heart of the Congo Basin. These sacrifices made by riparian communities who have voluntarily given up certain activities that could harm the environment, and the willingness of states to abandon development projects to protect biodiverse ecosystems. These should also be compensated financially by the international community, a compensation that is in no way charity. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, with regard to agricultural development, we know that we must protect arable land from the harmful effects of climate change. Otherwise, production estimates would vary widely, and planning would become impossible. Our responsibility as leaders is clear as day. With a population of nearly 2 billion in 2050, Africa must now make a qualitative leap to ensure that in the future it has sufficient and high-quality food and can thus banish forever the specter of famine and population flight. Africa is in dire need of modern agriculture, supported by modern irrigation and mechanization systems. Agriculture that would allow it to greatly reduce its food imports, which are still too high. That is why I'm calling for effective technical and financial partnerships to make great strides in this sector. Africa has no need for partnerships based on official development aid that is politically oriented and tantamount to organized charity. Trickle-in subsidies filtered by the selfish interests of donors will certainly not allow for a real and effective rise of our continent. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the current session of the General Assembly is taking place at a time when wars and other armed conflicts are raging throughout the world. Here, I would like to once again underscore that no progress is possible on any continent or any country without peace. The hope of attaining the SDGs laid out by the UN would be merely an illusion if we do not ourselves create the most important of all conditions needed for the realization, that is to say, peace. For its part, and whenever possible, the Republic of Congo has always striven toward the peaceful resolution of conflicts in Africa and throughout the world. That is why my country has decided to take active part in the African Initiative for Peace Mediation between Russia and Ukraine. Due to the risk of generalized war that these events are creating for the world, it is not only the two belligerents in this conflict, but also foreign powers that could nudge the course of events toward peace. All of these actors must temper their emotions, stop fanning the flames, and commit immediately to engaging in peace negotiations that would be just, sincere, and equitable. The world desperately needs these negotiations to prevent the confrontation that's already underway, already so devastating, from further spiraling and pushing humanity into what could be an irreversible cataclysm, that is to say, total war, beyond the control of the great powers themselves. I remain convinced that the wise recommendations put forward by Africa to restore peace between Ukraine and Russia will ultimately be heeded. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as President of the High-Level Committee of the African Union on Libya, I would be remiss not to mention before this august assembly the dire situation that this country has been living in since 2011. A situation in which I am fully invested on behalf of the African Union. Efforts toward peace made in this difficult situation continued recently in July of this year as part of the reconciliation meeting that took place in Brazzaville, in my country. This meeting allowed various actors from the entire Libyan political and social spectrum to sit at the same table. We spared no effort to encourage the parties involved to overcome their differences and to reconcile their views of the challenges that a future Libya would face. The Inter-Libyan Reconciliation Conference, which I preside, aims at mediation, but it will not be effective unless it is inclusive, constructive, and consensus-based. It must allow our Libyan brothers and sisters to rediscover the virtues of dialogue and to end their standoff, to learn to forgive each other, and to give precedence to justice, the foundation of the law-based state, whose history they are called on to write. Once again, I call for the support of the international community, beginning with the countries of the sub-region and the organizations that they belong to, as well as, of course, the countries of the Quartet, to provide tangible support for our efforts to create a strong and credible prospect of resolving once and for all this crisis, which has gone on far too long. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in light of the unilateralism that is dangerously eroding the foundations of the great edifice that so many generations have helped to build since 1945, the Republic of Congo, through myself, reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, the key to justice in international relations, and the key to balance, equity, peace, and cooperation for shared development. Multilateralism, as we all know, can only flourish in a just and equitable global system, a system that reflects not the phantoms of the past, but the changing reality of our time. Whence the urgent need to reform its flagship instrument, that is, the Security Council of the UN, in order to guarantee fairer representation of all continents and all peoples of the world. Here, Africa has a common position, a compromise and consensus-based position signed in Eswatini, which my country has staunchly defended for more than a decade. Here and now, I reiterate the African demand, legitimate in every way, to see 2 of its states accorded permanent membership of the Security Council of the UN. with veto rights. This would merely be justice in the face of history. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Congo for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. The world over today, hundreds of millions of people are besieged by anxiety about their present and future security, dignity, and prospects of well-being. Many are victims and witnesses of present assaults of many, and many more are afraid of future violations of their most fundamental expectations. In his opening address, our Secretary General provided a graphic snapshot of the condition of the world and humanity, a situation that calls into question the state of multilateralism in terms of its founding aspirations as well as its present agenda. The poverty, fear, suffering, and humanitarian distress haunting the victims of conflict, drought, famine, flooding, wildfires, cyclones, deadly disease outbreaks, and other disasters are the outcomes of sustained violation of the most essential principles and the systemic neglect of humanity's dearest values, which lie at the very foundation of the UN Charter. The failure of peace and security systems, inadequate development, and limited climate action amidst technological advancement and enormous wealth has left us in a state of paralysis, enduring one of the darkest periods of human existence. We may all agree, without any fear of contradiction, that the world is headed in a most undesirable direction. It is moments like this that the affirmative spirit of multilateralism, international collective action, and global solidarity is most needed and should be attained. This is not the occasion for any member of the United Nations to escape when they should be rising to the challenge of the moment. Resorting to pursuit of narrow, insular, antisocial agendas within exclusive clubs constituted to maintain the status quo that undermines and cannibalizes the United Nations systems at the expense of progress in humanity's collective journey to the future of our aspirations is totally unacceptable. The existence of this inimical clique of geopolitical formations defies the fundamental values and principles of the UN system, and its operations have led to alienation, mistrust, insecurity, and exclusion of and among peoples, nations, regions, and continents. Moments like now place the nature and purpose of multilateralism under sharp scrutiny for history's honest examination and judgment. If any confirmation was ever needed that the United Nations Security Council is dysfunctional, undemocratic, non-inclusive, unrepresentative, and therefore incapable of delivering meaningful progress in our world as presently constituted, the rampant impunity of its actors on global scene settles that matter. The environment of pervasive mistrust between the global north versus the global south, developed versus developing, rich versus poor, polluters versus victims, and net emitters versus net victims, which complicate and frustrates multilateralism, is the inevitable result of promises not kept, commitments not actualized, resolutions not honored, and principles not observed. Multilateralism has been failed by abuse of trust, negligence, and impunity. A year ago, I stood in this assembly hall to call upon the global community to transform the UN system in order to achieve a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system which works for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of the farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the world. In the face of the most urgent crisis of our time, it is now clear that the international community has fallen seriously behind in meeting its targets in both climate action and the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as their underlying enabler, peace and security. We as Africa have come to the world not to ask for arms, charity, or handouts, but to work with the rest of the global community to give every human being in this world a decent chance of security and prosperity by taking necessary actions, mobilizing adequate resources for investment, confronting security challenges, and resolving conflict as we all make our contribution to global prosperity. Kenya is proud of the contribution it continues to make in its tireless endeavor to support peacemaking, conflict prevention, peacekeeping, peace building, and other interventions undertaken across different regions. All across Africa, there is progress in efforts to resolve conflict and restore peace and stability, while at the same time, we are witnessing setbacks to democratic consolidation in the form of unconstitutional changes to governments. Kenya remains committed, determined, and indefatigable in its contribution to unity, peace, security, stability, and prosperity. Often, we have made encouraging progress. For example, on 5th December 2022, the Juba Peace Agreement ushering in a 2-year transition was signed by the parties to the conflict in Sudan. A day after, the Inter-Congolese Dialogue on EAC-led process and concluded its 3rd session in Nairobi. The following day, the government of Somalia and Somaliland agreed to resume reconciliation. We are also proud of the progress made in stabilizing Eastern DRC as a result of the EAC regional force, setting the DRC on the path to sustainable peace and stability. In Ethiopia, the guns have gone silent following the Pretoria and Nairobi agreements, while in South Sudan, the parties have committed to explore ways to resume and conclude the stalled peace process and to hold elections. Our proactive commitment to peace, which is not limited to our continent, inspired us to dispatch the African Peace Delegation consisting of 6 African heads of state to Moscow and Kiev with a 10-point peace plan, beginning with efforts to initiate a mediation process to resolve the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Although the delegation encountered significant challenges in their mission, we remain very proud that they showed up. The hunger for peace and security in Africa is evident, and this bodes well for the prospects of attaining the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 and global peace. Kenya stands in solidarity with all humanity, without regard to region, border, or hemisphere. This is why and how we see the people of the Republic of Haiti, who are suffering immensely from the bitter legacy of slavery, colonialism, sabotage, and neglect. As a nation which was forced to wage a painful struggle for our own independence and sovereignty, Kenya empathizes very deeply with the humiliation of our proud people in Haiti and the price they have had to pay for their hunger for liberty and the sorrow they have endured for their thirst for freedom. Haiti is the ultimate test of international solidarity and collective action. The international community has failed this test so far and thus let down a people very, very badly. Haiti deserves better from the world. The cry of our brothers and sisters who were the first people to win their struggle for freedom from colonial tyranny has reached our ears and touched our hearts. Doing nothing in the face of the historic isolation, neglect, and betrayal of the people of Haiti is out of question. Inaction is no longer an option. As we mobilize to show up for Ukraine and countries that have experienced the devastating impact of climate shocks, including Libya, Morocco, and Hawaii, we must not leave Haiti behind. We must commit to show up in the spirit of solidarity to support a people regain their political and socio-economic footing by reinforcing the underlying enabler that is security. Kenya is ready to play its part in full and join with a coalition of other nations of goodwill, and there are many, as a great friend and true sibling of Haiti. We urge the United Nations to urgently deliver an appropriate framework to facilitate the deployment of multinational security support as part of a holistic response to Haiti's challenges. We call on the Security Council to contribute positively by approving a resolution under Chapter 7 that tailors the security support mission to the specific needs of Haiti and its people. This should be part of a comprehensive strategy that includes delivering humanitarian aid, supporting livelihoods, instituting reforms, and fostering a political process guided and owned by Haitians, all in the aim of enabling free and fair elections within a reasonable time frame. We are encouraged by many countries which have already stepped forward to take part in this solidarity. We must recognize that stability, peace, and security form the foundation on which the pursuit and realization of sustainable development and climate action stands. This realization must enable us formulate strategies which treat these initiatives as interconnected, mutually reinforcing, and complementary dimensions of a single agenda. The tragic spectacle of young people from Africa boarding rickety contraptions to gamble their lives away on dangerous voyages in pursuit of opportunities abroad, either as conflict, climate, or economic refugees, is a statement of the failure of the global economic system. At the recently concluded Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, we undertook to begin the journey to course correct and execute a paradigm shift in our pursuit for development and climate action. First, we recognize that both climate action and sustainable development goals must be pursued simultaneously with greater resolve, urgency, and ambition. No meaningful development can take place in countries that are also struggling with climate shocks, and yet At the same time, the frequency of climate emergencies impedes any meaningful development. As a defining outcome of the Africa Climate Summit, we committed Africa to consider the dual problems through an opportunity lens and deliver effective solutions by pursuing a fresh trajectory. Development is a basic necessity for every society. It must happen one way or another. There should be no doubt about that. Annually, 30 million young people in our continent need jobs, and many more need food. Half of our continent is in the dark without access to electricity in 2023, while hundreds of millions can only cook using biomass because they have no electricity. This is why the commitment of African nations in the Nairobi Declaration is both radical and transformative. Development, in our opinion, is a fundamental imperative, and green growth is the only sustainable way to achieve it. From our standpoint, there is no need to be trapped in a false choice. Sustainable development is robust climate action, and climate action is development. Africa's potential is defined by abundant and diverse resources, ranging from a youthful, highly skilled, and motivated young population, immense renewable energy potential, and mineral resources, including critical minerals, and extensive natural capital endowment, including 60% of the world's unutilized arable land. Capital and technology can find no better returns anywhere than the tremendous investment opportunity in Africa's potential. Such investment would drive green growth, creating jobs and wealth, while decarbonizing global production and consumption. Further, the investments would also connect over 600 people to clean electricity, provide clean cooking to about 1 billion people, finance green manufacturing, including e-mobility, transform African agriculture and food systems, including the manufacture of green fertilizer, process vast tonnage of steel, aluminum, and lithium required by new green industries, and enable our young people find the livelihoods they desire at home and reverse the tide of migration in the opposite direction. To unlock financing at scale and create incentives for investment at scale in green opportunities, the Nairobi Declaration makes the reform of the international financial system a priority. No meaningful climate action or development can take place in conditions of financial distress. According to IMF data, as of last month, 10 low-income countries were already in debt distress, and 52 are at high or moderate risk of falling into debt distress. The 3.3 billion people in these countries are trapped in a vicious circle of emergency responses, reconstruction, and recovery from more frequent climate shocks, which diverts resources away from both development and climate action, and sucking vulnerable countries into a downward spiral of debt and environmental stress. The global community must therefore develop a debt restructuring initiative that does not wait for nations to plunge over the cliff into debt distress before providing relief. Rather, the new sovereign debt architecture should extend the tenure of sovereign debt and provide a 10-year grace period for countries that are in debt distress. The second financing intervention relates to concessional financing. It is time to work with the international financial institutions to provide more concessional loans approximately to the tune, in our estimation, of about $500 billion, and to provide increased liquidity support through special drawing rights with a minimum target of what was obtained during the COVID pandemic of $650 billion. Access should be based on specific needs, not entitlement. And this necessitates changes to the allocation mechanism different from what we saw during SDRs for COVID. The third critical reform is that of the financial market reorganization. The entire system of risk assessment and the opaque methodologies employed by credit rating agencies and risk analysis needs to be overhauled at the minimum. We must all recall the miscalculation of subprime mortgage risks by these agencies 2 decades ago, which precipitated a financial crisis whose effects reverberate to date, and ask the following question: on what basis should we believe that their methodologies are better at assessing risk in faraway frontier markets like ours that are far much more complicated to measure objectively than in assessing the value of financial assets in the markets where they actually operate, and which they got so disastrously wrong? If they got it wrong then, I bet you they have it wrong now. In any case, any objective rating must also take into account principles of responsible sovereign lending and accounting, specifically emphasizing the need for international accounting systems that supports the proper valuation of mineral wealth, natural capital, and ecosystem services in the computation of national GDPs. Until that is done, very wealthy countries will be categorized as poor. The fourth limb of the interventions arising out of the Nairobi Declaration is the establishment of a global public climate financing mechanism funded through a global carbon tax on trade in fossil fuels, as well as an emissions levy on aviation and maritime transport, including the option of a global financial transactions tax in order to make available dedicated, affordable, and accessible capital for green investments at scale. The roadmap to this new and urgently needed institutional infrastructure involves sustained engagement at various multilateral processes, and the instruments to actualize it by 2025 shall be a new global climate finance charter to be negotiated through the United Nations General Assembly, COP28, and associated processes. We understand the facts about our collective situation as a global community and as a member of the United Nations family. We know the magnitude of our shared challenges and common threats. We appreciate that multilateralism is on trial, and our task is to defend it. We also recognize that multilateralism is broken, and it is our responsibility to fix it. From this moment to 2030, and from our problems to their solutions, we are connected by a coherent agenda of robust collective action. We must therefore muster the courage and will to stand together in solidarity and act, to right past wrongs, solve present problems, and secure our collective future, to protect and empower all people and support our friends in need, to restore broken trust, raise hopes high, and keep faith strong, and finally, to pursue, achieve, and sustain positive change in order to make billions of cherished dreams come true. We must start right away, for we have no time to lose. And I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wesley Semino, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Wesley Semino, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Secretary General, Excellencies, I bring warm greetings from the people of the Federated States of Micronesia to this august institution. At the outset, I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I assure you of mine and my delegation's full support, and I have every confidence that you will be successful in leading the General Assembly to a successful conclusion. I would also like to express our appreciation to your distinguished predecessor for his service to the General Assembly, and to the UN Secretary General for his bold and visionary leadership in steering the United Nations during these challenging times. Mr. President, we have just come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, yet our collective challenges have not diminished, but rather we have faced a number of intersecting crises, from the adverse impact of climate change to the decline in the health of our ocean, from sustainable development to peace and security. I will briefly elaborate on them from the perspective of a Pacific small island development state, but I also want to highlight our opportunities. Mr. President, in 2015, the same year in which this body adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the international community also adopted the landmark Paris Agreement on climate change. Though far from perfect, the Paris Agreement represents a key tool to combat the climate crisis. The adoption of the Paris Agreement marked a high point of multilateralism, similar to this body's adoption of the 2030 Agenda. Unfortunately, the international community has not done nearly enough to get us on track to limiting the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. One need only scan the news on any random day to see the evidence of the climate crisis in devastating effects around the world today. Loss and damage caused by the climate crisis is accumulating every day in Micronesia, and it will continue to worsen at a faster pace as tipping points are reached. As the Secretary General recently stated, we are now in an era of global boiling. We need a fast-acting mandatory approach, which should be modeled on the Montreal Protocol on Substance and deplete the ozone layer, the best environmental agreement ratified by every UN member state. We should use this workhorse treaty, the little engine that could as a model for a new agreement to cut methane, the blowtorch, pushing the planet from global warming to global boiling. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change tells us that current nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, if fully implemented, will still lead to over 2 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of this century, with 3 degrees Celsius being a very distinct possibility. This is an existential threat for my country and many other small island developing states. And yet, major emitters, including from the developing world, have yet to commit to updating their nationally determined contributions as part of this global stocktake in order to get us on a 5.5 degrees Celsius track. This week, I joined my fellow leaders in the High Ambition Coalition on Climate Change in issuing a statement with a strong call for action. In line with the statement, Micronesia strongly implores all parties to the Paris Agreement, particularly major emitters from the developed and developing world, to commit by COP28 to major reductions of emissions of at least half by 2030, with peaking of emissions by 2025, and peg their net zero goals to no later than 2050, in line with the recommendations of the IPCC. As part of this effort, countries should eliminate the emissions of methane, HFCs, and other short-lived climate pollutants from their industrial products and activities, which together could result in the avoidance of at least 0.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. While Micronesia has negligible global emissions, it has bold ambitions to limit its emissions. Through our NDC strategy, by 2030, we aim to reduce CO2 emissions from electricity generation by more than 65% below 2000 levels. By 2050, Micronesia will achieve a net zero. This bold pledge will result in a healthier, happier, and climate-resilient island nation. The climate crisis is indeed impacting health security, food security, water security, economic security, and peace security. It is, without a doubt, an existential threat. We reiterate our call for the appointment of a special representative for climate and security to address these threats. We also call for the full operationalization of the new loss and damage fund at COP28 in order to equip those who are most affected by climate change to deal with the ongoing loss and damage impacts that are faced every day. It is time for those most responsible for climate change to put your money where your mouth is, for the cost of not doing so is far greater than what could ever be quantified. Additionally, Micronesia is proud to announce that we have recently adopted an amendment to our national constitution that recognizes the right of the people to a healthy environment. As custodians of our natural heritage, we adopted the amendment in part to underscore the right that this right is a general principle of international law, applicable to all states, including major contributors to the climate crisis. We need all available tools to fight the climate crisis, including those provided to us under international law. For this reason, Micronesia is proud to have been a member of the core group of countries that advocated for the adoption by this body of a resolution requesting an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on obligations of states and consequences under international law in relation to climate change. Countries like mine and people like mine are the front lines of climate change. But we don't need more promises. What we need now is action, for promises to turn into policy and for policy to turn into proactive steps toward real solutions. As islanders, resilience is in our DNA. But let me remind you that our resilience should not be a placeholder for continued inaction. Mr. President, as a big ocean state, we recognize one clear truth. The ocean is suffering from multiple stressors. It is the duty of the international community to address the sources of those stressors for the sake of present and future generation of mankind, as well as for the sake of the ocean itself. SDG 14 would not have been included in the 2030 agenda if not for the sustained advocacy of Micronesia and other small island developing states, particularly from the Pacific. By the same token, the recent adoption of the PB&J agreement would not have been possible without the key contribution of Pacific small island developing states like Micronesia. As Micronesia had actively engaged in the negotiations of the PB&J agreement, it is also committed to implementing it. This is why I am honored to have been the first head of state to sign the PB&J agreement, which I did yesterday on behalf of Micronesia. I urge members of the UN and other world leaders to sign and ratify the agreement, and also urge for the full implementation of SDG 14 as soon as possible. We also commit to doing our part in implementing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, including with respect to the establishment of marine protected areas and similar measures for at least 30% of the global ocean by 2030. Our work on the Micronesia Challenge, Blue Prosperity Micronesia, and similar initiatives in our part of the world already contribute to that effort. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda is at its halfway point. We are not on track on a number of issues. I have already pronounced myself in more detail at the SDG Summit. But we also have opportunities. We have just completed preparatory meetings for the 4th International Conference on Seeds. We expect the outcome of the conference to be concrete, action-oriented, yet address our most pressing needs in partnership with the international community, including how internet connectivity can change life in the islands by telemedicine and remote learning available at every outlying island, and how transportation can be more sustainable if your only means of transport is our boats. It is my hope that practical action will flow from the conference, including to support the implementation of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Mr. President, Micronesia is a proud matrilineal society where our clans, lineage, and land control are mainly passed down from generation to generation through women. This symbolizes the powerful role of women in our culture and society. Yet we recognize that historically, women have had difficulty in attaining roles in leadership and decision-making in government. So, Mr. President and Mr. Secretary General, I am pleased to report that finally, there are women members currently serving in our National Congress now. And And in my own administration, I have committed to putting more women into leadership and decision-making positions, while continuing to meaningfully consult and engage women on matters of national importance in order to strive for a more inclusive and equal Micronesia. Mr. President, traditional threats to peace and security persist, making the principles of the UN all the more valuable to uphold. This is why Micronesia stands in solidarity with Ukraine and supports its independence within its internationally recognized borders. We also urge all member states to cooperate to urgently address the adverse impact of the war in Ukraine on food security, energy, and finance, including in small island developing states like my own that are vulnerable to such impacts. We must find ways to put an end to this illegal war, which continues to erode the credibility and integrity of this premier international body and the principles enshrined in its charter that we all agree to support. This brings me to a related and most crucial point, the reform of the UN Security Council, which was put in place almost 80 years ago. The Security Council has become archaic and ineffective in addressing security challenges of our contemporary world, which are much more complicated, interlocking, and interconnected, including the worsening and devastating impact of climate change. As the Secretary General mentioned in his opening statement, the world has changed, but our institutions have not. Fellow leaders, the time for that change is now. The geopolitical dynamics that we face demand that we embrace change and adapt to the realities and dynamics of the 21st century. Permanent membership of the Security Council must be expanded to include Japan, India, Germany, and others. And non-permanent membership should be expanded as well, including a standalone seat for small island developing states. These changes are needed in order to enhance the legitimacy, credibility, and effectiveness of the Council. The time for Security Council is now. Mr. President, in closing, more than ever in the history of the United Nations, we urgently need to live up to our name and fortify unity among nations, for the challenges of our time demands it of us. Our global community is interconnected, and interdependence among nations is reality. And so no challenge can be solved by any one country or community alone. We must admit we all need each other. And so in addressing these challenges, we must remember that people lie at the heart of every solution, both as a driver and as a benefactor. As a global community, we all gather here within these walls because despite it all, we still believe that we can do better. We still have the audacity to reimagine a more just and prosperous world that is worthy of the next generation. I thank you for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mrs. Chairman, fellow delegates, it is my true honor to be in this great hall today and address you on behalf of Montenegro. This year's general debate topic depicts the key challenges lying before the United Nations as the rebuilding of trust and global solidarity. it also accelerates action on the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And indeed, achieving a sustainable and peaceful future requires our full attention and demonstrates our true commitment to a better world. I reaffirm and reiterate Montenegro's strong support and commitment to the goals and principles of the United Nations, particularly in times like these, when global unity and solidarity are greatly needed. Ladies and gentlemen, to efficiently address global problems, we need wise leadership. Rather than uniting in joint efforts, most often we share only our joint concerns. Yet, the only way of tackling widespread crisis is to be united in action. And I believe we can all agree that the ongoing geopolitical crisis represents a grave challenge to the international peace and security, and an alarming indicator of the need to fully return to the provisions of the UN Charter, respect its binding character and the universality of its goals and principles, civilizational values on which the rule-based world order rests. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have assumed the position of the President of Montenegro just 4 months ago, after our citizens made a resounding choice for change in the recent election. This marks an unprecedented level of support for a new era of our country's democratic development. And this leaves me with no doubt about the political direction our citizens want to see. Strengthening the rule of law, developing prosperity, ensuring social cohesion and equal opportunities. And I'm highly aware of how vital these objectives are in safeguarding our young democracy and our freedom, especially at a time when de-democratization processes are becoming increasingly apparent worldwide. Let me particularly emphasize the importance of the rule of law as the key to unlock the economic potential and improve the living standards. Building truly democratic and independent institutions is crucial along that road. Thus, we are committed to a zero tolerance on corruption and organized crime. And to better achieve our wider policy goals, we base our foreign policy on 3 key pillars. Number 1, accelerating our integration into the European Union. Number 2, further strengthening the credibility of Montenegro as a NATO member. And number 3, fostering the best possible relations with all our neighbors in the Balkans. Montenegro is devoted to safeguarding lasting peace in the Balkans. Therefore, I have commenced my term by strengthening the friendships with our Balkan neighbors. And we have also intensified the discussion with the European Union, thus extensively elaborating on the need of Montenegro's speedy accession into the EU as the best possible signal for all other aspiring states that the EU perspective is still alive. Following these principles, in the 4 months period of my mandate, we opened a meaningful dialogue with the civil society and vulnerable communities, with the aim of pursuing and ultimately achieving a truly inclusive society where nobody is left behind. creating an environment of equal opportunities where life success is primarily determined by education and hard work is my goal. This is my story, which I believe can become and should become the story of Montenegro and the story of all of us. I belong to a generation that was too young to witness the suffering caused by the wars following the dissolution of Yugoslavia. Yet, I think that I bear no less obligation to work on diminishing the still present consequences and thus preventing such tragic events from occurring again. To this end, Montenegro's strong commitment is to address the past without any bias, by calling things as they are, as the victims of those tragic events expect them to be called. Notwithstanding the fact that we in Montenegro, as in many other democratic countries, often diverge on many political issues, we all agree that peace and prosperity, an equal and just society, and friendly relations, particularly with our neighbors, have no alternative. We are proud of our democracy, but also grateful to our ancestors for having a state to protect and promote our interests abroad. We truly cherish freedom, and we stay united in this. And the same is what we hope from the world, to ought to be united as ever before in defending democracy, human rights, freedom of choice, the rule of law, and ensuring peace and prosperity, but above all, preserving human lives. In this context, I would like to reaffirm once again Montenegro's clear-cut position in condemning unprovoked and unjustified Russia's aggression and our firm support to Ukraine. Besides devastating Ukraine, this war caused an energy, food, and financial crisis that especially harmed the least developed in the world. To that extent, and in accordance with the UN Charter and the adopted General Assembly resolutions, we share the desire for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, there are still far too many places in our world where peace, stability, human rights, and even basic necessities are not granted. And we cannot be proud of this. The international community often emphasizes reactionary humanitarian responses rather than the preventive ones. Think just of the heartbreaking migratory crisis in the Mediterranean region. The confluence of challenges we all face today serves as a formidable obstacle to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite these obstacles, there are constructive ways to move forward. To speed up progress towards achieving the SDGs, it is necessary to mobilize strong political commitment, improve financial resources, and achieve closer cooperation. I believe we should be honest and admit that the Sustainable Development Goals have proven to be a greater challenge than initially expected, requesting from all our countries additional and greater engagement and commitment. And the international community must increase its efforts to combat climate change with concrete actions. This includes full implementation of the Paris Agreement and addressing the interconnected crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Dear delegates, by adopting the declaration in 1991, Montenegro became the world's first ecological state. The declaration defined Montenegrin strategic commitment to adopting and implementing the highest standards and norms in the field of environment protection, nature conservation, and sustainable development. And we are proud of the fact that we were among the first countries to bring the SDGs commitment into the national framework through the Strategy for Sustainable Development. Another major step towards speeding up the implementation of the 2030 UN Development Agenda has been the establishment of the country's SDG Acceleration Fund. One particularly important fiscal and labor market reform resulted in the rise of the minimum wage and minimum pensions, and this was followed by other social security reforms, including the provision of the free books to primary school students, as well as child allowance to all under 18. All those measures supported an environment of equal opportunities, thus tackling one problem that was present in our country for a long time: inequality. Dear colleagues, in the spirit of the 75th anniversary of the landmark Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Montenegro confirms its strong commitment to respecting, protecting, and promoting human rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council during the period of 2022-2024, we are determined to further strengthen the role of this pivotal international forum in responding to situations of serious human rights violations, preserving the universality of international human rights law, and the independence of the UN human rights system. Montenegro, as a secular state, takes great pride in our diverse and inclusive society, embracing various cultures and religions. A notable achievement lies in fostering a harmonious and inclusive political environment. And I am convinced that in the near future, even the smallest minority groups, such as the Roma population, should secure their seats in the national parliament. Dear delegates, we also call for a global response to the refugee and migrant crisis. In this regard, we must share responsibility as committed in the global agreements we adopted. We must cooperate in finding solutions and helping countries of destination as well as those countries of origin. Allow me to remind you that Montenegro gave shelter to over 100,000 refugees and displaced people during the wars of former Yugoslavia. More than 20% of our entire population. Also today, we have opened our doors for the biggest number of Ukrainian refugees per capita in Europe. And let me emphasize that the protection of refugees, including their legal status and our decision to provide them with shelter as they flee from devastating conflicts, has received unanimous support from all the political spectrum. Moreover, Montenegrin society stands united in its commitment to uphold international law in this regard, even in the face of significant social pressure on our healthcare system and education infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, Montenegro is firmly committed and determined to actively and constructively contribute and support collective efforts to preserve world peace and security. We strongly advocate for the role and work of the UN peacekeeping missions. To this end, we will continue to strongly support a higher presence of Montenegrin military forces in peace missions under the auspices of the United Nations. We very much welcome the new agenda for peace, where the Secretary General outlined the very founding stones on which we should rebuild the new international system based on trust and solidarity. Montenegro remains determined on the course of a Euro-Atlantic future, good neighborly relations, and multilateralism. And having this in mind, we have launched our candidacy for the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2026-2027, and we do ask for your support. To conclude, dear friends, as a European country, not only geographically, but more importantly, in terms of values and principles, we are convinced that the EU accession of Montenegro, as well as the entire Western Balkan region, will further strengthen our international position and ensure the lasting peace and prosperity. Hence, the accession of Montenegro in the European Union is a story significant not only for Montenegro itself, but it would provide a positive example to all aspiring countries, all the way from the Balkans to the east of Europe, that the EU enlargement is alive and still possible. I very much thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Montenegro for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, may peace, blessings, and the mercy of God be upon you. Those who think that peace can prevail in the Middle East without the Palestinian people enjoying their full, legitimate, and national rights would be mistaken. Once again, I come to you carrying the cause of my people who are struggling for freedom and independence, to remind you of the tragedy caused by the Nakba 75 years ago. The effects of this Nakba continue and are exacerbated by the Israeli occupation of our land. This occupation challenges your resolutions. Over 1,000 resolutions, in fact. This occupation violates the principles of international law and international legitimacy, while it races against time to change the historical, geographical, and demographic reality on the ground aimed at perpetuating the occupation and entrenching apartheid. Despite this painful reality, and 30 years after the Oslo Accords, which Israel has totally discarded, we still maintain hope that your esteemed organization will be able to implement its resolutions demanding an end to the Israeli occupation of our territory and realizing the independence of the fully sovereign state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of the 4 June 1967, as well as resolving the issue of Palestinian refugees in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy, especially General Assembly Resolution number 194 and the relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, all of which affirm the illegality of the Israeli occupation and its settlements, in particular Resolution 2334 and the Arab Peace Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before you here, the Israeli racist right-wing government continues its attacks on our people, and through its army and its racist terrorist settlers continues to intimidate and kill our people, to destroy homes and property, to steal our money and resources, and continue to refuse to release the bodies of the martyrs. 600 bodies are being held. For what reason, I do not know. And this is done before the very eyes of the world and with complete impunity. Rather, the leaders and the ministers of this government have even been bragging about their apartheid policies that they are practicing against our people who are under occupation. The Israeli occupation government also persists in its violations of the city of Jerusalem and its people. It continues to assault our Islamic and Christian sacred sites. It violates the historical and legal status of the holy sites, especially the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, which international legitimacy has recognized as an exclusive place of worship for Muslims alone, including the Bab al-Rahma prayer hall and the Al-Buraq wall, according to a resolution by the League of Nations in 1930. The occupying power is also feverishly digging tunnels under and around Al-Aqsa Mosque, threatening its collapse or the collapse of parts of it, which would lead to an explosion with untold consequences. We have repeatedly warned against transforming the political conflict into a religious conflict, for which Israel will bear full responsibility. I hereby call on the international community to assume its responsibilities in preserving the historic and legal status of Jerusalem and its holy sites, specifically the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the Ibrahimi Mosque in Al-Khalil, Hebron. Here I wonder, Why remain silent about all the flagrant violations of international law that are being committed by Israel, the occupying power? Why isn't Israel being subjected to serious accountability? Why are sanctions not imposed on it for ignoring and violating international resolutions, as is the case with other countries in the world? Why practice double standards when it comes to Israel? Why accept that Israel is a state above the law? Is it not time to answer these questions? Is it not time? For our part, we will persist with our pursuit of accountability and justice at the relevant international bodies against Israel because of the continued Israeli occupation of our land and the crimes that have been committed and are still being committed against us, as well as against both Britain and America for their roles in the fateful Balfour Declaration. Yes, America and Britain, and against everyone who had a role in the catastrophe and tragedy of our people. We will not forget history. We will not forget pain. We call for acknowledgement. We call for apology. Acknowledgement and apology. We call for reparations. We call for compensation in accordance with international law. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the deadlock in the peace process, due to Israel's policies, we come before you to again appeal for the holding of an international peace conference. Is this too much to ask? Hold an international peace conference in which all countries concerned with achieving peace in the Middle East will participate. Therefore, I ask your esteemed organization and the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to call for and undertake the necessary arrangements to convene this peace conference, which may be the last opportunity to salvage the two-state solution and to prevent the situation from deteriorating more seriously and threatening the security and stability of our region and the entire world. I also call on your organization and the Secretary General to act to implement the resolutions to provide protection for the Palestinian people. We demand protection. We want to be protected from occupation, from the constant aggressions of the occupation army and the terrorist Israeli settlers. We call for support when we approach international courts and bodies with jurisdiction because the current situation is intolerable. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of all that Israel is doing, systematically destroying the two-state solution, it's become necessary, and in order to save the solution, to call on member states of your esteemed organization, each state in its national capacity, to take practical steps on the basis of the relevant resolutions of international legitimacy and international law. I also call on the states that have not yet recognized the State of Palestine to declare their recognition. I call for the State of Palestine to be admitted to full membership in the United Nations. There are two states that the entire world are talking about, Israel and Palestine, but only Israel is recognized. Why not Palestine? I can neither understand nor accept that some states, including America and European states, are reluctant to recognize the State of Palestine, which the United Nations has accepted as an observer state. These same states confirm every day that they support the two-state solution, but they recognize only one of these states, namely Israel. Why? What is the danger posed by the state of Palestine obtaining full membership in the United Nations? What is the danger? Israel enjoys this international recognition, though it has not adhered to the conditions for its accession to the United Nations. It did not adhere. These conditions, namely, are the implementation of Resolutions 181 and 194. We therefore call on your esteemed organization to take deterrent measures against Israel until it fulfills its obligations, at least, that were presented in a written declaration by its Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, Moshe Sharett. He sent a written commitment to implement these resolutions in 1949, but nothing has happened since. This request of ours is for the sake of peace and justice, and out of respect for international law, international legitimacy, and this esteemed organization. Ladies and gentlemen, our people are defending their homeland and their legitimate rights through peaceful popular resistance. This is our policy. It is a strategic option for self-defense and to liberate the land from a colonial occupation that does not believe in peace and has no regard for the principles of truth, justice, and human values. We will continue our resistance, our peaceful, popular resistance of this brutal occupation until it is defeated from our land. We are managing our affairs under extremely difficult and complex circumstances as a result of the restrictions imposed on us by the occupying power. These restrictions prevent us from accessing our natural resources. The occupying power unlawfully withholds our money with no just cause. It continues to besiege our people in the Gaza Strip, only deepening the suffering of our people. Moreover, Israel bears full responsibility through its control over all crossing points and dividing lines between the occupied West Bank and its surroundings. It is fully responsible for these points and lines and for the deliberate spread of weapons, drugs, and criminal killings taking place in the Arab cities inside Israel these days. Every day there is a case of murder that Israel is responsible for, part of which is spilling over into our areas, thus creating a great threat to the social security of Palestinians everywhere in our territory. Allow me here to tell you that as long as we continue to suffer under the abhorrent Israeli occupation, we will continue to need financial assistance from the international community. When the occupation ends, we will thank you for your help. In addition to the crucial provision of financial support to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, it is in dire need so that it could support the refugees. We are thankful to the international community for the support it has given us to build our state and our economy, and we look forward to the continuation of this support until the occupation ends. Help us get rid of the occupation, and we would be able to rely on ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, our state institutions are engaged in a comprehensive development and reform process, and in this context, they are cooperating with international institutions and with partners in the region and the world. Recently, we held local elections and elections for institutions, federations, unions, and others. There's a specialized committee to develop the justice sector in Palestine. Civil society is also playing its role in adding vitality to our political system. All that remains is for us to hold democratic general elections, as conducted in 1996, 2005, and 2006. We held elections, but since then we have been unable to hold these elections. Why? Because the Israeli government is obstructing this by its decision to prevent elections from being held in East Jerusalem. In the first 3 rounds of elections were allowed in East Jerusalem. They were not stopped, despite the significant interventions by many countries and regional and international organizations, which we appreciate, to enable our Palestinian people in Jerusalem to vote and run as candidates in these elections. Today, we renew our rejection of any position holding us responsible for not convening these elections, which are a Palestinian necessity that we want today before tomorrow. We want elections, but we want them to be held in East Jerusalem. Why is Israel stopping us from doing so? Please ask it. In the face of this intransigent position of the Israeli government, we will continue to approach the relevant international bodies to hold the Israeli government accountable and force it to allow us to hold these elections that are long overdue. Ladies and gentlemen, I participated in May in the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Palestinian Nakba of 1948, a tragedy recognized by this august organization. This painful anniversary continues to be ignored and denied by Israel, which is the party that is primarily responsible for this Nakba. I call upon you today to criminalize this denial, criminalize the denial of the Nakba, and designate the 15th of May of each year an international day to commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba, to commemorate the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who were killed in massacres committed by Zionist gangs. Palestinians whose villages were demolished and who were forcibly displaced from their homes. The number of these refugees reached 950,000 people, 950,000 people in 1948, constituting more than half of the Palestinian population at the time. This is the least that the United Nations should do to honor these victims and to condemn this human tragedy, to commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948. Ladies and gentlemen, for several years now, we have presented our Palestinian narrative, the story of our people, that has been deliberately distorted by the Zionist and Israeli propaganda. We are relieved that the peoples of the world and many countries in the world have started to believe our narrative and sympathize with it after having been misled for decades. We also thank all those who contributed to sharing this narrative and supporting it and sympathizing it. We thank people of conscience everywhere in the world who today stand up for Palestinian rights. We want and we thank support for our people's struggle for freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, my message today to the Israelis is that this hideous occupation that is imposed on us will not last, regardless of their ambitions and their delusions, because the Palestinian people will remain on their land, which they have inhabited for thousands of years, one generation after the other, as again confirmed by a recent UNESCO resolution on the city of Jericho, which has existed for 10,000 years. The Palestinians cannot leave their land, and if anyone must leave this land, then it must be the occupier. The occupier should leave, not the people of the land. We will stay in our land. My message to the international community is that it should assume its responsibilities with full courage and implement its resolutions to realize Palestinian rights. We ask for no more than that. Realize our rights, implement our resolutions. 1,000 resolutions have been adopted. We're asking to implement just one resolution. Finally, I address all of our people in Palestine, in the refugee camps, in the diaspora, and every place in this vast world. I address you with the highest expressions of appreciation and gratitude for your steadfastness, for upholding your just cause and your rights. I pay tribute to our righteous martyrs and our brave prisoners and our heroic injured people. And I say to everyone, a right is never lost when there is a demand behind it. Victory is ours. We will celebrate the independence of our state in Jerusalem, our eternal capital, and the crown jewel and the flower of all cities. They see it as impossible, and we see it as inevitable. God willing, peace and mercy and blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Assembly will continue its consideration of agenda item entitled General Debate. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a mural adorns the wall of the Security Council chamber. The Norwegian painter Per Trog painted a phoenix there. It's a phoenix that emerges from a world covered with ash that is being rebuilt after the war. The lower part of the mural is dark. It features a dragon. It features soldiers and war machines. The United Nations were founded to protect us from our demons. It was founded to elevate the world community towards peace, cooperation, and solidarity. And yet the climate crisis is wreaking havoc. The global effort to combat poverty is weakening, and this war of Russia against Ukraine is exacerbating food insecurity and creating an energy crisis. And finally, we are losing our sense of urgency that the pandemic had taught us. The progress is too slow. We are losing ground in many places. Ladies and gentlemen, the mantra of the Indian presidency of the G20 was one Earth, one family, one future. And indeed, we are a universal family, and the United Nations should be the backbone. And as Secretary General said, this family is, however, dysfunctional. The European Union wants a world that is multipolar, that is cooperating and progressing towards more democracy, towards more respect of human rights. And yet, confidence is eroding, tension is increasing, and a dangerous bipolar confrontation is threatening us. It's as if we had to choose one side against the other. It's a little bit like the frenetic race to arm ourselves with nuclear weapons in the last century. Artificial intelligence now, especially in the military arena, has become that of geopolitical competition. And yet, it was said by our very much missed Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, wisely put it, the United Nations were not created in order to bring us to paradise, but rather to save us from hell. Ladies and gentlemen, lucidity imposes this. The United Nations system is today sclerotic and hobbled by hostile forces. We must assume our responsibility, and that means being engaged in order to put multilateral cooperation back on solid ground. And to that end, what we need is to first restore trust, solve the most urgent problems, and repair the United Nations system. First, restoring confidence. Trust and confidence, as we know, are based on respecting the sacred principles etched in the United Nations Charter, respecting sovereignty, territorial integrity, and human rights. And yet, for the last 19 months, a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia, without any shame, has been undertaking a war to conquer its neighboring country, which never threatened it in the past, and is therefore sweeping away without shame the fundamental principle. And this brings with it its share of horror and disdain for human life. The General Assembly has on a number of occasions condemned the resumption of the war of Russia against Ukraine, which is, of course, a violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty to which we are so attached. And this means we need to stop the Kremlin in its deadly adventure. But it has not been even slowed in its feeling of impunity. Impunity, as we know, cannot be eternal, and the time for justice will come. The European Union will unwaveringly support Ukraine in its right to legitimate defense. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we know so well that the European Union also knows that this war against Ukraine will not make the other many and major challenges that the world must confront, will not make them disappear. The planet is boiling. The world is torn asunder by poverty and injustice. And we know there will be no miracle if we do not decide to mobilize the massive financing that's necessary now. For example, we have undertaken a collective commitment to limit heating of the planet to 1.5 degrees. And yet we know that we are far from reaching that goal, and heating of our planet will achieve 2.5 degrees between now and the end of the century. We must get back on track. The European Union has raised its goals for energy usage, which is renewable, and energy effectiveness. We have seen this with the G20, and we hope that more members of the international community will commit to this end. It is also in the interest of all countries to build the capacity of developing nations to be able to commit towards carbon neutrality between now and 2050. We see that only a fourth of world private investment is taking place in developing countries, and yet it is the G20 countries that are responsible for 80% of global emissions. And it's only this year only, that the international community will be reaching that promise of some years ago, the bar of $100 billion to finance action for climate. The European Union has been a driving force behind this, with $26 billion in 21 already invested, which is more than our share. We must do more. The International Energy Agency believes that world investments for energy transitions need to reach $5 trillion by 2030. That's 4% of GDP worldwide. And it needs to be maintained at that level to achieve zero carbon for 2050. And that's why in Dubai, we must put in place the financing for funds for loss and damage decided last year in Shanghai, Czech. We must do so at COP28. And finally, the natural disasters are coming one after another at a heady speed. It's all continents and all of our countries, and we saw this most recently in Libya. And that's why putting in place an international disaster fund is more necessary than ever in order to ensure swift and equitable response and to build our collective resilience. Prevention is also key. Hence, the efforts that we support in the United Nations in the context of the Sendai Path and Framework to manage disasters. And likewise, ladies and gentlemen, trade is powerful. It's a powerful tool to bring together climate challenges and prosperity. And that's why we call for urgent solutions to the mechanism for settlement of disputes in the World Trade Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the economic and financial situation of vulnerable economies has been gravely affected. They were seriously affected by the COVID-19 crisis and the war between Russia and Ukraine. More than 50 low-income countries have defaulted on their debt, and another dozen might follow suit soon. And this is especially due to servicing the debt that replaces expenditures for social protection, education, health care. Due to that, 165 million people around the world have been swept into poverty. No one should have to choose between poverty reduction and greening the economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot allow ourselves the luxury of one more debate about the increase here. It's not about begging, it's about justice. What we're talking about here is a global financial system that's more robust and more fair and better prepared for the 21st century. Earmarking $100 million for special drawing rights is an important stage in this development, and we must do more. Of course, we support the stimulus of sustainable development goals presented by the Secretary General, and the European Union is fully committed to implement the common framework of the G20 for debt action. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have to go beyond, go even further. The Bretton Woods system needs to be reformed, and it must be done so deeply. It needs to be more equitable. It needs to be more inclusive and more effective. That should be the goal. These institutions were created when many countries were still colonial. And since then, the world has changed. It has changed so much. And yet today, the G7 countries still have almost absolute decision-making power. The European Union is prepared to better share this decision-making power. And regions that almost have no voice need, in our view, to be better involved in the decision-making that concerns them. Second, financial shock is necessary. Entire swaths of the world and peoples that are represented are deprived of access to financing, and this impedes progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and it also increases the possibility of a debt crisis. The Paris Summit led the debate to discuss a new worldwide financial compact convened by the French president, along with Barbados, and the Prime Minister of Barbados. We've set the path, and as Mia Mottley said, it is now a question of speed and scope and breadth. We must do what's necessary, and we need to do it in time and for the right reasons. Indeed, we need to act to better mobilize capital, public capital, and act to increase and consolidate and tighten the financial flows which are key for lending capacity of international institutions.
For example, in 60 years, the financing power of the World Bank as a proportion of global production fell 7-fold. And that speaks volumes. We must also reduce the cost of access to loans for vulnerable countries, which often is far higher than that for developed countries. Lastly, we must adapt the rules of multilateral development banks when it comes to capital requirements that will allow for a flexible use of their balance sheets without jeopardizing their soundness. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, 3 years ago, Dr. Tedros and I launched the idea of an international treaty on pandemics. And together, we committed to try to persuade the international community to launch negotiations within the WHO. The world needs an ambitious and legally binding instrument to prevent, prepare for, and respond to future pandemics with solidarity. I now call on all of you to amplify your efforts to conclude negotiations by 2024. And we will be a constructive and open partner in this. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, the Secretary General and all of the UN teams are the linchpin of strong action for humanity and the values of the UN Charter. But as we've seen, UN governance is far too often and increasingly impeded. The EU, of course, supports the reform proposals presented by Secretary General in our common agenda. We also commend the progress made in terms of working methods. Today, we would like to go even further and to present a new perspective to the necessary and urgent debate on UN reform, as well as 3 proposals on voting rights, on representation, and on the role that should be played by multilateral organizations. On these 3 topics, I call for amending the UN Charter. First of all, veto rights in their current form are being abused. They lead the Council to be paralyzed. A permanent member of the Security Council can violate with impunity and flagrantly our charter and international law. It can even abuse its veto right to prevent sanctions against itself. It can even exploit the Security Council to disseminate propaganda and disinformation, as well as lies, let's be honest. The Charter, however, says that Security Council members must abstain from a vote when it itself is the object of that vote. So I now would like to call on Council members to invoke this provision when Russia is concerned. Lastly, in the same vein, the EU supports the French-Mexican initiative to limit veto rights in the case of mass atrocities. We also support the Code of Conduct for the Council's action against genocides, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And lastly, we support all efforts to bolster transparency and accountability within the Security Council. But beyond this, when it comes to reforming the UN Charter, I think we must establish a mechanism that would combine majority-based decision-making with a moderate and well-controlled, flexible use of the veto right. My second point is representation. The Security Council does not reflect today's world. Currently, 60 countries have never had a seat in the Security Council. Entire swaths of the world, Africa, South America, the Caribbean, Asia, are under or non-represented. We support a comprehensive reform of the Security Council to amplify the voice of these regions and countries. Power and legitimacy go hand in hand. And due to its lack of representativeness, the Security Council is inexorably damaging its own legitimacy. Legitimacy is crucial and must be strengthened on 2 fronts. The UN is a club of nations, and we believe the nation is its basic unit. Therefore, an increased number of permanent Security Council members is inevitable. But we believe, my second point, is that we should go further than this. Regional and continental organizations today play a growing role. That is a fact. The EU, of course, as well as the African Union, the community, Latin American community, ASEAN, these all reflect a new level of legitimacy in international and multilateral fora. These organizations play an effective role in political and economic coordination, and they create spaces for cooperation, closer cooperation, as well as collective action. They also play an increasing role in security. And even more than before, they are also regulatory spaces. That is true of European integration. This example we see has inspired many others, such as the African Union, which is striving to establish a large free trade zone on the continent, or ASEAN as well, which works for coordination between its member states. These organizations have a growing influence in the multilateral arena, and they are crucial contributors toward stability. I believe that their role must increase in the multilateral system because they are helping to build the multipolar world that we all wish to see. And that is why, through me, the European Union immediately supported the call of Senegal's President Macky Sall to include the AU as a full-fledged member of G20, which has been the case, was done a few weeks ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, I am deeply convinced the UN would gain legitimacy and effectiveness as well as authority, if it were to choose to guarantee the inclusion of regional organizations. And this inclusion would create a virtuous circle. It would encourage these organizations to cooperate further and better in order to further strengthen their own stability and that of the world. And in this context, I plan to initiate or to propose an institutional summit between the EU, the AU, CELAC, ASEAN, and of course the UNSG, who will be invited. The goal, as you can see, would be to reflect on how these organizations can act together to strengthen the multilateral system in the case of the UN as well as other international entities. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude the EU through our history and our DNA would like to be a comprehensive, loyal, faithful partner. We and the member states are the largest donor for development and peacekeeping throughout the world, including in regions where conflicts have become deeply entrenched. In the Sahel, a series of military coups d'etats have increased instability and insecurity to the detriment of local populations. And here I would like to send a message of personal friendship and tireless support to the President of Niger, Mohamed Bazoum, who's been imprisoned 56 days in his own home by a military junta in the Middle East. We believe that lasting peace is only possible if Palestinians and Israelis can live together in security through a two-state solution. And in the South Caucasus, the latest devastating developments have shocked us. Military force is never a long-term solution if we want to win over hearts and minds. And throughout the world, the EU continues to shoulder its responsibility together with all those who work toward the common good for peace and prosperity. But we will never be intimidated by violence or threats. Distinguished colleagues, Per Krog's mural is an act of imagination. It also is a reminder for our consciences. A crucial reminder today because today more than ever, we are in a world confronted by many dangers. Philosopher Friedrich Hölderlin said, and rightly so, where there is danger, there also is the power to save. In the face of these dangers, we have a vision of a better world, a brighter world. And we have powerful tools. I believe deeply in the power of collective intelligence. It's our turn to act now. We must act now for a more just, free, and prosperous world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We've heard the last speaker in the general debate for this morning's meeting. The 9th plenary meeting will continue with the general debate at this point shortly. The meeting now is adjourned. The 9th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is now called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ras Khan, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ras Khan, President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Nauru, allow me to congratulate Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, on your assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly for the 78th session. It is always a pleasure to see another small island developing state taking up the leadership mantle. Please let me assure you of my delegation's full cooperation and support as you lead this august body in rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. Allow me to also thank His Excellency, Mr. Shaba Korosi, for his exceptional stewardship during the 77th session, and note the many successful initiatives undertaken during his tenure, including continuing the PGA's fellowship program promoting and supporting youth engagement for the next generation of diplomats. Allow me also to extend my sincere condolences to the governments and people of Morocco and Libya for the recent devastating earthquakes and floods as you seek relief and recovery during this time. Mr. President, as the new President of Nauru, it is an honor to speak here at an institution built on the ideals of peace, justice, respect, human rights, tolerance, and solidarity, and an institution where all countries are deemed equal. As the smallest member state of this august body, these ideals have important resonance. We are all part of an interconnected system which is increasingly growing smaller, and our dependence on each other to weather global challenges increases every day. Will only the strong survive, or will we work to ensure that no one is left behind? Will we reform and progress this institution to reflect the realities of today, or continue in the same dated fashion, a fashion which does not reflect our current lived realities? If we are to lift ourselves and future generations up and ensure that we are on our path to peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, we all need to be dedicated to finding a way forward that reflects the world as it now stands. And that is a world currently riddled with inequity. Mr. President, a critical step in the way forward must be achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. While the United Nations community was able to come together to adopt the 2030 Development Agenda in 2015 and celebrated this achievement of multilateralism at the time, we must admit that we are far from on track to achieve them, and by extension to achieve sustainable development for people and planet. Given the resources which have been allocated at the regional and international level to achieve the SDGs, this is deeply concerning. In our view, Such failure to substantially move the needle in light of the resources provided is an indication that funding is not being properly allocated or used. In our region, there are too many workshops, too many studies upon studies, too many discussions without enough support for critical on-the-ground projects. It's a small island, for goodness sakes, Mr. President. It's like we're trying to launch a rocket to the sun. Moreover, the realities of what is needed for implementation on the ground in a Pacific small island is rarely properly accounted for, with limited capacity and issues around small things which larger economies can discount. For example, access to basic materials can become insurmountable when a country is trying to build a school or repairing a road. If we are serious about meeting the SDGs, we must ensure that needed resources make it to the right places. Places like Nauru, where in the face of multiple global crises piled on top of national challenges, our ability to progress has been less than desirable. In order to shift Nauru and others back on track to achieve the 2030 agenda, we need to take bold steps and create and build partnerships which are built on mutual respect among equals. To build such sustainable partnerships, we will need a more accurate and nuanced system of categorization of vulnerabilities based on existing measurements of ODA, GNI, and GDP. Nauru is eligible for neither grants nor loans. However, GNI and GDP alone did not sufficiently capture Nauru's vulnerabilities, and so we are unable to access much needed financing to enable the implementation of national development strategies and activities. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index provides a practical solution to this issue and will ensure that Nauru is measured as it truly is, a struggling small island developing state in great need of significant financial aid. Nauru calls for the adoption of the MVI by member states, including the establishment of an interim secretariat that would support its operationalization and implementation by all stakeholders, including as a criterion for access to low-cost and long-term financing based on this index. Creating this more accurate picture of our national circumstances will be an important foundation upon which real and durable partnerships can be built. And it goes without saying that any categorization for access to aid should be applied in an even-handed and non-politicized way. We have been deeply disappointed to hear that in some instances, the OECD Development Assistance Committee, DAC, categorized as being manipulated around purely political interests. This cannot be allowed to happen, as it undermines the integrity of the entire system and is nothing shy of blatantly manipulation. Mr. President, another pathway to accelerating action on the 2030 agenda will be recognition and incorporation of the special circumstances of small island states into our work at every level. Such an opportunity will represent itself when we meet for the SEEDS conference in May of next year in Antigua and Barbuda. If we are to make good on the promises for which the United Nations stands for, the next SEEDS conference must deliver the transformation needed to ensure that SEEDS are more resilient to external shocks. This can only be achieved through adopting a more focused, measurable, and fully resourced program of action that is tailored to the circumstances of SEEDS and provides practical and operational solutions to accelerate our sustainable development. The support of development partners and the international community, including funding, is critical for the next 10-year program of action as we seek to move towards resilient prosperity. Mr. President, even if these strides are taken towards achievement of the 2030 development agenda, any progress made is at risk if we do not address the threat of climate change. The adverse impacts are no longer a future problem. We have seen ourselves the ever-increasing disasters, fires, typhoons, heat waves, and a burning ocean. What kind of legacy are we creating? Is it essential that the global community accelerate? It is essential that the global community accelerate its efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change and keep a 1.5 Celsius limit to temperature rise within reach. This cannot be said enough, so I will say it again. It is essential that the global community accelerates its efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change and keep a 1.5 Celsius limit to temperature rise within reach. We call on all states to take ambitious action in their implementation of the Paris Agreement and decisions under the Paris Agreement, including the Glasgow Climate Pact and the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan. And we note our disappointment that the goal of 100 billion a year has not been reached and that the distribution of funds allocated has not been equitable. And so we join the call to reform the international financial system, to make and development finance more affordable and adequate and positioned to combat the scale of climate crisis. Nauru looks forward to a meaningful COP28 in the UAE, one that achieves the shared ambition and commitment to deliver progress and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. We also continue to call on the UNSG to appoint a special representative on climate and security. This could improve the United Nations' ability to address climate-related security risk, including through regular reporting on the security implications of climate change. Similarly, we see the need to seek additional paths to climate action and hope that the advisory opinions to come from ITLOS and ICJ will jumpstart more ambitious climate action. Finally, on this point, Nauru would emphasize that we cannot expect the trajectory of global emissions to slow down and reduce if viable energy alternatives are not provided. Deep seabed minerals hold the answer, with polymetallic nodules providing the alternative for big emitters to make a just energy transition away from fossil fuels and towards much cleaner and renewable energy technologies. In this regard, Nauru calls on the members of the International Seabed Authorities to fulfill its obligation and finalize the exploitation regulations that ensures collection of seafloor minerals are conducted with utmost responsibility and respect to our marine ecosystem while providing benefits for all humankind. Mr. President, as a big ocean state, a healthy, productive, and resilient ocean is a pillar upon which our future rests. We are proud to have been actively engaged in the negotiations and successful conclusion of the Treaty of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ. Nauru welcomes the adoption of the agreement earlier this year and calls for international support to build our capacity to ratify and implement the provisions of the BBNJ agreement, including the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resource. Finally, we raise, as we have before, the critical importance of ensuring sustainable fisheries This includes ensuring that overfishing is not taking place, that fair prices are paid to small islands for fish taken from our water, and that we eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Mr. President, Nauru's long-term national vision, as articulated in its National Sustainable Development Strategy, outlines a future in which individual, community, business, and government partnerships contribute to a sustainable quality of life for all Nauruans. The central message of this strategy is partnership for quality of life. A key pillar will be ensuring the health of our people. To achieve this, Nauru remains committed to a health strategy centered on prevention. During COVID-19, Nauru followed a stringent capture and contain strategy which saw all visitors to Nauru required to undergo testing and quarantine at the border. This strategy protected Nauru during most of the pandemic, giving the health system valuable time to establish an acute care ward to treat and isolate potential COVID-19 patients, streamline testing regimes and treatment protocols, and vaccinate vulnerable members of the community. The systems that were developed for COVID-19 are now available for future pandemic responses, should they be required. We acknowledge and thank our partners for their support in this regard. However, Nauru remains vulnerable to communicable disease outbreaks. The pandemic proved the urgent need for extensive investment towards strengthening the institutional and infrastructural needs of our Nauru's fragile health system. In a post-pandemic reality, we must ensure that rebuilding efforts are centered on resilience building. We must remain vigilant in ensuring that our vaccination rates remain high and are not undermined by the spread of misinformation and fear-mongering through mainstream and social media. Nauru needs support and technical expertise to develop innovative solutions to address viral risk, for example, e-medicine and development and use of digital technologies for outpatient referrals and patient records. In this regard, we'd like to thank our friends from Cuba. There is still much to be learned from their innovation in their field of health. Cuba developed their own COVID vaccines. Moreover, they deploy their medical brigade worldwide, helping others. As a staunch friend, we would call for an end to the embargo imposed by the United States. We must also recognize and thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their help and support to our health system. They were and continue to be a leading exemplar in good practice to responding and containing disease. We call for their recognition, their right to participate and engage with us all in this global forum on this issue and in the implementation of 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, leaving no one behind. Mr. President, another crucial element of accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all is education. Nauru continues to place great emphasis and investment in the strengthening and development of its education sector, given its pivotal role as a key driver of sustainable development. On a national scale, Nauru aims to improve the quality and broaden the scope and reach of education. In a post-pandemic reality, the immediate concern globally and domestically is to address the education gap. Innovation and increased and improved investments are needed urgently to improve access to an quality of education. We also are prioritizing quality infrastructure tailored to the unique needs of Nauru. This will need to be matched with relevant curricula and effective monitoring and evaluation frameworks, such as benchmarking. That said, none of this can happen without our teachers. Teacher attraction and retention continue to be an issue not just in Nauru but worldwide. The demands and lack of support towards the teaching profession is manifesting in a lack of qualified teachers on our island. We need to do more and better on this front. This could include reviewing education delivery models, including increased involvement of homes and development of inexpensive alternative models of delivery through the communication technologies and improved ICT infrastructure in schools to better aid program delivery. Mr. President, we must uphold the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and we must work together to uphold the rules based on multilateral system to secure international peace, security, and prosperity for a safe and just world for all, leaving no country behind. For that to happen, the United Nations must be fit for purpose, nimble on the ground, and meets the global challenges we face today. I would like to share what time has taught me. Our community, Nauru, the Pacific, the small islands, the international community is more robust when we united. This becomes even more imperative for matters of common interest that have the perspective to profit our peoples in future generations. But we must stand united for the right things, the important things, and the hard things. Mr. President, in a nutshell, I echo the Secretary General Guterres' opening remarks. We need to renew the UN multilateral system, reform the Security Council, and redesign the international financial architecture because it is just not working anymore. And it is an outdated system that has been in place for too long. In Nauru's case, like other small island developing states, we become victims within the global architecture and compromise our freedom and voice as a sovereign state. May God bless the Republic of Nauru, and may God bless the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of State of the Republic of Nauru for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Honorable Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to congratulate from this podium at the United Nations. Firstly, I would like to offer our most heartfelt condolences to the governments of the Kingdom of Morocco and Libya, and to express our feelings of fraternal solidarity with the peoples of these two countries who are our friends and brothers and sisters. I would like also to congratulate Mr. Dennis Francis from Trinidad and Tobago for his election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish him much success during his term, and I would also like to congratulate his predecessor, Mr. Csaba Kurosi from Hungary, for the results achieved during his presidency. I also congratulate Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his performance in promoting peace and development in the world. Mr. President, these distinguished speakers who preceded me on this podium presented important analyses and observations on current challenges and the international scenario. Therefore, I will focus on concrete actions that, in my view, are expected from us, the United Nations. For Guinea-Bissau, the best response to the challenges that confront the international community includes strengthening multilateralism and international cooperation. In our view, multilateralism is an indispensable instrument and a moral imperative if we wish to build together a solidary world and well-being for all. To this end, we welcome the choice and significance of the theme for the session of the General Assembly, which stresses the importance of global trust and solidarity, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, Excellencies, we are expected to take coordinated actions to implement our decisions, such as the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, to ensure development financing and to collectively protect and improve our planet. To this end, we must comply with the Paris and COP27 agreements, including the Loss and Damage Fund for vulnerable countries, particularly island nations such as my country, Guinea-Bissau. Mr. President, we must introduce the changes required in the international peace and security architecture and in the world financial system to enable them to respond to the current international scenario. Security Council reform, which has long been deemed as necessary, must consider the position of the African Union in order to ensure a realistic and fairer representation. Consistently with the increasingly preponderant role of Africa in building and maintaining balance in the world. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, since I became President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau in 2020, we have focused on dialogue, peace building, political stability, as well as social and economic development in our country, as well as in the West Africa sub-region and beyond. These principles also guided us during our term as President of the Conference of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS, which we accepted with determination and a heightened sense of responsibility, and which ended last July. To this end, we wish to reiterate our great concern with the recurrence of coups d'etats and steps back in democracy and the rule of law in some countries in our sub-region, in flagrant violation of the population's freedom of choice as expressed through ballot boxes. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, despite the harmful effects of the prolonged embargo imposed on the people of Cuba, our sister nation has always supported and continues to support the countries of Africa. We reiterate our appeal for an end to this unjust and irrational embargo, which is an obstacle to the fulfillment of the legitimate aspirations of the Cuban people. The same is true for our brothers and sisters in Venezuela, whom we must also not forget and to whom we must show our solidarity. Mr. President, as you know, it has been a year since I took the office of President of the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. As heads of state and government, we continue in Africa to give priority to the struggle against malaria. As a result of this effort, more than 1.5 billion cases of malaria were avoided and 10.5 million lives were saved in Africa since 2000. I call on Africa and the international community to take action. If we wish to achieve our global goals for 2030 of ending malaria epidemics and achieving universal health conference, we must act now. Mr. President, Excellencies, this year the people of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau celebrates 50 years of existence as an independent and sovereign state. Thus, as an emissary of the Bissau-Guinean nation, I am thankful for the extraordinary aid provided by the former Soviet Union, the Republic of Guinea, Conakry, Cuba, Algeria, and Morocco, and other countries to our struggle for liberation, as well as the United Nations in its historic visit to our liberated regions, confirming the existence of effective political, administrative, and military control. On this solemn occasion of 50 years of independence, the people of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau will strengthen our determination and energy to consolidate national unity and mobilize even more, as enshrined in the national anthem of Guinea-Bissau, to build peace and progress in our everlasting homeland. Mr. President, at this historic juncture in the history of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and before I finish my remarks, I wish to reaffirm on behalf of our government and the Bissau-Guinean people, from this podium and before the world, our engagement and continuous availability to continue to work with the UN and to cooperate with all friendly governments and peoples for world peace and development, and to protect our planet. Thank you very much.
Of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, I'm honored to speak in front of you today and express my deep appreciation for the United Nations General Assembly. This assembly serves as a unique platform for global cooperation and offers hope for a better world. I want to express my sincere gratitude to President Francis for his election and convey my best wishes for his continued success in leading this assembly. I would also like to extend my warmest regard to Secretary General Guterres for his continuous efforts for peace in the world and for his standing firm in defense of the UN Charter, international law, and human rights in face of so much adversity of our times. His leadership fosters trust in the United Nations. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is more than ever a necessity for reconciliation, good understanding, and more cooperation. It is the only way we can face today's common and global challenges that are not just affecting the present, but also risking the future of the next generations. And it all should be done by assessing regions and countries based on their contribution rather than their failures. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1955, when Albania became a member state of the United Nations, a lot has changed. From a self-isolated country, Albania now proudly stands as a NATO member and has initiated accession negotiations with the European Union. Currently, Albania is concluding its first term as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, and this month we are productively chairing this UN body for the second time. As part of the Western Balkans, Albania continues to make unwavering contribution to peace and stability in this region. Albanians play a crucial role in Southern Eastern Europe. We constitute the large majority in two independent republics, Albania and Kosovo. We form a constitutive minority in North Macedonia and Montenegro, and significant minority in southern part of Serbia. Throughout our history, Albania has adhered to a policy of friendship and good neighborly relations. We remain deeply concerned by the recurring crises that reoccur from time to time regarding the relation among its neighbors. Both Albania and Kosovo have consistently championed peace over tension and conflicts, and we remain committed to this path. We hope to be organized for our contribution and not let our endeavors be overshadowed by opposing narratives. In this context, Albania supports the difficult yet not ongoing dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, facilitated through a careful mediation by the European Union and strongly supported by the United States. At the same time, Albania remains sensitive to Kosovo integrity and prosperity. Kosovo has managed to heal many deep wounds from the tragic past. The rise of the Serbs in Kosovo reflect the European norms and values, and the same should be applied for the Albanian minority in the Preševa Valley in southern Serbia. Unfortunately, we still remain concerned about the passivation of their residential addresses and the absence of substantial investments and economic incentives in that region. Kosovo has demonstrated that pain need not breed hostility. It can translate into understanding and support. Yet, Kosovo still waits recognition of its independence by many countries. I hope that these countries will soon acknowledge Kosovo's contribution to a fairer and more peaceful global community and grant Kosovo the recognition it deserves. Recognize Kosovo's independence. Excellencies, Albania, despite being a small nation with a young democracy, has history marked by wars it did not choose and domination it did not seek nor accept. While these are painful memories, they have also imparted invaluable lessons. It's precisely because of its history that Albania places great importance on international law as its foremost defense. We firmly embrace the principles of the rules-based international order, where relations among nations are founded on respect rather than sheer power. This commitment is why we have consistently and unequivocally condemned the military aggression against Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. Despite our size, Albania has been actively engaged on the international stage, both regionally and globally, in the pursuit of peace and security. However, we recognize that sustainable development is an integral component of achieving international peace and security. On the other hand, meaningful sustainable development is unattainable without a foundation of genuine peace and security. The unprovoked and unjustified Russian act of aggression against its neighbor sadly speaks louder than our words. This absurd and malicious war has directly and indirectly affected various dimensions of sustainable development, not only for Ukraine and the region, but also for the entire globe. This senseless war has disrupted trade, caused economical instability, destroyed infrastructure, including transport network and industrial facilities, and divert attention and resources away from addressing shared challenges, development, and implementing the 2030 Agenda. The war in Ukraine has strained regional stability and affected cooperation among countries. It's highlighted geopolitical tensions and strained diplomatic relations, hindering international collaboration on sustainable development initiatives. The spillover effects of the war, including displacement, migration, and economic and security concerns, as we have witnessed, can have global ramifications that impede progress toward achieving sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania welcomed the SDG summit called by UN Secretary General and the political declaration adopted. It's a milestone in re-energizing our joint efforts and commitments to achieving the 2030 Agenda. We firmly believe that the success of SDGs lies in our collective efforts to address challenges that hinder sustainable development. Collective efforts means the urgent needs for decisive actions to better support developing countries. Albania acknowledges the imperative for reforms and stands ready to work alongside the international community in ensuring an enabling environment that allows developing countries to actively participate in and benefit from the global economy. I would like to emphasize that Albania is committed to reducing domestic poverty and inequality levels by 2027 and 2030, in line with our nationally determined climate contributions. We recognize the need for comprehensive policy commitments to drive the necessary energy, food, digital, and social transitions to achieve these benchmarks. Aligning our national budget with SDGs, mainstreaming gender equality, revitalizing public sector capacities, and strengthening our data and monitoring systems are among the fundamental actions we prioritize. Albania recognizes the significance of this session as a pivotal moment for our world. It's an opportunity to shift from fear to hope and from deepening pessimism to accelerated actions. We are committed to playing our part and collaborating with the international community to ensure the successful realization of the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to bring to your attention Albania's position on one of the most debated issues today, that of multilateralism. Today's critical challenges show that universal reason is the only way out. We recognize that peace is indivisible. We cannot secure peace on the back of the people who perish in war. No one can truly have lasting peace until everyone has it. Albania recognized that human rights are indivisible. We cannot ensure basic rights for all if we select one subset of rights and ignore the rest. The suffering caused by torture or famine is hard to distinguish. It's unacceptable and unnecessary suffering that can be eliminated if we embrace all civil, political, socio-economic, and cultural rights. Albania is a candidate for the Human Rights Council in the upcoming election next month. If elected, we will be championing human rights in their broadest sense. This includes human rights, women's rights, children's rights, minority rights, and the fundamental rights to equal opportunities. We will work with other countries to protect, promote, and defend human rights and freedoms as a vital condition for individual and collective development and prosperity. On the region front, we eagerly anticipate the upcoming EU Western Balkan Summit in Tirana this October. We are committed to transforming our region into an example of trust and partnership that transcend borders and communities. Multilateralism is central to our collective endeavors. It is, above all, a vision of how states should cooperate to achieve better results for everyone. Fundamentally, it is about expectation of acceptable behavior in the future. Multilateralism is a normative key, requires us to consider not only whether existing arrangements are effective or efficient, but also whether existing multilateral practices and processes are fair and just. It's high time that we engage unconditionally, fully, and in good faith to achieve meaningful reforms of this House with the Security Council at its core. No state, government, or individual can be above the law. Albania supports the reform of the United Nations and its main bodies with the aim of strengthening the organization's ability to address the current emerging challenges and threats to international peace, security, and development. The power of the Security Council rests on its capacity to intervene decisively in the service of the peace and security. The question nowadays should no longer be whether the Council can interfere in the domestic realms of states or not. Rather, the question should be how the Council can intervene in an intelligent, reflective, and timely manner in the service of the values and mandate for which it was created. Dear Excellencies, since gaining independence in 1912, my country has undergone significant territorial transformation. Presently, Albania boasts captivating urban and rural landscapes that I wholeheartedly encourage you to explore. I mention this not merely to extend an invitation to Albania, but also to underscore the importance of territorial transformation that lies before us. In the face of climate change, this challenge runs as a red thread through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I hope that my country and our nations can effectively address this challenge by safeguarding our natural resources and cultural heritage. Our approach should involve respecting the diversity of these resources and collaborating with communities engaged in both environmental causes and culture preservation efforts. I firmly believe that this approach reinforces democracy, a political system uniquely capable of ensuring sustainable and fair development. It's in such a world that our younger generation can find joy and prosperity. Our collective efforts can pave the way for them to tell the story of successful collaboration, one that centers around us and this esteemed organization. Thank you so much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Albania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, honorable heads of state and governments, ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings of God be upon you. In the name of the government and people of Sudan, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on assuming the presidency of this session. I would also like to thank your predecessor and His Excellency, the Secretary General, for their efforts to counter the challenges that faced our world over the past year. Mr. President, since the 15th of April, the Sudanese people have been facing a destructive war launched by the rebel Rapid Support Forces. They established alliances with tribal militias and other regional and international ones. They brought mercenaries from different corners of the globe, committing some of the most horrendous crimes against the Sudanese people. These groups have killed, looted, stealed, raped, and seized citizens' homes and properties. They have destroyed civil objects, be it public facilities, hospitals, state buildings, or government buildings. They attempted to obliterate the history of the Sudanese people by attacking museums, antiquities, by destroying land records, civil registries, and court registries. They've also looted banks, private and public corporations, and released prisoners and detainees, including those who have been wanted by international justice, including terrorists. These rebel groups have committed crimes against humanity and war crimes in many corners of Sudan. They have carried out ethnic cleansing and forced displacement, as well as sexual violence and killing based on ethnicity. They are guilty of torture and many acts that amount to war crimes in Darfur, Khartoum, and other places. What was witnessed in West Darfur, in Al Junaina, was a shock to international conscience. So was what happened in Tawila, Morni, Menweshe, and even in Khartoum. It was a testimony of the acts of these rebel groups and their allies. We call upon you, Mr. President, and we call upon the international community to designate these groups and their allies as terrorist groups that must be countered by all. They must be fought to protect the Sudanese people, the region, and the entire world. They are responsible for the killing of thousands and the displacement of millions. Mr. President, Excellencies, despite what has been committed by these groups, and since their attack against the state, we've knocked all doors to stop this war. We responded to each and every initiative by our friends and brothers. We attended the Jeddah meeting based on a friendly invitation by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the USA. We made good progress if it was not for the intransigence of the rebels who have refused to exit inhabited neighborhoods. We've also accepted the IGAD initiative and the initiative of the neighboring countries held in Egypt. Till this very day, we're extending a hand of peace to put an end to this war and to alleviate the suffering of our people. We have also accepted the initiative of our brothers in Turkey and South Sudan, as well as Uganda, to find solutions. However, they were all faced with the rebels' refusal to find a peaceful solution and their insistence to destroy the state, to commit genocide, and forced displacement. Mr. President, some characterize this war as an internal feud between two armed parties. However, the aggression was not only against the armed forces, instead it extended to all state components. The innocent citizens are not part of the armed forces. The people in West Darfur are not part of the armed forces. The homes of our citizens are not part of the armed forces. Therefore, this war cannot be characterized as a war between the armed forces and the rapid support forces. It actually extends to all state components. However, I would like to assure you that the danger of this war is now a threat to regional and international peace and security. For those rebels have sought the support of outlaws and terrorist groups from different countries in the region and the world. This is like the spark of war, a war that will spill over to other countries in the region. Regional and international interference to support these groups is crystal clear by now. This means that this is the first sparkle that will burn the region and will have a direct impact on regional and international peace and security. Mr. President, honorable attendees, allow me to express my thanks for the valuable effort of the United Nations and the Secretary General to support the humanitarian situation in Sudan. We also appreciate all effort made by the different UN agencies and other regional and international agencies, along with the efforts of the sister countries who have provided humanitarian assistance to Sudan. They've stood by our side to alleviate the repercussions of this criminal war. On its part, the government of Sudan has opened ports and airports and facilitated the movement and transit of convoys. It attempted to alleviate and remove all obstacles facing humanitarian action. We have coordinated all efforts so that assistance can reach all those in need and all those affected. In this vein, we call upon all agencies and countries to meet their pledges to fill this huge gap in food, medicine, and shelter that has affected huge segments of our people. Those who have been affected by this war launched by the rebels of the RSF under the command of Dagalo. Mr. President, Excellencies, we are still committed to our previous pledges to transfer power to the people of Sudan with great national consensus and consent. Thus, the armed forces would leave politics for once and for all. Transfer of power would then be the result of a peaceful and legitimate process of elections. We perceive a short transitional period when the country would be governed by a civil government consisting of independents. During this period, they can address security, humanitarian, and economic matters and reconstruction. Then general elections would be held so that the Sudanese people can choose their leaders. We stress that the state is committed to continue dialogue with all those who have abstained, our brothers Abdelaziz El-Helou and Abdelaziz Mohamed Noor, so that they can join the march towards national statehood. We are fully committed to the peace agreement signed in Juba back in 2020. We have made great strides to bring about peace and address so many obstacles facing Sudanese statehood. Excellencies, I would like to reiterate Sudan's commitment to support women and children and the vulnerable segments of our society so that they can enjoy all their rights and protect them in light of the ongoing disputes. We renew our commitment to achieve the SDGs. In this vein, halting or freezing international assistance and humanitarian assistance over the past period had its repercussions on implementing such goals. It had its direct impact on expanding the gap in social protection and countering climate change, as well as the food crisis. It has exacerbated the situation of the refugees and displaced. Thus, we appeal to the donors and relief agencies to continue supporting and addressing humanitarian situation in Sudan by providing assistance to those in need, especially the refugees and the displaced. Before concluding, I would like to reiterate our demand to designate the Rapid Support Forces and their allied militias as terrorist groups, for they have committed all sorts of crimes that give grounds for such designation. There is a need to firmly address their sponsors, those who have supported the killing, burning, raping, the forced displacement, the looting, stealing, torture, transfer of arms and drugs, bringing mercenaries or recruiting children, all such crimes that necessitate accountability and punishment. I would also like to reiterate that the legitimate state institutions, be it government or armed forces and other bodies, will never allow any violation of our state sovereignty or humiliating our people at any cost. It would be remiss not to recall and address our regional organizations of the need to free themselves from guardianship and seek the interests of the African people so that they can regain the trust of the Africans. We will not allow some to find solutions to our problems according to their own interests. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to thank you once again and thank His Excellency, the Secretary General, for understanding our internal and domestic issues and for standing by the people of Sudan. I would also like to thank our neighbors and our brothers and sisters and friends who have stood beside us. We'd also like to thank the regional organizations. We thank you all for your support to surmount this crisis and this barbaric attack launched by the criminals of the RSF. I would like to seize this opportunity to express our solidarity with our brothers in Morocco and Libya following the disasters they have been facing. I would also like to thank all the people of Sudan who have stood by us, supported us and bore with us over the past few months, all these sufferings to get rid of these rebel terrorist groups. Thank you for your attention, and peace and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will continue with its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address from His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, at present, the international security situation is grim. Economic recovery lacks momentum, and the gap in development is widening. Natural disasters and extreme weather patterns are increasing. The global order faces multiple challenges. Facing profound changes in the world, in our times, and in history, Chinese President Xi Jinping made a major call of building a community with a shared future for mankind, and he called on the international community to jointly build a world with lasting peace, universal security, and common prosperity, a world that is open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful. Since then, President Xi Jinping has proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. These initiatives have enriched the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind and set out a pathway toward realizing this goal. More and more countries have realized that they all share a huge stake of common survival and that unity and cooperation is the right way to take. Mr. President, colleagues, the historical trend of peace, development, and win-win cooperation is unstoppable. With this in mind, I call for taking steps in the following 4 areas. First, we should uphold equity and justice and safeguard peace and security. The security of all countries is interconnected. Indeed, the security of one country has an impact on that of other countries. It is important to follow the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and embark on a path to security featuring dialogue over confrontation, partnership over alliance, and win-win outcomes over a zero-sum game. We should address the legitimate security concerns of all countries and resolve differences and disputes in a peaceful way through dialogue and consultation. Communication and dialogue is an important way to achieve international security cooperation, and parties to a conflict or confrontation should never forget this. Cessation of hostilities and resumption of peace talk is the only way to settle the Ukraine crisis. China supports all efforts that are conducive to the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis and stands ready to continue playing a constructive role for the early attainment of peace. The Palestinian issue is at the core of the Middle East issue. The fundamental way out lies in the two-state solution. China will continue to support the Palestinian people in pursuing the just cause of restoring their lawful national rights. We should respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and observe the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China opposes hegemonism, power politics, unilateralism, and Cold War mentality. A small number of countries have arbitrarily imposed illegal and unilateral sanctions, severely undermining the harmony and stability of international relations. The international community should jointly resist such acts. China firmly supports the Cuban people in their just struggle to defend their sovereignty and oppose external interference and blockade. We appreciate Cuba's efforts to fight terrorism. We should maintain security in both traditional and non-traditional domains. Nuclear war must not be fought, and nuclear weapons must not be used. China is the only country among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that has pledged no first use of nuclear weapons. China attaches great importance to conventional arms control and will soon complete its ratification of the UN Firearms Protocol. China will carry out demining cooperation in ASEAN countries in the next 3 years to help them eliminate this hazard at an early date. China supports the UN with full respect for the governance principles and practices of all countries. In serving as the main channel in creating a widely accepted AI governance framework, standards, and norms. Second, we should pursue mutual benefit, deliver win-win outcomes, and achieve development for all. Development should be placed at the center of the international agenda, and development benefit should reach every country and individual in a fairer way. China will continue to contribute to building a global community of development. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative put forward by China. More than 3,000 cooperation projects have been launched under the framework of this initiative. The China-Europe Railway Express had 16,000 freight services in 2022, which fully demonstrates the vitality of the Belt and Road Initiative. Next month, China will host the 3rd Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. We will further advance both Belt and Road cooperation and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We should fully and effectively implement the Paris Agreement. Developed countries should do more to reduce emissions and provide developing countries with financing, technology, and capacity building support. China will continue to pursue ecological conservation on a priority basis, advance green and low-carbon development, stop building any new coal-fired power projects abroad, vigorously support other developing countries in developing green and low-carbon energy, and help them build more green energy projects. China will continue to actively respond to climate change. Third, we should stay open and inclusive and advance human civilization. Diversity of civilizations is an invaluable asset for human development. Indeed, diversity is a defining feature of human civilization. Different countries and civilizations should prosper together by respecting each other, advance together by drawing on each other's strength, and seek win-win outcomes by pursuing common ground while setting aside differences. Promoting and protecting human rights is a cause pursued by all countries, and ensuring a good life for people is the biggest human right. As countries have different histories, traditions, and conditions, we must and can only explore a path of human rights development suited to our national conditions in response to the needs of our people. We should advance the international human rights cause through dialogue and cooperation, and oppose politicization and double standard, in particular, the use of human rights and democracy as a political tool to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Fourth, we should stay true to multilateralism and improve global governance. China is firm in supporting the international system with the UN at its core. The UN should make advances in all the 3 pillar areas of security, development, and human rights in a balanced manner, and see that all countries jointly safeguard universal security, share development achievements, and chart the course for the future of the world. Major countries should lead by example and deliver on their commitment to multilateralism. Next year, the UN will hold the Summit of the Future. The international community should follow the direction of a multipolar world and democracy in international relations. Use this occasion to promote reform in such areas as peace and security, economy, finance, and trade in a coordinated manner, increase the representation and say of developing countries, and make global governance more just and equitable. Mr. President, colleagues, last October, the Communist Party of China convened its 20th National Congress, during which an inspiring blueprint was drawn for achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. Chinese modernization involves a huge population. It aims to deliver prosperity for all Chinese people, promote material and cultural ethical advancement, and achieve harmony between humanity and nature and peaceful development. By pursuing Chinese modernization, we will boost world peace and development and make new and greater contributions to the advancement of human civilization. China stays committed to opening itself wider to the world. Today, the Chinese economy is already an integral part of the global economy. We will continue to expand opening up in a systemic way, promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, open the market further to foreign investment, and protect the lawful rights and interests of foreign investors. We will continue to add new momentum to global economic development, and we welcome all countries to share in the opportunities and benefits created by China's development. China stays committed to an independent foreign policy. Independence is the defining feature of China's diplomacy, and defiance of hegemony is a distinctive feature of China's diplomacy. No matter what stage of development it reaches, China will never practice hegemony and expansion. China will uphold the common values of humanity, that is, peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom, and continue to advance peaceful, open, cooperative, and common development. China stays committed to safeguarding its sovereignty and territorial integrity. There is but one China in the world. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. And Taiwan has been an inalienable part of China's territory since ancient times. No one, no force should ever underestimate the firm resolve, strong will, and the power of the Chinese people to safeguard their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Realizing China's complete reunification is a shared aspiration of all the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation. We will continue to strive for peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and the utmost effort. China will remain a member of the big family of developing countries. As the largest developing country, China is a natural member of the global South. It breathes the same breath with other developing countries and shares the same future with them. China is firm in upholding the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries. It supports and respects their efforts to independently decide on their development paths in keeping with their national conditions. Mr. President, colleagues, China will work unremittingly to promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind, to fulfill the mission of a major country and responsibility for the future of humanity. China will work with all other peace-loving countries committed to development to deliver a brighter future for the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the People's Republic of China for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiamoko Mele-Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Tiamoko Mele-Kone, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency, Mr. President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates. Mr. President, it is an honor to represent at this tribune the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Alassane Ouattara. I wish to convey to you President Ouattara's warm congratulations and words of welcome which I associate myself with. I wish also on behalf of the President, Mr. Ouattara, to convey our warm congratulations to you, Mr. President of the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Congratulations not just on your election, but also I wish to commend you for the effective stewardship of our work. I wish to thank the Secretary General once again and wish to assure him of our full support for his various initiatives which are geared towards making the United Nations more than ever before a center for the harmonization of the efforts of nations. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this session is being held in a context of tremendous uncertainty for our planet and for our states, which have been encountering large-scale crises. This situation has been significantly impeding the implementation of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and has also constrained our ability to collectively surmount these challenges. As we take stock of the situation, it is our duty to be clear-eyed, to recognize the fact that the anticipated resources for the financing of this important agenda are lacking. They are lacking specifically for developing countries. Given this observation, there's a need for us to move quickly, to stand in solidarity. We must ensure that the financing for the Sustainable Development Goals is both lasting and predictable. The noble ambition of Agenda 2030 cannot continue to hinge on security expenditures, which continue to increase with each passing year throughout the world. For this reason, my delegation applauds the very relevant theme of this 78th session, a theme which invites us to engage further, to step up our efforts to achieve the SDGs. To that end, we must promptly reduce the cost of conflicts which thwart our country's development. To do so, we must embrace conflict prevention and peaceful resolution mechanisms. At the same time, our governments must step up and enhance the resilience of our economies to ensure that the economies can contribute to the financing of the SDGs. To that end, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes with particular interest the Secretary General's proposal of a new agenda for peace, the purpose of which is to rethink our priorities for the preservation and enhancement of our collective security. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the international community to mobilize, to act, so that the parties to the conflict in Ukraine and all of their external partners engage on the path to a peaceful resolution to this war. Beyond the risk of escalating violence and human rights violations, this conflict fuels global inflation. This conflict has resulted in shortages in essential food products and has threatened to plunge millions of people into hunger. Given its scope and its consequences, the financial flows that this war has mobilized. In light of all of this, the war in Ukraine has certainly undermined the financing of Agenda 2030. My country also calls upon the international community to engage alongside Africa as we fight armed terrorist groups which destabilize entire sectors of the continent, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa. The fight against terrorism is costly for African countries, particularly for Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire has been hosting thousands of refugees from neighboring crisis-ridden countries. There are significant financial resources that are needed but lacking to finance the priorities, expenditures, as well as the SDGs. Everywhere they have entrenched themselves, armed terrorist groups have been annihilating decades of progress. Progress in key sectors such as education, healthcare, culture, and employment has been reversed. They have denied women and minorities their basic rights. They reject the very idea of freedom and democracy. That having been said, and in view of this, my country invites the United Nations and ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, to consider financing modalities for the counterterrorism priority actions. These were adopted by ECOWAS in 2019, and the implementation of this has been delayed. Côte d'Ivoire has been seeing to the effective operations of the Jacquesville International Academy for Counterterrorism. This academy was established with the support of both bilateral and multilateral partners, and the academy also currently enjoys a stellar reputation. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change persists as a challenge and has significantly impacted economies and our ability to tackle the challenge of development financing. Developing countries such as Côte d'Ivoire have contributed marginally to climate change, and yet we are disproportionately affected, and we pay the highest price. We are an agricultural country, and my country has an ambition to step up the fight against the consequences of climate change in order to boost the resilience of our population. First and foremost, the aim is to improve sustainable management of natural resources and biodiversity, and subsequently, we aim to cultivate in our population a civic awareness for the preservation of the environment and the advancement of sustainable development. To that end, we urge partners who have adopted a commitment alongside us during COP15, organized in Abidjan in May 2023, to pursue their support for the implementation of the Abidjan Initiative, which is also called the Abidjan Legacy Program. This hallmark initiative for land restoration, for the preservation of the biodiversity, and for the development of responsible agriculture is an opportunity for both current and future generations. In light of current challenges, bilateral and multilateral partners need to meet their financial commitments under the Paris Climate Agreement. They should thereby facilitate the entry into force of the Loss and Damage Fund, which was established during COP27 in Egypt. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the success of the African Summit on Climate, held in Nairobi on the 5th to the 6th of September 2023. And we applaud the exceptional mobilization of Africa to have our voice heard during the forthcoming COP28 in Dubai. I wish to take this opportunity to invite the international community to support the Nairobi climate recommendations, specifically with respect to enhancement production capacity for renewable energies in Africa. The proliferation and succession of violent climate events have been observed in recent years, and this has resulted in widespread, significant material damage and tragic human casualties and costs. These ravages are a consequence of our climate inaction, and it wipes out progress achieved in the area of the SDGs, specifically for the most vulnerable countries, the countries most vulnerable to climate change. This reflects just how much the fight against climate change will require greater solidarity, as well as resources dedicated to the financing of the SDGs, and will also require that both our economies and our societies adapt. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the fragility of our health systems and has, among other things, slowed down the pace of economic growth in Africa. COVID-19 has also served as a reminder of the importance of forging meaningful international solidarity to tackle the multifaceted threats which humanity continues to face. The repercussions of COVID-19 continue to loom over our economies and affect our capability to address urgent social demands. We must draw lessons from the threat that can once again imperil the entire world. For this reason, my delegation welcomes the conduct during this session of high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparation, and response, as well as on the fight against tuberculosis, as well as on universal health coverage. Turning to universal health coverage, I wish to recall the fact that my country has adopted a regime entitled Universal Health Coverage. This entered into force in October 2019. I hope that the sharing of experience during this session will offer an opportunity for our health coverage systems to be enhanced. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the aegis of the President of the Republic, Côte d'Ivoire has been shoring up our democratic progress. This has been attested to recently by the smooth conduct of recent municipal, regional, and senatorial elections, which we organized respectively on the 2nd and 16th of September 2023. These elections saw large turnout with all political parties participating. They were carried out in a transparent and calm way, thereby demonstrating the political maturity of the people of Côte d'Ivoire. Stability, peace, and democracy which reign in Côte d'Ivoire have allowed the President of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Ouattara, to pursue his efforts towards the transformation and modernization of his country. There has been remarkable progress achieved by Côte d'Ivoire in all sectors. This has fostered significant headway in the achievement of the SDGs. The solidity of the Ivorian economy has helped to significantly reduce poverty rates, which are presently at approximately 36.5% as compared to 56% in 2011. These rates should continue to move downwards and drop
to 20% by 2030. At the same time, since 2015, there has been an ambitious program in place of productive social networks to assist the most vulnerable households. In the same vein, the government adopted an ambitious social program, the PSGov. This program helps to counter social fragility. The policy of the government and successive national development plans have helped to improve progress towards the SDGs in Côte d'Ivoire. However, this social progress has been undermined by large refugee flows from neighboring countries stricken by terrorism. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have all arrived at the same conclusion. Our states are far from being in a position to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The financing of our development agenda reflects the urgent need for a multilateral approach. A multilateral approach, multilateralism, to tackle current global challenges. And there's also a need for us to consider the need to reform global governance at all levels and to restore the meaning of solidarity among nations, a principle dear to His Excellency President Ouattara, which we were also invited to embrace by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in his opening statement for this session. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Ivory Coast for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. And I invite Her Excellency to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly and assure you of Uganda's full support. I would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Saba Kososi, for his stewardship of the 77th session, and I pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his leadership and commitment to the work of the United Nations. Mr. President, as we mark 78 years of existence of the United Nations, we yearn for a revitalized organization capable of addressing current emerging global challenges. We believe that multilateralism remains a fundamental and crucial mechanism for addressing our common challenges together as nations in solidarity. We pledge to work together with the entire membership of the United Nations towards making our organization fit for purpose and relevant for our times. In this regard, Uganda remains committed to the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative and to address the historical injustices committed against the people of Africa as spelled out by the Common African Position and enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and the Sate Declaration. Mr. President, Uganda acknowledges that timely and full implementation of the SDG 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is crucial for the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, the government has continued to take bold actions to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda nationally. Notable actions include the operationalization of voluntary local reviews and institution of the National Sustainable Development Goals Conference held annually with the participation of all stakeholders to discuss the process so far achieved and agree on the actions to ensure full compliance. Nationally, we continue to register steady progress in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, whose progress shall be contained in the third Voluntary National Review Report to be presented during the High-Level Political Forum under the auspices of the UN Economic and Social Council in July 2024. Mr. President, peace and security is fundamental and crucial in achieving sustainable development. Therefore, we need to reflect on the original purposes of the United Nations and the work to resolve man-made conflicts and global insecurity through cooperation, diplomacy, and peaceful means. In this regard, Uganda has continued to work with partners to support and advance peace, stability, and security initiatives in the region and beyond, so as to eliminate terrorism, mistrust, and other conditions that undermine development. We remain actively involved in the regional initiatives, particularly those under the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, the East African Community, and the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. Our involvement is based on the fundamental values of multilateralism. As the international community, we must be steadfast in our resolve to support dialogue and the peaceful resolution of conflicts whenever they occur around us and anywhere else in the world. Mr. President, Uganda has been at the forefront of receiving large numbers of refugees from within the region and ranks as one of the top refugee hosting countries. Uganda extends her gratitude to the UN member states and other development partners for the support and assistance rendered to the country and refugees respectively. We are working closely with the UN and partners to address the root cause of displacement. Uganda remains committed to shoulder its responsibilities and obligations in addressing the plight of refugees as a pioneer of the progressive refugee policy outlined in the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. As one of the co-conveners of the Global Refugee Forum, we commend all the states and other actors for their sustained commitment over the last 3 years, and we call upon member states and stakeholders to continue their commitment to pledge towards initiatives that advance the principle of burden and responsibility sharing, central to the compact during the forthcoming Global Refugee Forum. Mr. President, the Constitution of Uganda provides for the protection of the rights and freedoms of all Ugandans, as well as for the promotion of culture. Uganda has institutional safeguards which address grievances of human rights abuses. Objective 24 of the Constitution states that cultural and customary values are consistent with the fundamental human rights and freedoms, human dignity, and democracy. Our approach to human rights is to respect other people's values, and as we expect others to respect our values, which are deep-rooted in our culture. We therefore call for mutual respect of sovereignty. We believe that human rights considerations, especially in the face of varying cultural values, should not become the moderating factor in our long-term relationship with our development partners, with whom we will continue to engage in a proactive manner. Mr. President, regarding the culture equality, over 34.9% of the parliamentary and executive seats in Uganda are composed of women. On economic empowerment, Uganda has embarked on poverty alleviation programs which target women and youth participation in the economy. We are currently promoting value addition, value chain, and public procurement from the various Uganda Women Entrepreneurship programs. With the creation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, women will participate in cross-border trade within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, work still needs to be done in Uganda to achieve full gender equality. Mr. President, climate change continues to undermine the ability of all nations to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, we continue to witness climate and weather extremes causing considerable loss of lives and property. We remain concerned that countries that are less contributors to the global greenhouse gases continue to be disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. In this regard, Mr. President, my country extends its sincere condolences to the people of Morocco following the devastating 6.8 magnitude earthquake, which claimed more than 800 lives, and the people of Libya following the aftermath of Storm Daniel that resulted in the unprecedented flooding and loss of lives. To address the adverse impacts of climate change, Uganda continues to take bold climate adaptation and mitigation measures that include increasing access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to enhance production and value addition, increasing forest and wetland cover, and championing the operationalization of climate-smart agriculture, among others. In line with our ambitions updated nationally, determined contributions. However, we note that the lack of sufficient means of implementation continues to undermine our efforts to adequately address the impacts of climate change. We thus reiterate our call to the developed country parties in line with the Paris Agreement to fulfill their commitment of providing the US $100 billion annually to developing countries parties through 2025 to assist with respect to both mitigation and adaptation. Mr. President, we remain deeply concerned about the increasing trend in biodiversity loss. We believe that the full and timely implementation of the decisions adopted at the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity are fundamental to effectively address biodiversity loss. In this context, Government of Uganda has continued to take bold actions to address biodiversity loss. These actions include, among others, complete restoration of all degraded wetlands, reforestation, as well as prosecution of all those involved in illegal activities that undermine the preservation of flora and fauna. Our view, Mr. President, is that conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity remains a commitment for all nations and humankind. We therefore urge the international community to provide developing countries with sufficient means of implementation in terms of financing, capacity building, and technological transfer to support their efforts to address the challenges of biodiversity loss. Mr. President, developing countries continue to face unprecedented financing challenges which undermine their ability to achieve sustainable development. We believe that urgent need to reform the international financing architecture is fundamental and crucial in addressing these challenges. These reforms must be substantial to ensure that developing countries are well represented to effectively and efficiently participate in the decision-making of these international financial institutions. Our view is that these international financial institutions should support developing countries in their development efforts in accordance with their national policies and legal frameworks. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic presented a multitude of challenges to global health systems and essential health services. This crisis not only reversed hard-fought health gains, but has also inflicted severe economic hardships, especially in developing countries like Uganda. We have witnessed widespread job losses, disruptions in supply chains, decreased foreign investments, and increased poverty rates. These economic setbacks further exacerbate the already existing challenges towards meeting the 2030 agenda. In Uganda, for instance, despite earlier progress, access to universal health care today stands at 65%, which is well short of the SDG target of 100%. The crisis, while daunting, also presents opportunities for us to rethink and reinforce our commitment to health care and the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the challenges, I am happy to report that Uganda has registered positive achievements in some effective disease control measures, as demonstrated by its swift and successful response to the Ebola outbreak. Through diligent efforts and the collaboration of healthcare professionals and the government, Uganda declared the end of the Ebola outbreak caused by Sudan Ebola virus on 11th January 2023, just 4 months after the first case was confirmed in September 2022. This accomplishment underscores the importance of surveillance, contact tracing, and infection prevention and control in swiftly mitigating public health crises. By working together and capitalizing on expertise and infrastructure development in these areas, we can collectively contribute to a healthier, more resilient world. Mr. President, the non-aligned movement remains a key player in handling current and emerging global challenges within the United Nations. The movement remains relevant in serving the interests of its member states in line with its founding principles and purposes. In this regard, Uganda, as the incoming chair of NAM, will closely work with other NAM countries to further strengthen the tenets and values of the organization and the important role that the movement plays within the United Nations and other international fora. As host of the 19th NAM Summit, we look forward to welcoming the NAM heads of state and government to Kampala, Uganda, from 19th to 20th January 2024. Finally, Mr. President, the South-South cooperation remains a strong element of international cooperation within the countries of the Global South, which must be enhanced. We continue to witness the solidarity exhibited by countries in the Global South to extend support to their global counterparts to address the multiple challenges. We therefore commend these countries for the solidarity. Uganda will continue to support the strengthening of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, as well as North-South cooperation with the United Nations. As the third South Summit host, we look forward to welcoming the leaders of G77 plus China to Kampala, Uganda, from 21st to 23rd January 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Ambassador Denis Francis, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and goodwill message of peace, progress, and stability from His Excellency President Adama Barrow and the government and people of the Gambia, Africa's smiling coast. Mr. President, we congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly and thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Zaba Korosi, for his sterling leadership during the 77th session. We also express our gratitude to Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of our organization, for his hands-on leadership during these heady and turbulent times the world over. Mr. President, the world is facing numerous crises and a multiplicity of daunting challenges that raise serious questions about the readiness and viability of our multilateral institutions and arrangements in the event of another crisis or pandemic. The priorities of our times urgently warrant our collective attention and action. We must therefore undertake major reforms and organize our institutions better to make them fit for purpose. Achieving this has to begin with renewing our faith in both the Charter of the United Nations and inclusive multilateralism. For these reasons, we believe that the theme for this session, Rebuilding Trust and Igniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, mirrors the Gambia's national ethos of peace, progress, and prosperity. Our world is in dire need of rebuilding that lost trust, and our multilateral institutions must assist in regaining it by first reforming and retooling ourselves. From underdevelopment to climate change, unsustainable debts to cost of living crisis, and conflicts to marginalization, we need to cooperate better and share the burden of solutions equitably through greater partnerships and solidarity. Mr. President, we have 7 more years before the decade of action ends, yet the story on our global attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals is not very positive. It is a story of unfulfilled commitments, weak international cooperation, and lack of genuine global solidarity. It is a story that is all too common when it comes to implementing global commitments. Consequently, we must recognize these global challenges and redouble our efforts by recommitting ourselves to the attainment of the SDGs in the Global South. If we remain on our current trajectory without effecting corrective action, the world's most vulnerable peoples will be left behind and much further we can even fathom. As LDCs, we call for the steadfast implementation of the new Doha Program of Action so that it will not be another lost decade of unfulfilled commitments. Mr. President, in view of the current harsh economic realities across the global south, many developing countries are contending with unsustainable debt burdens that are compromising their ability to dig themselves out of poverty. In the quest for post-pandemic recovery, debt servicing is severely shrinking our economies, especially in the least developed countries. It is essential to find ways to address this burden urgently, as most of our countries run the risk of being left behind. Our goal is to recover by building back our economies much better and faster, and to create the policy space that would once again generate growth. With a deep sense of urgency, the international community should step up its efforts through new and existing initiatives towards finding durable solutions to the debt problem. In sum, we must get back on track to attaining the SDGs. Mr. President, the issue of debt relief for LDCs is linked to the necessity for greater reform of the international financial institutions and their decision-making mechanisms, particularly those relating to development finance and debt. We join other developing countries in calling for reforms that ensure our greater participation and a stronger voice in decision-making. Also, we would like to see mechanisms developed that adequately mainstream our concerns and interests in decisions that affect us. In this context, we strongly welcome the recent designation of a permanent seat for the African Union at the G20 group. This will immensely amplify Africa's voice and participation in global geopolitical and development issues that concern the well-being of its people. Mr. President, one of the important global issues affecting Africa is negatively disproportionate waste in climate change. Africa is paying a very heavy price for global warming, even though it is the least contributor to climate change. Cataclysmic weather events that currently impact our world clearly make it imperative and urgent to undertake collective action to tackle climate change for a more livable world. The world is neither short of climate action commitments nor the financial resources to match our ambition, but we are short of the genuine political will to act decisively. When shall we meet the $100 billion annual commitment to combat the phenomenon? Shall we ever agree on the modalities for the loss of damage fund at COP28? These are important questions to ask, considering the prevailing mistrust that continues to characterize the global dialogue on climate change and climate action. We have to act soonest and rebuild trust in our collective fight against global warming. In the Gambia, through our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, we are acting through various initiatives and projects to combat climate change. We call on member states and the international community to fulfill their commitments towards Mother Earth with a greater sense of urgency. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the Gambia, I extend our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the Kingdom of Morocco in the wake of the recent earthquake that have struck their nation. Our thoughts are with the affected communities as they recover from these tragic events. Additionally, we sympathize with all countries that have recently endured the devastating consequences of deadly floods, wildfires, and other natural disasters exacerbated by the effects of climate change. These events serve as a stark reminder of the urgent need for collective action to address the challenges posed by our changing climate. The Gambia reaffirms its commitment to working together with the international community to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Mr. President, our world is also facing a lot of challenges relating to maintenance of international peace and security. In Africa, we continue to face the threat of terrorism, piracy, the emergence of unconstitutional change of governments, civil strife, and armed conflicts across the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. The scenario is similar across parts of the Middle East. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict is another matter of serious geopolitical concern in view of its wider global impact. The institutional failures, human suffering, and huge number of lives lost would serve as a wake-up call for all member states. It is an understatement to state that the institutions, mechanisms, and processes we have created in the aftermath of World War II are inadequate, with reference to preventing the scourge of war. It is thus pressing to revisit our responses to conflicts and devise new and effective arrangements for conflict resolution and management. Today, we are hamstrung by the weaknesses of our institutions and arrangements, largely exacerbated by mistrust and lack of true international solidarity. In the face of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we call on the warring parties to give peace a chance. We further call on them to respect the sanctity of human life. It is only through negotiation and political dialogue that such conflicts can end. We also call on our brothers and sisters in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa to choose peace over armed conflict. Mr. President, since our political transition in 2017, the Gambia has committed itself to the consolidation of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Good governance, accountability, and institutional reforms are progressively taking root in our society. Sustaining and building the peace that we have so heavily invested in will remain a priority for the government. We have also instituted transitional justice mechanisms that have yielded substantial results, and we are fully committed to implementing the recommendations of the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparation Commissions set up in 2018. Mr. President, West Africa is facing serious challenges in connection with development, democratic governance, the rule of law, peace, and security. As we grapple with these regional challenges, let me assure you that in the Gambia, we are truly committed to nurturing our young democracy, institutional building, protecting and promoting fundamental rights and freedoms, as well as women and youth empowerment. We are now enjoying the dividends of democracy, and we believe it is the best form of governance for our people. Furthermore, in our quest to inclusively deliver the dividends of democracy and build a more secure and prosperous Gambia, the government recently developed a new Green-Focused Recovery National Development Plan 2023-2027 as successor to the 2018-2021 National Development Plan. While appreciating the support and partnership received during implementation of the NDP, the Gambia solicits the continued support and partnership of all her friends, partners, and the international community to successfully implement its new development master plan. Mr. President, the pursuit of peace around the world is one of the central pillars of the United Nations work. Adaptability of the organization to resolve ongoing, new, or emerging peace and security challenges is worthy of sober reflection. Peacekeeping missions in situations where terrorism, violent extremism, or gang violence is endemic demand serious dialogue within the organization. No society should be held hostage because our institutional arrangements are ineffectively suited for action in such situations. Traditional peacekeeping has worked in a lot of situations, but it has come under enormous pressure in recent times. Such difficult experiences, as exemplified in some peacekeeping missions in Africa, flag the wisdom for reform. As a demonstration of our commitment to peacekeeping undertakings, in support of the Secretary General's action for peacekeeping, we have agreed with Bangladesh, through the support of the Secretariat, to jointly deploy a battalion in a suitable peacekeeping mission. This is an innovative arrangement where our two countries will collaborate to advance peace. Mr. President, allow me to share some thoughts on topical international political developments and situations that require our attention. The maltreatment of migrants around the world is a matter of serious concern to my delegation. Migrants are human beings with human rights, and they deserve to be treated humanely. We are appalled by the cruel and degrading treatment meted out to migrants at certain borders in Africa and beyond. We call on the United Nations to investigate these incidents and crimes committed against migrants with a view to protecting them and their families. Criminalizing migration or treating migrants as criminals is unacceptable. Let us open legal pathways for migration and the regularization of the status of migrants in line with our international commitments, including those under the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Mr. President, The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been going on for too long. The conflict requires a lasting solution. Settlement activities need to stop. We express serious concern over the ongoing loss of life and injuries suffered by Palestinians in the region. Mr. President, allow me to commend the Kingdom of Morocco once again for the efforts they continue to undertake towards the resolution of the dispute in the Moroccan Sahara. The Gambia reaffirms its strong support for the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative, which we believe serves as a serious, credible, realistic compromise solution that could resolve the dispute as affirmed in relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, our bilateral relationship with the People's Republic of China is founded on the principle of peaceful coexistence, mutual respect, and a commitment to mutually beneficial development. We therefore strongly endorse the One China policy. Mr. President, allow me to highlight that reform of the United Nations, especially that of the Security Council, is long overdue. Africa's marginalization and underrepresentation in the membership of the Council calls for corrective measures. After more than 75 years of existence, this body deserves urgent reforms to regain the world's trust. In furtherance of this call, my delegation strongly supports the common African position on this important issue. Mr. President, in conclusion, rebuilding trust across the wide spectrum of issues that I have raised is a matter of topmost priority. The urgency of rebuilding trust in our multilateral institutions across the globe is glaringly evident. To avoid exclusion of the most vulnerable members in this decade of action, the Gambia calls for greater international cooperation and renewed solidarity. We call on all to make huge difference if we commit to rekindle global solidarity through these critical times. Concerted global action, sustained international solidarity, and increased partnerships are the antidote for our current global challenges. I thank you for your attention.
Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang Mage, the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great honor in welcoming His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang, Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency.
Your Excellency, President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly session, Excellencies, heads of state and government and heads of delegations, Your Excellency, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Obiang Ngema Basogwa, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, I should like to begin by congratulating His Excellency Denis Francis on his unanimous election as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly, and I extend those congratulations to the other members of the Bureau. Rest assured that you can count on the support and cooperation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea during your presidency. We wish to extend our heartfelt solidarity to the Kingdom of Morocco and to the state of Libya following the tragedies which these two sister countries have recently experienced. Those tragedies have led to great loss of life and to massive destruction of infrastructure. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 78th session of the General Assembly is quite rightly rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. We do indeed welcome the relevance of this theme because it points at the very heart of the burning issues which the world is currently facing. It focuses inter alia on conflicts, on the increase in the number of armed groups, on the real threat of terrorism and mercenarism, on climate change, on the prospect of new health crises, and on the economic and financial crisis, as well as on the food crisis, which may well lead to famine in a number of countries. This is a decisive and crucial crossroads, and leaders of the world must find lasting, consensual, transformative, and sustainable solutions in order to tackle the multifaceted challenges which are impacting all of the continents of our planet. Mr. President, once again, we are here to denounce and to condemn interference by some countries and exploitation by some countries of our natural resources. This continues to be a major factor leading to underdevelopment, to conflicts, and to instability. We are very concerned about the increasingly serious situation in the countries of the Sahel, as well as in other regions of the African continent, which has a very negative impact on the development of those countries. Africa should receive priority attention in support initiatives and in financing for development. Financing for development commitments must be implemented so that we can reach the goals of Agenda 2030, so that we leave no one behind, and so that we can overcome all of the phenomena which hamper development in Africa. We are quite concerned at the chronic crises in Haiti. That country is currently besieged by gangs of criminals, inflicting enormous damage on the population. Equatorial Guinea is therefore proposing the holding of a UN conference for Haiti in order to analyze this situation in depth and in order to find a sustainable and lasting solution. Equatorial Guinea will insist on the need to reform the UN system, including the Security Council, which today is involved in one of the greatest injustices. namely the failure to implement international law. The African continent continues to be a victim of the historic injustice of being the only continent without permanent representation in the Security Council, despite the fact that the vast majority of issues on the agenda of this decision-making body are issues of concern to Africa. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in this increasingly interdependent, interconnected world, we resoundingly reject the use of unilateral coercive measures which undermine the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international law. We urge states to abstain from promoting these measures because they represent a serious obstacle to the development of states, particularly countries in development, developing countries. Once again, we raise our voice and we call for an immediate lifting of the commercial, economic, and financial embargo which has been imposed on the Republic of Cuba for several decades. This sister country deserves the opportunity to join the global community as a sovereign country. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I wish to report to you that the government of Equatorial Guinea has designed a strategic plan through 2035 for economic diversity. We would like our partners to join us in implementing this plan. We therefore extend an invitation to the business community of all friendly and sister countries to come and to invest in our attractive national market. We are living in a globalized world, and therefore I hope that we will forge alliances of cooperation and solidarity through frank and inclusive dialogue so that we can resolve peacefully the current conflicts and inequalities, as well as our differences. We appeal for the need to give more importance to international cooperation and multilateralism. They are very needed so that we can address the challenges facing all of humanity. Our determination to tackle pressing issues from climate change to peace to security and development is unwavering. I have no doubt that with a genuine spirit of solidarity, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome to ensure the well-being of our planet and of its peoples. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Theodore Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philip Izodo Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, please allow me to start by conveying to this august assembly fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not attend this important session due to pressing national commitments. It is a great honor and privilege to address the Assembly on her behalf and for the people of my country. I also wish to join those who have spoken before me in congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I pledge Tanzania's full support to your presidency. Similarly, I wish to pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Kaba Korosis, who successfully steered the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. In the same way, I commend the Secretary General and the UN Secretariat for dedicated service to humanity in the face of many daunting global challenges. Mr. President, this year the Assembly is meeting specifically in search of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. However, for decades now, the persistent voice of the Global South calling in the wilderness make straight the way toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all has fallen on deaf ears. The hitherto strong historical solidarity, fraternity, and commitment to the principles of non-interference, equality between nations, and mutual benefit bequeathed to us by the UN founding fathers is withering away. As a result of this paralysis in multilateralism, we have now begun to witness shifting geopolitical tectonic plates and creation of new blocs, seeking to replace the now obviously dysfunctional world order. Trust among states has worn away, and there is erosion of the rule of law and a revert back to unilateralism. The effectiveness of the UN system and multilateral financial institutions is now being questioned more than ever before, calling for their immediate reform. All this is happening at a time when the world is reeling from the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, relentless wrath of climate change, horrendous armed conflicts, global food insecurity, looming energy and debt crisis, as well as stubborn poverty and growing inequality. Furthermore, implementation of the SDGs 2030 has been disappointing, mainly as a result of unfulfilled promises of finance and technology by the global north and limited fiscal space in most African countries. In order to rebuild trust, it is imperative that the global north walks the talk on its promises and listens to the voices of the global south. Analogously, the global south must re-engineer its domestic revenue mobilization effort, including putting an end to hemorrhage of its natural resource wealth and illicit capital outflows. Mr. President, peace is undeniably a prerequisite for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ironically, even in this 21st century, some nations are still firing guns and missiles at each other. However, the fact is that massive production of weapons and skyrocketing military spending on armed conflicts is compromising the promises we all made to the most vulnerable among us, that is, children, youth, women, and the poor, to build a better, prosperous world and create opportunities for all, leaving no one behind. In this regard, Tanzania highly commends the United Nations for its tireless efforts in maintaining international peace and security. We applaud the Secretary General's new agenda for peace, unveiled on 20th July 2023, which provides a greater vision for multilateral efforts towards peace and security on the basis of international law. I therefore implore each one of us in this assembly to give due consideration to the priorities stipulated therein, for they resonate very well with the spirit and essence of the theme of this assembly. Mr. President, Tanzania remains fully committed and ready to work with the UN family in maintaining global peace and security to make the world a safer place to live in, not only for us, but more importantly, to the generations to come. Tanzania firmly believes that the world needs to invest more in dialogue and diplomacy to prevent and resolve armed conflicts. Wars and confrontations must be avoided at all costs, because in war everyone loses, including the non-warring parties. In this regard, Tanzania has and will continue to contribute to peacemaking and peacekeeping efforts in Africa and elsewhere in the world. As of March 2023, Tanzania stood as the 12th largest contributor among 125 countries in UN peacekeeping missions. Tanzania urges the international community to increase support to regional initiatives to bring peace to war-torn parts of the African continent. Those who participate in fueling conflicts in Africa, either for the purpose of profiting from arms trade or access to blood mineral wealth, should be tracked and condemned openly by the United Nations. With regard to combating terrorism, Tanzania has strengthened capacity to deal with cross-border terrorism, working with our neighbors and international partners, especially through sharing of information and strategies. Mr. President, 3 days ago, we gathered in this hall for a second review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and implementation of the 17 SDGs. It is discouraging to note that at halftime, we are off track to meet most of the goals. The UN Secretary General's Progress Report reveals that a mere 15% of the 140 targets are on track, while a staggering 37% have either stagnated or even regressed from the 2015 baseline. This underperformance calls for supercharged implementation and partnership, especially prioritizing to scale up investment in people. Mr. President, Tanzania is fully committed to implement the SDGs as envisaged. In July this year, Tanzania presented its second voluntary national report, which shows that overall there has been significant progress with respect to SDG 2 to 7, as indicated by an increase in food sufficiency ratio, availability of essential medicines, decline in under-5 mortality, increase in pre- and primary gross enrollment rates, significant milestones in pioneering gender equality, improved water supply coverage in urban and rural areas, as well as population connected to electricity. However, only moderate performance has been recorded for SDG 1, 8, and SDG 10. To ensure successful implementation of SDGs, Tanzania is determined to take actions to improve further the domestic revenue effort while capitalizing on PPPs. We are also prioritizing investments in the social service sectors, agriculture and agribusiness, value addition and infrastructure, as well as uplifting of skills for the youth. In addition, harnessing science, technology, and innovation is also key to hastening implementation of the SDGs. Mr. President, climate change has now become the world's greatest threat. Recent natural calamities, which have devastated parts of some countries around the world, amplify the horrible effects of climate change. And on this note, Tanzania offers deepest condolences to the governments and the people of Libya and the Kingdom of Morocco for the loss of lives and properties caused by floods and earthquakes. Furthermore, the latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change sounded an alarming reality that the world is off track, the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed in Paris. Disturbingly, the report indicates that Africa is warming at an accelerated pace, outstripping the global rate. As such, climate change has and will continue to adversely impact Africa and hamper its progress. Tanzania, therefore, reiterates its call for urgent and concerted actions by all nations to cut down greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen mitigation and adaptation measures. Together, we must create an enabling environment and facilitate investments needed to unlock resources for scaling up implementation of our climate commitments and decarbonization of the global economy. We, the global community, must act with urgency. Tanzania also reiterates its call for a fair and just clean energy transition for Africa. Mr. President, unilateral coercive measures have serious adverse effects on the targeted economies and innocent lives, especially of women and children, the very people we have committed not to leave behind. Tanzania remains steadfast in its opposition to injustice, wherever it is committed and by whoever. We stand against the imposition of unjust economic sanctions and other unilateral coercive measures that undermine sovereignty and prosperity for all. Likewise, we continue to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who continue to be denied their rights to self-determination and those living under occupation or domination. We call for the lifting of unjust sanctions and an end to the occupation or subjugation. Tanzania also advocates for peaceful resolution of all territorial disputes in accordance with the principles set out in the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to reaffirm Tanzania's unwavering commitment to support the United Nations and its member states in implementing our common global agenda. We call upon warring parties around the world to silence their guns and missiles and give prominence to peace. Let us act towards each other with humility, not arrogance. Let's heed the old wisdom that says, an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. Let's act together to address the climate crisis and hasten implementation of Agenda 2030. Our humble plea is that the voices, promises, and solutions made or provided on this rostrum ought to bring hope to the hopeless, dignity to the humiliated, and justice to all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, it's an honor to address this August Assembly of States at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I stand before you on behalf of a proud nation which is celebrating the leadership of the General Assembly for the next year by a son of the soil of Trinidad and Tobago. We are proud of you, Mr. President. I again extend warmest congratulations to you on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and you are assured of our full support. I also wish to express our deepest gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Karusi, for ably guiding our work during the 77th session. Permit me, Mr. President, to express our deepest condolences to and solidarity with the government and people of Morocco, as well as the government and people of Libya, on the recent tragedies which have resulted in the significant loss of lives, livelihoods, and destruction of property. Mr. President, at the midpoint of the journey for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, a sober reflection would leave many observers with a pessimistic feeling that the world is in peril and that we are at risk of significantly falling short of ensuring that no one is left behind. We have seen an array of cascading crises in many parts of the world. Recently, the Secretary General sounded the alarm that the period of global warming had ended and that the era of global boiling has arrived. Investments in instruments of war have far surpassed investments in instruments of peace and peace building. Some protracted conflicts are continuing with little signs of ceasefire, and others continue to erupt and escalate with disturbing consequences. All of these contribute to the waning spirit of multilateralism in our United Nations, the very purpose for which this organization was built. We have seen glimmers of hope extinguished by the darkness of despair, where the most vulnerable of the global population are made to pay the highest price. The cards of the international financial system remain heavily stacked against Global South, thereby inhibiting the prospect of these countries to achieve economic growth and sustainable development. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I ask, is this the legacy that we would leave for future generations? Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, as a responsible member of this organization, is committed to doing its part to achieve sustainable development and international peace and security for all. However, our ability to safely navigate our destiny to the harbor of sustainable development by 2030 is stymied by challenges and threats, some of which are existential. One such threat is the proliferation and use of illegal firearms in our society, which, just like in other jurisdictions, bring untold suffering to many families and communities and the nation as a whole. Only today, Mr. President, we experienced the loss of life of 5 members of one family killed by an assailant with an assault weapon. Mr. President, this situation has worsened largely because of the accelerated commercial availability, coupled with illegal trafficking from countries of manufacture into the almost defenseless territories of the Caribbean. In a population of 1.4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, we experienced over 600 murders last year, 90% of which involved handguns and increasingly assault weapons. Within our best efforts and a huge consumption of our already scarce resources, we have seen over 400 violent firearms-driven killings already this year. Mr. President, this is a crisis shared by almost all the Caribbean territories and is to be added to the challenges that stand in the way of any successful tackling of the development goals already identified. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, both individually and as part of the Caribbean Community CARICOM, has attempted to devise solutions and interventions to address these challenges meaningfully and holistically. For this reason, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago hosted the CARICOM Regional Symposium to address crime and violence as a public health issue, as we felt that it was incumbent to promote and encourage dialogue aimed at reducing violence and preventing crime in our society. In this context, we are cognizant of the need for cooperation at all levels. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to the Arms Trade Treaty and its stated objectives. We also look forward to continue to work collaboratively with our regional and international partners, especially the United States, to urgently stem the illicit trade of illegal firearms, most of which are produced by gun manufacturers and promoters based in this country. We acknowledge and appreciate the recent and ongoing support of the United States in linking arms with Trinidad and Tobago and the wider CARICOM in confronting this metastasizing scourge, which not only disturbs our safety, but threatens our sense of security and even the very democratic states themselves. Mr. President, we acknowledge that the proliferation of violent crime, concomitant with other escalating crises, provides fertile conditions to destabilize any country. It is in this context that Trinidad and Tobago supports CARICOM's position that all nations respect the Caribbean Sea as a zone of peace. Consequently, Trinidad and Tobago, as it fights its own battles in this area, remains deeply concerned over the developments in our fellow CARICOM country, Haiti, that are causing unimaginable humanitarian, socioeconomic, and security consequences. We applaud the decision of the government of Kenya to offer to help lead a multinational unit in Haiti and welcome the decision of the governments of the Bahamas and Jamaica to contribute personnel to it. Rwanda's offer to help is also very significant and commendable. We also urge the international community to collaborate with Haiti towards the achievement of a credible solution to its current crisis that would guarantee that the country and its people are not left behind. I recall the exhortation by Trinidad and Tobago's iconic calypsonian David Rudder in his timeless classic, and I quote, Mr. President, when David Rudder says, "Haiti, I'm sorry," where he intoned, and I could continue to quote, "I refuse to believe that we, good people, would forever turn our hearts and eyes away. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we'll turn our heads and look inside you, unquote. Mr. President, that day has come. That day is now. We, the United Nations gathered here, must prioritize authorization for the external help that Haiti desperately needs. Mr. President, just like anywhere else in the world, Haiti deserves peace. Haiti deserves prosperity. Haiti deserves progress, and Haiti deserves sustainability. Haiti requires the intervention of the United Nations now. I wish to assure you that Trinidad and Tobago, as an honest broker, remains fully committed to working with the government of Haiti and all other stakeholders to arrive at an indigenous solution to comprehensively address the crisis in that country. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that in order to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, there must be universal adherence to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be paramount and permanent. It is in this connection that we continue to register our dismay and disappointment in the ongoing hostilities following the military action against Ukraine. Mr. President, though we are geographically far removed from the threat of the conflict, we are not unaffected. It is indeed disappointing that the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which assisted in stabilizing global food prices and potentially protecting millions from the threat of famine, starvation, that has been terminated. We noted with great anxiety that global food prices during the month of July rose for the first time in months. This situation is of priority concern for the CARICOM community, as we acknowledge that food security remains a crucial issue for our region and is a vital component in our quest to achieve the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, it is also regrettable that after all this time, a credible solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains elusive. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its strong support for a two-state solution based on mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect, which would serve as a foundation for Israel and Palestine to live as peaceful, responsible neighbors. We continue to urge both sides to recommit to a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution that would ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 2023 marks two very important milestones for the international community as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Treaty of Rome. As a country that has been a long-standing advocate of the International Criminal Court, Trinidad and Tobago congratulates the court on this achievement. In recognizing this milestone, we remember and pay tribute to an outstanding pioneer of the court, the late Arthur N.R. Robinson, former Prime Minister and President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen sufficient evidence to be convinced that his efforts, which in part resulted in the creation of the International Criminal Court, were not in vain. For this reason, Trinidad and Tobago remains steadfast in its support of the work and mandate of the court, as we believe that access to justice is a critical element towards achieving sustainable peace. We therefore continue to urge those countries that have not done so to submit to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court so that it can comprehensively fulfill its mandate as a truly universal court. Mr. President, while we acknowledge that the International Criminal Court provides a beacon of hope for access to justice, we also recognize that it is an absolute injustice that 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there still exists discrimination and the lack of tolerance for fundamental human rights. We remain concerned that in some quarters, women and girls continue to be denied similar opportunities offered to men and boys, which stymies the collective pursuit to building peaceful and sustainable societies. It is quite paradoxical, Mr. President, that we are attempting to achieve the 2030 agenda while leaving substantial segments of communities behind. Everyone must be allowed to live a life free of fear and free from all forms of violence, a life in which they are respected, where their dignity and liberty are not compromised. These ideals must also shape the way forward for reconciliation, truth, and justice. The persistent underdevelopment of Caribbean nations and so many others is directly attributed to the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement and economic exploitation of African people by Europeans. The descendants of these people populate the Caribbean islands, where they struggle manfully against the residual rigors of these historic crimes, even as they are visited by the worst effects of climate change and the constant threat of exclusion from the world's mainstream financial systems. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago continues to call for bold, decisive action to ensure reparatory justice for the untold suffering of millions of people in the developing world. We would welcome Africa's support in this quest for justice. Mr. President, it is undeniable that climate change is an existential threat to all of us and does not recognize geographical boundaries. We also acknowledge that our people, the people of the small island developing states, those who bear the least culpability for the climate crisis, are the ones who continue to be most disproportionately affected. The experts have told us that this past July was the hottest month on record and that global ocean temperatures were also at record levels. Most disconcertingly, we noted with justifiable alarm the recent dire warning by scientists that without ambitious climate action, we will exceed the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold. However, recent developments have shown that overambitious net zero targets ought not to be forced upon small island nations. Mr. President, we are called upon to be game changers on this issue. We have a responsibility for the survival and continued existence of life on this planet that no other generation of leaders has had. A global stocktake at COP28 is crucial. The global stocktake must result in a roadmap that brings the world nearer to the track by ensuring that NDCs are aligned with the 1.5 degree temperature goal. Nationally determined contributions must become nationally implemented contributions. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of implementing its commitment to installing some infrastructure for sustainable energy supply. We urge developed countries to increase their support for the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. In these commitments, if they're made, we will be honored in full sooner rather than later. They would go a long way towards rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly for the Global South. Mr. President, the global economic crisis has landed heavily on the developing world, with small island developing states such as Trinidad and Tobago and our Caribbean neighbors facing the harshest impacts of the socio-economic fallout. For this reason, the next 10-year program of action will be crucial to ensuring that no one is left behind. We call on the international community to lend its support for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and to reach an ambitious and transformative global blueprint that will drive the sustainable development ambitions of small island developing nations towards long-term resilient prosperity. We will also continue to advocate that international financial institutions should be sensitive to the specific circumstances of developing countries and the challenges that they face. Trinidad and Tobago therefore reiterates its support for the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the Bridgetown Initiative, and any other effort that addresses the most pressing needs of developing countries, including those encountering liquidity challenges and debt distress. Mr. President, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago welcomed the landmark adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Trinidad and Tobago actively participated in the negotiations along with its CARICOM partners. We are fully confident that when this treaty enters into force, the benefits will redound to all of humankind. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda envisions a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity. It would, however, be impossible, Mr. President, for our sisters and brothers in Cuba to achieve these goals if the anachronistic economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against that country remains in place. For over 6 decades, the people of Cuba have been grappling with significantly diminished prospects for charting a course towards prosperity, meaningful progress, and sustainable development. To this end, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba, and certainly for its removal from any unjustified listing as an alleged state sponsor of terrorism. Mr. President, despite our challenges, 2023 has been a momentous year for us in CARICOM. In addition to your election as President of the General Assembly, we recently celebrated in Port of Spain the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean community under the theme, 50 Years Strong, a solid foundation to build on. It was indeed a confluence of celebratory events as we all rejoiced over the election of CARICOM members to major UN bodies. In this regard, we congratulate Guyana on its election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, as well as Haiti and Suriname on their election to the Economic and Social Council. Mr. President, guided by our charter and the spirit of multilateralism, we can use the popular aphorism as inspiration, and I quote, "Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success," unquote. If we were to apply that maxim, I have no doubt that we can achieve peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago will be doing its part. We continue to stand on our principles, to deploy our diplomacy and leadership in the service of the common good, to uphold international law, and to work with member states in our commitment to leave this world safer, healthier, and better. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention, and I thank my colleagues.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kiri Ahos, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Monsieur le Président, heads of government and state, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's General Assembly asks us to accelerate action towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. It is a laudable goal, and one I would argue matters more now than ever before. But I must also ask if it is anywhere near enough. And I pose this question not because I wish to test the patience of this Assembly, but rather because even though collective multilateral solutions can and often do make a difference, it seems to me that still too many solutions fall short of our ambitions. Our words are never quite matched by our actions, and our achievements are never quite meet our expectations. It is as if in this United Nations, nations are not quite united enough. And nowhere is that clearer to me than in two core areas: tackling climate change and managing migration, both of which will be at the heart of Greece's Security Council candidacy for 2025-2026. If successful, Greece will make climate and migration central tenets of our time on the Security Council, together with respect for international law and maritime security. We will do this because, in part at least, the global community's current collective approach to both issues speaks to a failure to match rhetoric with policy delivery. When we have lived through a summer like the one in 2023, the hottest on record, and when we talk rather than act on tackling the main drivers of irregular migration or even the implementation of existing transnational agreements, we are in fact failing. And ladies and gentlemen, we must work harder collectively to change that. 12 months ago, at this very podium, I warned how without multilateral cooperation, the devastating effects of climate change would soon be the norm rather than the exception. 12 months later, and that new norm has unfortunately arrived. This summer, floods, fires, heat waves, and landslides have gripped the European South, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, bringing unprecedented destruction to the region from Slovenia to Libya, from Italy to Greece. For Greeks, nowhere was this more apparent than across Evros, in the northeast of my country. Here, the largest blaze ever recorded in the European Union burned continuously for almost 2 weeks. In all, 20 people were killed, hundreds lost homes and livelihoods, and an area greater in size than this city, New York, was razed to ashes. 700 firefighters from across Europe fought valiantly to contain this devastating megafire, but they couldn't tame it. And as if that was not enough, 10 days later, Greece was struck by Storm Daniel. The Thessaly region, in the center of the country, saw twice as much rainfall in one day than falls in London in an entire year. It was the worst storm to hit Greece in over a century. And Daniel carved its destructive path not only through my country, but through Libya too, landing upon the coastal city of Derna, where the death toll now stands in the tens of thousands. The impact of these events across the Mediterranean is unprecedented. Lives lost, businesses destroyed, communities upended, social cohesion undermined, the fragile ecology of our most precious natural habitats severely compromised. I accept, of course, that the climate crisis is not an alibi for everything, but the science is clear. Unprecedented temperatures, fueled by global warming, are creating the conditions that drive these catastrophic events. And this is no longer a crisis of the poorest or the global south. Our own very unequal battle with nature is now being fought out across the European south and the Mediterranean in particular. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the new reality of climate change. Greece and our many friends and neighbors who ring the Mediterranean now face similar challenges to those countries which have been at the sharp end of the climate crisis. And like those countries, we need a much more coordinated response. In Greece, we have pumped hundreds of millions into mitigation. We have introduced our first ever climate law. We're driving ambitious proposals around decarbonizing our islands. We partner with multinationals in the pursuit of green technology. We invest heavily in renewables. We're given our natural assets of wind, sun, and sea. The potential is huge. And yet, while we act decisively on long-term mitigation, we are collectively guilty of not placing enough emphasis on short-term adaptation, even though the need to become more resilient is about change today, not tomorrow. After all, this crisis is already here. It is affecting our lives today, and it is already having a significant impact on our economies. For the European Union, this represents a failure, not just of policy, but also of financial resourcing. We are spending peanuts on adaptation and emergency relief. We have two funds which are completely depleted, and this must change, which is why earlier this week I wrote to the leaders of Croatia, Cyprus, France, Italy, Malta, Portugal, Slovenia, and Spain, who along with Greece make up the EU Med9 group of countries. In my letter, I suggested two solutions to the short-term adaptation issue. First, that we recognize that the circumstances now demand that we act outside the EU's long-term budget framework and state subsidy rules. And second, that we lead the EU-wide efforts to define and implement a comprehensive, properly resourced strategic plan that addresses the new challenges we are now facing. But this isn't just about Europe. The problems faced by the European South and North Africa are, after all, no different to the issues faced by Canada this summer, or indeed the likes of Pakistan last summer, when that country also suffered from catastrophic floods. That is why I'm calling for the creation of a global adaptation alliance, a forum from where we can deliver new collective thinking, renewed cooperation, access to new finance, to drive short-term adaptation before it is too late. Investing more, for example, in sharing new technology, in advanced forecasting and modeling, so that we can predict with greater clarity, with greater accuracy, how these phenomena are going to behave, where the floods are coming from and where the fires are going. We will therefore push for the inclusion of an adaptation alliance at the upcoming COP28 meeting in the United Arab Emirates, because only by working together can we make a real difference. Learning lessons from one another, but sharing best practices and solutions too. Take Greece's early warning emergency number, the 112 number. During devastating wildfires 5 years ago, it didn't exist. A whole seaside town was razed to the ground. More than 100 people perished. We learned from that mistake. We put it right. And this summer, the 112 number played a huge part in minimizing loss of life. What difference, I wonder, would such a number, an emergency number, have made in Maui during the devastating Hawaiian fires, or in Libya, for example? And it is exactly this sort of relatively cost-effective solutions that represent the type of technological adaptation we need globally going forward. A simple yet life-saving idea. And all of this is critical because at the end of the day, our number one obligation is the protection of human life. Monsieur le Président, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to the second great challenge of our time, migration. My country is at the forefront of the global migration crisis. Greece has, over the last decade, provided shelter and protection to hundreds of thousands of refugees and asylum seekers. Our Coast Guard has gone above and beyond to save tens of thousands of lives at sea. And let me be clear, Greece will always be an open and welcoming country for those fleeing persecution and violence, as well as those economic migrants who, however, seek a new future by accessing legal pathways. After all, our economy is growing again. We're attracting significant foreign investment, and there are many job opportunities in my country. But we also need to fill these vacancies on our own terms, not those set by the criminal gangs. And that is why it is critical that the international community works together to establish a far more comprehensive and coordinated approach, one that addresses the root causes of migration, one that more effectively counters human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and fosters legal pathways to mobility. Take managing the root causes of migration. We must challenge the negative political, socioeconomic, and climate trends at source in the countries of origin, but also the countries of transit. And that means more tailor-made, innovative, multi-stakeholder partnerships to drive forward sustainable development and strengthen resilience, creating jobs and opportunities in the places of origin. No one wants to leave their homes and risk their lives finding work thousands of miles away. In real terms, that's about investing in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, in the green and digital transition, all of which can reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And it's about creating incentives for private sector development. It's about supporting entrepreneurship and small businesses while always promoting good governance and women's empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to migration, Greece's policy is tough but fair. We are focused on preventing irregular migration and improving the effectiveness of return systems. But we're also focused on facilitating safe, orderly, and legal migration while processing asylum claims expeditiously. This issue is not going to go away. Indeed, in recent weeks, there is evidence across the Mediterranean that the pressure on our borders is unfortunately growing again. That is why preventing departures must be the starting point. We must break the business model of the traffickers and the networks if we are to stop people from embarking on such dangerous journeys. And working together bilaterally and multilaterally, we must strengthen border controls and surveillance, mechanisms to detect and intercept strugglers and their activities. And we can do that through the use of advanced technology, intelligence sharing, and cooperation among border control agencies. And we must enhance the capacity of law enforcement to investigate and prosecute those responsible for profiting from human despair, as well as disrupting the money networks through the strengthening of tools to identify and freeze traffickers' assets. And we need a whole-of-route approach, raising public awareness of the dangers posed by smuggling routes. At the same time, as I said, we must provide legal pathways through family reunification, humanitarian visas, but also labor mobility, something that Greece has done with new bilateral agreements with countries such as Egypt and Bangladesh. But above all, if we want to solve the problem in the Mediterranean, we must work together with our partner countries. Turkey, of course, but also our North African neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to Greece's relation with our eastern neighbor, Turkey. But let me do so in the spirit of openness. Rather than looking at the past, I want today to look to the future. And undoubtedly, long-standing geopolitical tensions between Greece and Turkey remain. Our two greatest shared challenges, however, climate change and migration, are of the present and of the future. And I told President Erdogan just that when we met yesterday. Don't get me wrong, our main difference over the delimitation of our maritime zones in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean is extremely important. It remains, but it can be resolved in accordance with international law and in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. We have made good progress over the past months in terms of normalizing our relationships, and it is in our mutual interest to continue down that path. Turning to Cyprus, this remains unfortunately at its core an issue of an illegal invasion and occupation in violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter. Our commitment to Cyprus's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a solution of one state based on a bizonal, bicommunal federation is steadfast. It's a matter of credibility and determination to defend the core values and principles upon which the United Nations are based, and finding a fair, viable, and mutually acceptable solution to the Cyprus issue remains a top priority for Greece, and we will continue to fully support the UN-led efforts to facilitate the resumptions of negotiations, always on the basis of the relevant UN security resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have today addressed two of the three most important concerns we share today as a global community. Let me end by quickly addressing the third. Last year, in this very spot, most of us condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, an act of blatant aggression that has shattered the inviolability of a sovereign border and has cost so many innocent lives. Overall, the international community has stood firm against Putin's provocation and disastrous attempt to rewrite history. Today, however, the assertion on Russia's part is that NATO, the EU, the other partners that support Ukraine will eventually lose the stomach to continue that fight. Now let me be clear. This should not happen, and this will not happen. We will never walk away from Ukraine, because to do so would be to abandon the very principles of peace, democracy, and adherence to international law that so many in this room hold dear. This message was sent out loud and clear by the leaders of the whole Balkans region on the 21st of August in Athens, in the regional summit we hosted together with President Zelensky. Dear friends, to conclude, whether the issue is addressing climate change, managing migration, or fighting the threat to our democratic way of life, all the challenges we face are daunting. We've said many times failure is not an option. True leadership will be required by all of us. We cannot just sit idle and hope for a miracle. I have the privilege of leading a mid-sized country that is trying to do its best to address issues of massive complexity. But it is time for the really big players to step up to the plate and deliver. Thank you very much for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier.
I'd like to thank the Speaker for that statement, and I ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear from His Excellency Mr. Pushpa Kamadaha, Prime Minister of Nepal. I ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency.
J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence.
I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Mr. Pushpa Kamadaha, the Prime Minister of Nepal, and I ask him to speak before the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I congratulate Madam President and member of the Bureau on your respective election. I also express my deep appreciation to the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his unremitting efforts to strengthen the United Nations and promote the cause of multilateralism. There could be no better time to deliberate on the theme rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly when trust and cooperation are in short supply and crises of confidence reign the world. Today, due to the resurgence of geopolitical competition, power polarization and economic nationalism, maintenance of world peace and security, the foremost goal of the UN Charter, have come under serious strain. Spending on arms is on the rise, but resources for the realization of the 2030 agenda have become scarce. We must correct this course and focus on our common goal of peace, prosperity, and progress. It is time to build trust, promote partnership and collaboration, and work in solidarity when the world is facing the challenges of unprecedented scale and nature. Madam President, I have fond memories of addressing this august assembly back in 2008 as the Prime Minister of a country that had just made a transformation of historic proportion, a transformation from armed conflict to an inclusive and nationally owned peace process, a transformation from centuries-old feudal monarchical rule to a democratic republican order, and a transformation to a multi-party democratic polity where participation of all sections of our society is ensured. 15 years on, we have come a long way. We successfully transitioned through a nationally led peace process. We promulgated a democratic constitution in 2015 by an elected constituent assembly, which has consolidated the universally recognized values of human rights, participatory democracy, periodic election, inclusive proportional representation, full press freedom, independent judiciary, and rule of law. The successive two cycles of federal, provincial, and local elections have resulted in increased participation of women, Dalits, youths, and underrepresented communities at all levels of governance. We have been able to ensure 41% of representation of women in local assemblies. A minimum of 33% representation of women is constitutionally guaranteed in the provincial assembly and federal parliament. We have firmly established that the sovereignty lies in Nepali people, and they are the real source of state power. We are now closer to logically concluding our unique, nationally owned and homegrown peace process. Completing the remaining task of transitional justice is top on my political agenda. As Prime Minister of a co-signatory of the Comprehensive Peace Accord, I have been making serious effort to bridge the gaps and build consensus among the key stakeholders. An amendment bill related to the transitional justice has been tabled at the federal parliament to address the concern of the victims, strike a right balance between peace, justice, and reparation, and to make the transitional justice process broadly owned by our society. The proposed bill evolved through a wider consultative process, taking a victim-centric approach and recognize a reparation as victims' right. In the process, there will be no blanket amnesty for the serious violation of human rights. The ultimate objective is to establish an enduring peace in the country and foster harmony in society through peace, justice, and reconciliation. I appeal the international community for their goodwill and support to the conclusion of the final leg of our peace process and to duly recognize this rare example of successful conflict transformation. Madam President, as Nepal's political course has taken a stable shape, our focus is now on the agenda of economic transformation. We are aware that political achievement can only be sustained by socio-economic growth and development. It is not least in this light that the central focus of the current government is on mobilizing all its energy and resources to accelerate development work and ensure good governance. We are graduating from LDC status by 2026, and we are committed to making our graduation smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. We are currently in the process of finalizing the smooth transition strategy of graduation. We have put SDGs at the center of our development vision and priorities. However, crises such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and heightened geopolitical competition have threatened our hard-earned progress in SDGs. We, therefore, call for an enhanced level of international support in the form of development assistance, foreign direct investment, export promotion, SDR allocation, technology transfer, and technical assistance. Nepal welcomes Secretary General's call for an increase in SDGs financing by US $500 billion per year. As the current LDC chair, we remain actively engaged in collaboration with fellow LDCs in all relevant forums, including in the UN system, to protect and promote our collective interests. We stress the need to mainstream the Doha Program of Action into all important UN process and development system and the development cooperation framework of our partners. We call for a fair and equitable international trading regime that benefits LDCs. Coordinated policies aimed at debt relief, debt restructuring, and debt swap as envisaged by the Doha Program of Action must be translated into reality. Madam President, climate change has assumed a crisis proportion and the clock is ticking. Our inaction or little action, will surely invite disastrous consequences for humanity. We must therefore set higher ambition and commit ourselves to achieving those ambitions in a time-bound manner. Climate vulnerable mountainous countries like Nepal have been bearing the severe brunt of climate change. The Himalayas are the source of fresh water for over 2 billion people. Global warming has induced rapid receding of ice in our Himalayas. It has not only eroded the health of our mountains, but also endangered the lives and livelihoods of millions of people living downstream. The human and financial toll due to the floods, droughts, and other extreme climate-induced events is terrifying. On our part, we remain fully committed to the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and achieving its goal. Nepal has set an ambitious target of reaching a net zero scenario by 2045. We have already submitted our updated NDC and aligned our national policies and plans with it. Our priorities include conserving and sustainably managing land, forest, and water resources, undertaking effective adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting a green and resilient economy. To this end, we are working to ensure access to clean energy for all citizens. Easy access to climate finance will be the key to low carbon and climate resilient development pathways. Equally, crucial are the early operationalization of the loss and damage fund, fulfilling the target of the $100 billion commitment as well as doubling up of the adaptation climate finance. It is an irony. It is an irony that my country, Nepal, with 45% of its areas as forest, with rich biodiversity, and 15% of its land as high mountains, release least greenhouse gas emission but contributes significantly to ecological preservation, has unfairly suffered from climate crisis. These kinds of mismatch must be addressed through a compensation mechanism to the countries that positively contribute to the greening of the planet. Excellencies, it is quite distressing that conflicts within and between countries are on the rise. Nepal opposes any use or threat of use of force against the territorial integrity, political independence, and sovereignty of any country. People of Libya, Syria, and Yemen continue to bear the brunt of protracted conflict. Their suffering must end. We believe that the UN brokered truce in Yemen must be allowed to transition to a sustained peace. The protracted stalemate in Libya must get a way to peace and reconciliation. The Palestinian people deserve peace ending the prolonged conflict. Nepal reiterates its support for a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living peacefully side by side within recognized international borders based on relevant UN resolution. We continue to support nationally owned, peaceful, just and lasting solutions to conflicts around the world. Peace founded on inclusion, empowerment, economic prosperity, and justice stand a better chance to last longer. Madam President, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction continues to threaten peace and security in the world. Constant stockpiling of nuclear arsenals, growing arms race, and ever-increasing military expenditure are worrisome. Nepal reiterates its call for a total and time-bound disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction, including biological, chemical, nuclear, and radiological weapons. As the host country to UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal believes that regional process, including the Kathmandu process, reinforce the global disarmament regime. The void of international governance on cyberspace and artificial intelligence demand multilateral regulation. Dual use of artificial intelligence urgently calls for informed deliberation on preventing its potential misuse and strengthening of international cooperation. Nepal condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestation. We call for an early conclusion of a comprehensive global treaty against terrorism. Madam President, Nepal's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights is total and unflinching. We believe in an integrated approach to democracy, development, and human rights. Nepal attaches great importance to the safety, security, dignity, and well-being of migrant workers. We call for effective implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration to ensure that migration works for all. Excellencies, the principle of Panchashil non-alignment, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace continue to guide Nepal's foreign policy. Amity, cordiality, and fraternity are the underlying ethos of our international engagement. We want to promote relations with our neighbors and all other friendly countries on the basis of sovereign equality, non-interference, and mutual respect. We remain steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at its center. True to our commitment, Nepal continues to contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security through our consistent participation to the UN-mandated peacekeeping operation for the last 65 years. Currently, the second largest troops and police contributing country, we have always deployed our peacekeeper at every call and without any caveat, even in the most challenging situation. Our peacekeeper have earned distinct repute of dedication, professionalism, and competence, which has been widely acknowledged by the United Nations, the host government, and societies alike. We reiterate our call for share of leadership position at the headquarters and in the field to the troops and police contributing countries. We know today's global governance architecture largely reflects yesterday's world. Timely reform is essential for the multilateral institution to remain relevant and to reflect today's realities. Nepal supports the reform of UN Security Council to make it broadly representative, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We call for the revitalization of the General Assembly and the Economic and Social Council with greater role to this vital organ. We need an inclusive and effective multilateralism to better respond to and deliver on the needs of the people and the planet. Structural reform to the international financial architecture is longer overdue. The voice of the countries in special situations, including LDCs, LLDCs, and SEEDs, must be heard. Their meaningful representation must be ensured. Only a more democratic, inclusive, fair, and representative international financial architecture can be an antidote to the deep-rooted inequalities, and gaps. In conclusion, Madam President, it is our collective responsibility to ensure peace and prosperity for everyone, everywhere, and to ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Nepal for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shah Ahmed Al-Akbar Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait. I request protocol to escort His Highness.
J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Highness Shah Al-Ras Natal Shawat, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس الجمعية.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, distinguished President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Highnesses, distinguished heads of delegation, distinguished participants, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Mr. President, at the outset, the state of Kuwait would like to convey its most sincere condolences to the brother kingdom of Morocco with regard to the victims of the earthquake that killed thousands. I also would like to express our condolences to our brothers and sisters in Libya with regard to the storms and flooding that have affected it and that have also caused many casualties. We pray to the all-powerful God to take mercy upon the victims and to alleviate the suffering of families. And we wish a speedy recovery to all of the injured. It is a pleasure for me to congratulate you and your friendly country on your election, Mr. President, as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. We are fully convinced that your rich experience in international affairs will allow you to wisely and skillfully guide our work. I also would like to pay tribute to the efforts of your predecessor, Mr. Chaba Koroshi, throughout his presidency of the preceding session. I also would like to express our appreciation for the constructive and immense efforts made by the Secretary General of this august organization, as well as his actions to realize the lofty mission of the UN based on its charter to maintain international peace and security. Mr. President, today, once again, I address the international community from this prestigious podium with regard to the challenges and obstacles that multilateralism is facing on the international arena. These are putting to the test our ability to survive and to move forward, or else he will face a stalemate. The development of the world today, as well as conflicts between states, WMD that are proliferating, terrorism, an escalating scourge that is exacerbating already high poverty, as well as the threats posed by climate change and natural disasters, the challenges of food insecurity, not to mention the new and emerging challenges and risks in the cybersphere, which create great risks for cybersecurity. All of these factors mean that we must seek international cooperation based on partnership and responsibility. And here we'd like to underscore the importance of the SG's initiative entitled Our Common Agenda, which has quite precisely diagnosed the situation the international community is facing, as well as the various challenges that require joint efforts to address them at various levels, regional, international, and national. And the goal is to make use of the tools the UN has, as well as its legacy, and to diversify its mechanisms and tools. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait, for 20 years now, has been convinced in and believes in the principles of good neighborliness, and it has always striven to assist Iraq to regain its footing through constant, tireless efforts to aid Iraq in returning to its rightful place on the international scene, so that Iraq can realize the hopes and aspirations of this brotherly people. However, we were surprised by the verdict of the Supreme Federal Court in brotherly Iraq, which ruled that the law on the ratification of the Maritime Navigation Organization of Khor Abdullah, an agreement concluded between Iraq and Kuwait in 2012, was unconstitutional. This agreement was ratified and submitted to the United Nations in 2013. This ruling contained several historic contradictions with regard to the state of Kuwait. We also were surprised by the Iraqi government's decision a few days ago concerning the Protocol of Security Exchange signed between the head of the Naval Forces of Kuwait and the Naval Forces of Iraq in 2008. The Iraqi government had decided to revoke that agreement, and this will have negative consequences for maritime security, as well as on navigation in the Khor Abdullah region. Here, the state of Kuwait believes that this agreement on maritime navigation in the region, as well as the Security Exchange Protocol, are still valid in light of their importance for navigation and for maritime safety and security. These agreements can help prevent chaos and accidents in the region. They can also protect us from trafficking in arms and narcotics, which are sources of revenue for terrorist and extremist groups. From this podium, which symbolizes multilateral diplomacy, we must maintain international peace and security, and Kuwait would like to confirm the importance of the Iraqi government taking tangible measures and decisive measures urgently to remedy the consequences of this ruling and its historic contradictions, in order to protect good neighborly relations. And at the same time, we emphasize the importance of ensuring security, independence, and the territorial integrity of both countries, as well as compliance with the agreements concluded by the two states as well as international relevant resolutions, especially Security Council Resolution 833, which form the basis for the delimitation of terrestrial and maritime borders. And we call on brotherly Iraq to show goodwill and to continue meetings of technical teams responsible for border delimitation beyond point 162, pursuant to international laws and conventions. And Kuwait reserves the right to undertake the requisite measures both legal and international measures to defend its legitimate and legal right pursuant to international resolutions and the norms of international law, which we have always complied with and applied in our relations with all states. Mr. President, 75 years. That is the duration of the suffering of the free Palestinian people, suffering caused by the failure of the international community to implement its own resolutions on international legitimacy. They suffer from Israeli occupation, which violates all international norms and conventions. And here we'd like to underscore the essential importance for the Arab Muslim world when it comes to the implementation of GA resolutions. My country has presented a hearing before the International Court of Justice. It had spoken with regard to the repercussions of Israeli occupation and its violation of the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination. We had emphasized our constant opposition to this and our support for the rights of the Palestinian people based on international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative until an independent Palestinian state is established with East Jerusalem as its capital within the 1967 borders. Sudan, brotherly country, is experiencing tragic events due to an armed conflict, and this is a source of real concern. We urge all parties involved to immediately end hostilities and to return to dialogue and to a peaceful political process to protect peace and security as well as the territorial integrity of Sudan. And we confirm our support to all international initiatives in this regard, including the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and of the U.S. With regard to our brotherly country, Yemen, we once again reiterate our support for the efforts of the UN through its special envoy of the SG to Yemen to resume the political process in order to arrive at a comprehensive solution based on 3 pillars: the Gulf Initiative and its executive mechanism, as well as the conclusion of the National Conference of National Dialogue and the relevant SC resolutions, especially Resolution 2216, in order to guarantee peace, stability, and the integrity of the Yemeni territory. When it comes to Syria, we confirm the importance of stepping up efforts to arrive at a political solution through Syrian-led efforts, while respecting the relevant SC resolutions, especially Resolution 2254. On the regional front, we must strengthen the good neighborly rule stipulated by the UN Charter. We would like to reiterate our appeal to Iran to take serious measures to rebuild trust and to launch a dialogue based on respect for states and non-interference in internal affairs, as well as maintaining the safety and freedom of international navigation. My country also would like to underscore that the ownership of natural resources in the region, in parallel with the zone between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, includes the Dora field, and this is a territory shared between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. These two countries alone have full rights to exploit these natural resources. Kuwait also categorically rejects any claim of the existence of any rights belonging to other parties in this field or in this region, this submerged region which runs parallel to the division between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, with its borders determined by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, we hope to revive international dialogue based on a culture of peace and coexistence, as well as tolerance at all levels. But Muslims are still facing provocative and irresponsible attacks from certain extremists who have burned copies of the Holy Quran in many capitals of certain states under fictitious pretexts of freedom of expression. This requires international efforts to take strong measures to end hate speech and the associated media campaigns that target Muslims. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait, as part of its vision of development under the slogan, "A New Kuwait," is monitoring implementation of all indicators and international norms to turn Kuwait into a financial, commercial, and cultural hub that can effectively interact with the rest of the region and the rest of the world, so that these principles can be respected as part of its expanded cooperation plan based on initiatives drawn from our human and cultural heritage left to us by our founding fathers. When it comes to environmental protection, my country has made great strides in fulfilling its responsibilities and implementing its commitments, especially when it comes to the industrial sector and the transport sector, to diversify energy sources and to use renewable energy. We have also committed to ensuring carbon neutrality by 2050 in the oil sector. We're a member country of the Gulf Cooperation Council. We've always been pioneers in the international community based on our conviction of the importance of working together to address common challenges. We expect a successful COP28, which will take place in Dubai in the UAE. And we are counting on support from the international community to implement the various elements of the Paris Agreement. And we welcomed the statement by Saudi Arabia regarding the establishment of a global body for water, which would be based in Riyadh to ensure complementarity in the efforts of countries and organizations to manage water resources in an effective manner and to exploit them in an optimal way. I would also like to thank the state of Qatar, which will be hosting an exhibit on green climate and environmental efforts. We hope for the support of UN member states for our candidacy within the Human Rights Council for the period 2024 to 2026. During the elections that will take place in October. Through our candidacy, we will strive to fulfill the world's hopes for development and to build bridges to find comprehensive, just, equitable solutions to address human rights issues based on international law and international humanitarian law, as well as international human rights law and resolutions that are internationally recognized, without any selectivity or double standards, and without any politicization or desire to follow the policy of a fait accompli. We like to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and to international law, as well as the principles and goals of the UN Charter, in order to guarantee better governance in the world so that the UN can carry out its mission of maintaining international peace and security and benefit all humanity. May the peace of God be upon you.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït.
I should like to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Highness.
Je donne à présent la parole.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European International Affairs of Austria.
Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting in this hall today at a time that is undeniably one of the most challenging in recent history. One look at the news and we see the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, including a full-scale war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, an intensifying global climate crisis, with extreme weather events causing devastation around the world, rising poverty, social divisions, and a backsliding of human rights and development gains hard-earned over the last decades. The world seems to be in a sad state of affairs, and one wonders whether worse is yet to come. We are indeed living in a time of uncertainty, in a time between times, so to say. The old order is fading and a new one is yet to emerge. Sometimes I compare our current situation to an earthquake. The entire earth is still shaking and the tectonic plates are still moving. And we don't know yet where they will come to rest, but we instinctively feel that the fault lines will be deeper and wider in the end. We already see shifts and cracks in our trade systems, in our security systems, in our multilateral systems. No wonder that this leads to a sense of insecurity and unease, to the feeling of living in a permanent state of emergency. In this era of transformation, our cities are rightly expecting answers. And I deeply believe that as politicians, it is our responsibility to formulate hopeful yet realistic visions. This means looking at the world as it is, lucid and clear-headed, without rose-tinted glasses. This also means that we have to be on our guard against those polarizing populists who spread fake news and offer seemingly easy answers to complex questions, who want us to believe that we can solve problems by simply negating them, by pulling up the drawbridge and decoupling from reality, be it on climate change, be it on disruptive technologies like AI, mutual political and economic dependencies, or the growing multipolarity in geopolitics. We cannot simply close our eyes to the complex realities of our modern world. There are simply no silver bullets and no quick fixes. This would be another and very dangerous form of wishful thinking. After all, we should know, and I would claim especially in Europe, that wishful thinking is never a solid basis for policy. This was painfully proven to us on February the 24th last year when Russia brutally invaded Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, for a country like Austria, militarily neutral, export-oriented, and at the heart of the European continent, the answer clearly lies in cooperation. We understand that in order to deliver for our own citizens, to make their lives more secure, create economic opportunities, and tackle global challenges, we need to work in partnership with others. That is why we are so deeply invested in multilateralism. It is part of Austria's DNA, actually, not least because Vienna is proud home of one of the UN headquarters and over 50 international organizations. We know that the rules-based international order is our only protective shield against a world where might makes right, where unilateralism and the use of force rule. And frankly, I believe that nobody in this room can deny that the rules-based international order, with all its imperfections, agreed, has served us all pretty well over the last 8 decades, through a free and open global economy, through preventive diplomacy and peacekeeping, which has brought stability to our neighborhoods, an effort which Austrian Blue Helmets have been supporting since 1960, through a web of international treaties and agreements addressing such diverse issues as disarmament or climate change, and through a system of human rights established 75 years ago in the Universal Declaration and confirmed 30 years ago in the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. However, we must ask ourselves honestly, is multilateral system still fit for the purpose? Can it last for another 80 years? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is simple and sobering. No, it cannot and it will not. We need to reform in order to preserve. Because what we are seeing and what I'm hearing very loudly in this very hall is that the rules-based international order is not inclusive enough. The Security Council no longer reflects today's world. It needs to offer a seat to more countries left out at the time of its establishment, including from Africa. And I can assure you that Austria will continue to push for reform, including in our candidature for a non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. The multinational system is not proactive and effective enough. It has made little impact in places like Afghanistan, where women are systematically denied the most basic rights to education and to participate in public life. In the Sahel region, where a series of coups d'etat serve only the generals, not the citizens. And it has not been able to stop Russia, a P5, from invading its sovereign neighbor Ukraine in a fit of near-imperialist aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about is enlightened self-interest. I stand here in front of you today as a representative of a smaller country with a great history, a country that after the First World War shrank from an empire with over 50 million inhabitants to a state with less than 10 million people and a fraction of its former territory. And yet, where do we stand today in Austria? Today, Austria is a successful and flourishing country with a high degree of social stability, economic prosperity, and environmental protection, with its capital, Vienna, voted again and again as the world's most livable city. I believe there's a message there. There's a message to those countries and leaders who want to turn back the clock, who abuse history as a pretext to justify the violence today. They're on the wrong track. You cannot build a future while being stuck in the past. We Austrians, we have learned from our history, and it's precisely these experiences of the past that make us care so strongly about multilateralism. There is simply no better alternative. No better alternative for safeguarding our prosperity and security and for tackling global challenges. That's why we are so deeply invested in our partnerships with our friends and neighbors in Europe and within the European Union, with organizations such as the UN and the OSCE, with our strategic partners around the globe, and with engaged civil society organizations and the private sector. We have also increased our outreach to the Asian Pacific region, and we are engaging with African partners in the spirit of, that's very important, in the spirit of mutual respect and common interests. Dear colleagues, in the beginning I said we should take a look at the world as it is, and the bitter fact is we are more divided than ever. All too often, even in this hall, we talk at rather than with each other. We speak rather than listen. So today, I would like to remember all of us for what this hall was actually built in the first place, as a space of real dialogue, not as an echo chamber, not as a club of like-minded countries, as a place where we advocate our principles and values, yes, but without denying other point of views, where, yes, we have heated debates, difficult negotiations and hard negotiations, but where in the end we always reach a compromise. Let me be very clear, I'm not championing nihilism or moral reductionism. We know exactly where we stand, and Austria will always speak out for the values and principles that we hold dear, proudly and resolutely. Because I'm deeply convinced that our societies based on freedom, pluralism, on individual rights are the best guarantee for our citizens' security and prosperity. But at the same time, I clearly reject the notion of you're either with us or you're against us. The idea of canceling whole societies and cultures, of reverting to moralizing, finger-pointing, or self-righteousness. This is a lesson that we Europeans also have to learn, and I believe we have to learn it very quickly. Let's not kid ourselves. The world is simply not black and white. It is simply not that easy. To me, this is not, and it would not be responsible statecraft. It might play well with the social media bubble, but it does not reflect reality. And it will only strengthen the fringes of our societies, not the center. That is why Austria will continue to be a champion of sensible and pragmatic multilateralism as we adapt, innovate, and recalibrate our international cooperation. All of this, yes, is difficult. It requires endurance, strategic patience, a lot of explaining, and a healthy dose of realism. But if we succeed, all of us will be better off. And we will emerge from this era of transformation stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mahamat Sareh Anadif, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad.
Monsieur le Président,
Distinguished President, distinguished heads of state and delegation, distinguished Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to take the floor today on the anniversary of my country's accession to the United Nations to share with you our point of view at this annual meeting at the UN, the most authoritative venue at which to discuss issues pertaining to our common future. Before going any further, allow me to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, PR of Trinidad and Tobago, elected President of the current session of the General Assembly. I'd like to wish him every success in his mission and assure him of our unreserved support. I also would like to congratulate and thank His Excellency Mr. Chaba Koroshi, outgoing President of the General Assembly, on his brilliant term. I would be remiss not to pay a well-deserved tribute as well to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his commitment and experienced leadership in guiding our organization as it navigates increasingly momentous and complex challenges. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, our common dream of building a stable and peaceful world where present and future generations would flourish is crumbling as the years go by. The hope of a better and more fulfilling life, which we all hold dear, is increasingly giving way to anxiety and uncertainty, armed conflicts, terrorism, climate change, large-scale migration, underdevelopment, poverty, political, economic, and financial crises are taking on unprecedented proportions. Every day, we are witnessing shocking and traumatizing scenes that outrage our sense of humanity. Thousands of refugees and displaced persons fleeing conflicts and natural disasters are braving heat and cold on the slim hope of finding better shelter. Today, the hearts of the Chadian people go out to their brothers and sisters from Morocco and Libya who've suffered from recent tragedies. We convey our deepest condolences. That is why we commend the relevance of the theme of this 78th session of the UN General Assembly. That is to say, rebuilding confidence and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Yes, this fundamental theme speaks volumes. The words chosen have great significance beyond their symbolic import. Yes, it is time to rebuild trust and to reignite solidarity, because the UN is increasingly limited in its ability to embody the very values that make up its essence. Yes, trust is urgently needed because our world has lost its bearings, especially due to the practice of double standards. Yes, solidarity is a critical priority because this value, so dear to humanity, has been severely eroded. Today, more than before, more than ever, nations must join their efforts and pool their energy to accelerate the implementation of projects and programs aligned with the SDGs. Peace, prosperity, progress, and collective sustainability require major investment from all of our nations, especially the most developed. And this sorely needed action ought to take place inclusively, without discrimination, to ensure that the trust we strive for becomes reality. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to share with you a brief overview of the implementation of a 2030 agenda in my country, Chad. Since the adoption in September 2015 of the agenda, the government of Chad has committed to operationalizing the 17 SDGs that derive from it. This commitment is bolstered by the relevance of the SDGs in light of the context and challenges for development in Chad, especially in all of the fields targeted by the SDGs, including the development of human capital, poverty reduction, and improving the population's living conditions, as well as sustainable environmental management and the consolidation of peace and stability. To this end, the government has incorporated the SDGs among its priorities in its Vision 2030, the Chad we want, as well as in its National Development Plan for the period 2017 to 2021, extended until December of this year, as well as the new National Development Plan that is currently being adopted for 2024 to 28. The implementation of the SDGs in Chad has taken place, unfortunately, in a context characterized inter alia by dropping prices for raw materials on global markets, repeated attacks by Boko Haram, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, inter-ethnic conflicts in neighboring countries, which have had direct impacts on our population, as well as politico-military conflicts. This situation has now been exacerbated by the war raging in neighboring Sudan. To date, we have taken in more than 400,000 new refugees, in addition to the 600,000 refugees that are already living in Chad and have been for several years. In addition to this, there are refugees coming from our neighboring countries and elsewhere. Thus, out of a population of 17 million, almost 2 million are refugees. This is a great burden for Chad. My country calls for rapid, coordinated, and comprehensive action on behalf of the entire international community to address this humanitarian disaster, which is most likely the worst in the world at this time. Furthermore, Chad welcomes the holding on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly of two summits, one on climate change and the other on universal health coverage. Concerning climate change, Chad, like other UN member states, hopes that the impetus launched by the UN Secretary General on the importance of global action to combat climate change will help to mobilize the requisite resources for the implementation of the Paris Agreement and the rules it contains. With regard to universal health coverage undertaken by our various countries, it remains in the long term the optimal solution to meet the need for quality health care at an affordable cost for all, as well as to bolster our healthcare systems, which have already been undermined by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our government is paying full attention to this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, since the shocking and tragic death of President Idriss Déby Itno, may he rest in peace, Chad has begun a process of inclusive and transparent political transition. The first milestone in this transition was the signing of the Doha Agreement between the government and the political military movements in August 2022. This agreement allowed many Chadian exiles and refugees to return to the country. This political will to allow our country to turn over a new page and to rebuild was manifested by the holding of an inclusive and sovereign national dialogue, which brought together the vast majority of political forces of the country over 45 days. Today, the National Union government, which emerged from this dialogue, is hard at work in organizing the constitutional referendum that will determine the shape the state is to take. The adoption of a new constitution by the sovereign people will pave the way toward the gradual restoration of constitutional order within the time frame set by the inclusive and sovereign national dialogue. Led by the head of state, the president of the transition, bold reforms, administrative, judiciary, security, and military in nature, have been carried out, and more are underway. In the meantime, constructive and strong measures have been taken, from opening up the political space to presidential pardons. These have helped to calm tensions within the political sphere. This trend toward participatory dialogue has also allowed the implementation of a cooperation framework that includes diverse political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the Sudanese crisis, Chad reiterates its call for a lasting ceasefire. Chad believes that there is no military solution to the conflict that is currently taking place. The solution lies in dialogue between our Sudanese brothers. 2 days ago, September 19th, at the opening of the UN General Assembly, Secretary General Antonio Guterres questioned the global governance embodied by the UN Security Council and the Bretton Woods system in strong terms. I quote, "The choice is not reform or the status quo. The choice is reform or ever greater fragmentation. It's reform or breakdown." End quote. What more can be said in light of the resurgence of the current geopolitical rivalries, with the risk of a new Cold War that would jeopardize peace throughout the world at a time when multilateralism is undergoing a severe crisis? In light of this difficult reality, Chad supports calls for the reform of the Security Council, as reflected in the Common African Position, as laid out in the Eswatini Consensus and the CERT Declaration. Lastly, for the sake of the fundamental principles of the UN, Chad encourages a solution involving the creation of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state living in security side by side with the State of Israel. Under the same principle, Chad reiterates its call for lifting the embargo imposed against Cuba, an embargo which harms the Cuban population. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Dussey, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration, and Togolese Abroad. Protocol, escort His Excellency.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary General, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I commence on this 78th session of the General Institution of our institution, our shared institution, on behalf of my country, Togo, and His Excellency, President Faure Sozin-Ngosingbe, may I express my warmest congratulations to Monsieur Denis Francis from Trinity and Tobago on his election and skill in conducting this session.
And also go to not only to his predecessor, Mr. Shaba Kurosi, who chaired our work last year, but also and above all to Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is doing the best he can to restore the image of the United Nations of a wounded institution despite the procrastination and complexity of the path of the reform. Je voudrais aussi.
I wish also to express the condolences and support of the President of the Republic of Togo, Faure Sozin-Ngosingbe, and the people of Togo, to the peoples and governments of the brother Kingdom of Morocco and Libya after the earthquake and floods in their respective countries. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as we come together in this forum, we have to say that our world is overcast by shadows. It is very sick, and this demands that we shoulder a responsibility worthy of the level of the United Nations.
All of that challenges. This is a question that we cannot lose enough in our ambition as the United Nations is truly to improve the state of the world in the order to grant our people and our different countries more opportunity, safety, security, and insurance. Our world is increasingly less secure. Trust and solidarity between nations are almost at half-mast, and we have the responsibility to work to repair it by rediscovering the meaning of our noblest commitments. The choice and the relevance of the theme which guides the general debate of this 78th session of the General Assembly, namely restoring confidence and reviving global solidarity, accelerating action to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, in for peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Conveys clearly and unmistakably the unsustainable, disrupt, and unstable state of the world, but also our determination at a higher level to do this in better. The emergence of new sources of tension in the world must concern us. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I come from Togo, from a country and a continent which are sorely tried today, the continent of Africa, our Africa, the Africa of freedom, the Africa of our fathers, the Africa of our mothers. Oh, Africa, you are wounded and bruised. Our continent of Africa is facing many vulnerabilities. Vulnerability because of a lack of income, vulnerability because of a low level of development, vulnerability given major health crises, vulnerability attributable to the effects of climate change, vulnerability due to the disruption of global food supply chains, vulnerability due to the invasion of African cyberspace by cyber criminals and disinformation, vulnerability because of recurrent armed conflict and ongoing wars, vulnerability because of the spread of international terrorism on the continent, which threatens international peace and stability. Terrorism has developed disturbingly on our continent in recent years in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in southern Africa. And Africa runs the risk of becoming a sanctuary for international terrorism and of being the weakest link in the world security system. Our states on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea were long spared terrorism, but we have started to be deeply affected by it. Thus, in order to respond effectively to the threat of terrorism, Togo has adopted innovative and multi-sectoral measures in its strategic document, Combating Violent Extremism, adopted on the 5th of July 2022. This strategy enables us to marry security approaches and development by bringing together operational and legal measures as well as more flexible and endogenous ones. It takes into account the emergency program for the Savannah region. The global cost of this is more than $324 million to carry out several projects by 2025 in the sectors of water, energy, health, infrastructure, education, and agriculture. This is the place to express the gratitude of the government of Togo to all our partners in the combat against terrorism, and also to urge a constant strengthening of the various partnerships to put an end to insidious terrorism. Given the many situations of vulnerability and crises affecting Africa, which basically don't spare any country on the continent, the government of Togo, for itself, is working to drive forward the development agenda by means of an ambitious roadmap 2020 to 2025. Togo has carried out a series of priority projects for the economic, social, and structural benefit of our peoples. Health, by means of universal health coverage, food sovereignty, socioeconomic inclusion, and decent work, that all may flourish and share prosperity. These are the priority planks of the government's action. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the government's endeavours to ensure that Togo is a country open to the world are continuing. We dearly wish to enhance economic, social, and democratic stability in order to attract investors and ensure that Togo is a desired destination for them. The many actions that we are carrying out are linked to the African and UN commitments of the 2030 and 2063 agendas, and are part and parcel of our common striving for sustainable development, which is shared by all UN members. In this program, we have given priority to the protection and conservation of the environment. We wish to act to ensure that Togo's determination to join in the international effort to combat climate change becomes real. Thus, in order to manage and protect in a lasting way marine and coastal ecosystems, the government has aimed, on the one hand, at the management of sustainable protection of marine and coastal ecosystems, the regulation of fisheries, the regulation of vulnerability of both people and assets when it comes to extreme climate events, and also we are combating illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing and promoting the blue economy. Regarding the sustainable protection of the marine and coastal environment, Togo has instituted a regional program for the integrated management of the coastline and to combat coastal erosion. Togo wishes to ensure the protection of 90% of its coastlines by 2025. Then, within the framework of preserving and restoring ecosystems and combating desertification, Togo launched a significant national program of reforestation of 1 billion trees by 2030. We have prohibited the import, marketing, and use of glyphosate and all products containing it. And we are also promoting the use of biopesticides and biofertilizers in our country. When it comes to renewable energy, strategic and diversified partnerships have been forged to provide reliable, modern services at as low a cost as possible for rural areas. Thus, the Fund for Access to Electricity, called Fontinga, was created in order to ensure that Togo can, by 2030, ensure universal access to reliable, sustainable, modern, and affordable energy services. By means of the CISO project, solar energy kits have been provided to vulnerable rural peoples throughout our country. And the government is also untiringly aiming at the installation of photovoltaic and solar power stations, thus increasing the share of renewable energy in Togo's energy management policy. Mr. President, we wish to commend the commitments entered into and the announcements made during the course of the COP27, particularly the creation of a specific fund to finance the losses and damages affected by vulnerable countries severely affected by climate disasters. This is a major stride forward when it comes to the climate justice that developing countries so much wish to see. However, we must strive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the use of fossil fuels inter alia. Here, we wish to express our hope that the COP28, scheduled for Dubai in November this year, will enable us to note significant progress in the implementation of the commitments that we have taken upon ourselves. The Climate Summit on the 20th of September 2023 has come at an appropriate time to demonstrate the existence of a real will to speed up the implementation of a just transition towards an equitable world that is more resilient to climate change. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, with our continent facing a plethora of challenges marked by the expansion of international terrorism and the emergence of new areas of tension, Africa is seeking its own path, and Togo supports efforts to achieve peace in Africa. Terrorism and instability in Africa are a problem of international security, and they must be treated as such by the United Nations. Our region of West Africa, where several states are in transition against a volatile security backdrop, must be supported with active solidarity. We must invest more in peace than we invest in war. If the protagonists of the various conflicts throughout the world were to heed us, I wish to say to them that war is a denial of human dignity. Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher of the Enlightenment, said, "If those who make war could send their own children to the front, there would never be war." Togo is a country of peace, and Togo is against war, regardless of the reasons for it. Since our independence on the 27th of April 1960, Togo has never waged war on its neighbors. Togo has never attacked its neighbors or any country. Togo has never been a rear base for any attack against a brother country. Togo is a country of peace. Peace is in the DNA of the people of Togo. Togo has always been a country of mediation, of fostering dialogue, negotiation, and understanding amongst peoples and governments. The 6th of January this year, 49 soldiers from Côte d'Ivoire were freed thanks to the mediation of the president of the Republic of Togo, Faure Sese-Magasingbe, putting an end to the tension between the governments of Côte d'Ivoire and Mali. Togo has hosted several negotiations for peace, and we can mention Chad in 1982, Sierra Leone in 1991, Liberia in 1991, Côte d'Ivoire in 2000, etc., etc. We call for de-escalation and the cessation of hostilities in the various hotspots throughout the world, and in particular in West Africa. Africa has suffered too much from war, and a minimum sense of responsibility should convince us to invest in prevention and the peaceful resolution of conflict. The bad thing about war said Immanuel Kant, is that it creates more wickedness than it destroys. External interference causes conflict and crisis in Africa. It complicates the search for solutions to our crises and undermines initiatives for African solutions to African crises. External interference is no longer welcome in an Africa which is aware of its responsibilities, its problems of peace, security, and development. Africa no longer wishes foreign interference. Africa wishes to be true to itself and master of its destiny. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, for several months in the African continent, Sudan, a brother country, has been affected by an armed conflict which causes much concern. Aware of the importance of peace and security for sustainable and inclusive development, Togo has made this one of the main planks of its development policy. And under the aegis of the President of the Republic, Faure Sesema-Gassinge, we hosted a consultative dialogue in July this year in Lomé between the political and military leaders in Darfur in order to make a contribution to the resolution of the conflict in Sudan. These conflicts made it possible to reach a compromise to put an end to violence and establish a humanitarian corridor. In order fully to execute the commitments entered into in Lomé to relieve the suffering of civilian populations, we urge the parties to the conflict in Sudan to choose dialogue and consultation rapidly to settle the differences for the greater interest of Sudan. We harbour the hope that Togo's efforts, which supports other initiatives, will contribute to put an end to this conflict, which strangely does not attract the attention of the international community as much as it should. Recent times have also been marked in West Africa and in the Sahel by the unconstitutional establishment of traditional regimes, raising questions and requiring us to rethink our systems of governance.
Will be examined at Lomé Peace and Security Forum, which first edition is scheduled for 21st and 22nd October 2023, under the theme of strengthening transition to democratic governance in Africa. The aim is to examine how to develop strategies to meet the challenges of political transition in a coordinated, relevant, and effective manner. Faced with the political and security crises that are transforming Africa, it's even more necessary to adopt a posture of adaptation. Thus, Togo and several other countries decided in Lomé in May 2023 to create the African Political Alliance, which is intended to be a framework for consultation, political dialogue, and joint action based on historical ties of fraternity and the principles of the sovereign equality of state, independence, and unity of action. Pour ce qui est de la réforme,
regarding the reform of the United Nations Security Council, we do not wish to return to this. As we have already said, Africa can no longer be marginalized from the body whose task it is to ensure international peace and security. The Security Council can no longer remain a mere group of the victors and their allies of the Second World War. Nothing can justify maintaining the status quo. The ideologies and institutional structure of the post-war world are now obsolete. The status quo can no longer continue. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at a new era in the relations of Africa and the global South with the world. And in this new state of affairs, Africa no longer wants to remain overshadowed by any major power. The times when other bodies claimed that they could speak on behalf of an Africa that they did not heed at all here in the United Nations and on the international scene, that time has passed. The partners of Africa, be they new or old, who are still hesitant in accepting the new course taken by Africa in our development, have to change their attitude and their approach to an Africa which has radically changed. In recent decades, our world has undergone major silent revolutions, the significance of which lies in the renewal that is brought about in international relations throughout history. The reality of the world is that there are no longer monopolistic centers of gravity. The center of the world is now here, not elsewhere at all. Nobody is at the center of the world. What is clear, and what we wish to recall here, is that Africa now perceives its relations with the great powers in relation to its own interests.
At this same platform, I told you that Africa no longer wants to align itself with the great powers, whatever they may be. The role assigned to Africa in this 21st century is evocative of the image that certain power of our continent still have, their zone of influence. We must be concerned about the place that Africa occupies on the world stage. Today, Africa does not occupy the place it should hold on the international scene. The great power want to reduce Africa to a purely instrumental entity in the service of their causes, and absolutely do not want the continent to be able to play an important role. The fractures of the colonial area between a so-called French-speaking, Spanish-speaking, Portuguese-speaking, Arabic-speaking, and English-speaking speaking Africa have diminished as have the post-Cold War ideology that dominated the entire second part of the 20th century. Today, Africa wants to be itself, and we say today, as we said the last year, we prefer Africanophony. Africa accepts more equality, respect, equity, and justice in this relation and partnership with the rest of the world, with the major power, whatever they may be. Today, Africans want to be true partners. Africa certainly does not have the same megaphones as the great power of the world, but the voice of Africa counts and must count if we want to have Africa as a partner on major international issues. La question de la réforme.
The question of the reform of the global multilateral architecture is of great concern for Africa and will be at the heart of the 9th Pan-African Conference of 2024 scheduled in Lomé. For those who do not know, the time has come of an African awakening, and this in accordance with the noble objectives of the fathers of African independence. Africa and Africans demand and will make their voices heard in a sovereign, free, and independent fashion on the international scene. President, ladies and gentlemen, Africa knows what it wants. The African people and those of the global south are frustrated because they feel that they're insulted, dehumanized, and sometimes they ask, who are you to flout our humanity in this way? Who are you to despise us in this fashion? Who are you to humiliate us like this? Our common organization, the African Union, is working to make heard the hope and voice of an Africa which is sovereign, which wishes to be sovereign, free, and independent on the international stage. But we're also working within the framework of the African Political Alliance, launched in Lomé, in Togo. Rivalries amongst the great powers must not instantly become African rivalries. For we, as African nations, the challenge is to avoid taking sides in rivalries which are not ours. We have to fight our own battles, which are, inter alia, combating neocolonialism, combating poverty, bringing about the industrialization of our continent and economic prosperity, achieving peace, combating de-Africanization in Africa, and fighting for an African renaissance and dignity, the struggle to shake off any foreign yoke definitively, committing ourselves to achieve better representation of our continent amongst the family of nations and continents. Our combats are not those of the West nor of the East, even less are they of any shore or part of the world. We have to focus on our current, our own battles and those to come. International politics cannot be reduced to a divided arena where you have to side with one camp against another. We want a reformed international system based on values and principles, respecting everybody, respecting the rights of peoples to adopt their own positions freely as suits them on the international stage. The right of peoples to decide for themselves implies that each state has a right to behave as it wishes on the international stage, respecting its international engagements. Looking at the major transnational challenges of our century, such as climate change and combating international terrorism, our views may meet those of others, but they must remain our own views, decided upon in accordance with our own agendas. It is no longer a question for the Africa that we want to see to be relegated to the background as the world develops. The Africa of which I speak is no longer ready to accept the propensity of certain countries to make their geostrategical concerns African concerns. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges of our world are indeed great, and the new African positions regarding external relations express the dynamic of renewal and a change of paradigm. The time has come for an African and Pan-African awakening when our continent is aware of itself and its internal responsibilities as well as those to the rest of the world. Africa needs a partnership that respects the dignity of each and every one. We want to be your partners and not your subjects. We want to serve our peoples and not to serve foreign interests. This new movement is not, we repeat, is not aimed against anyone. It is the expression of a new Africa, of an African Africa, an Africanophone Africa, which wants to be free, sovereign, independent, and master of itself. So, for African youth, it is clear, these words are clear. We are weary by paternalism. We are weary of your scorn of our public opinions, your scorn of our people and our leaders. We are weary of your condescendence. We are weary of your arrogance. We are weary. We're weary. We're weary. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Togolese abroad of Togo. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hasra, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, we gather this year under even more daunting challenges. Our window to address climate change is narrowing rapidly. Progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is stagnating. In part, it is even being reversed. There have never been more conflicts since the creation of the United Nations. The number of displaced persons is at record levels, and food insecurity has doubled since 2020. Children are subject to more suffering than ever. An urgently needed political consensus on key agendas is becoming more challenging. The ability of the United Nations to function as the peace organization for our world is increasingly paralyzed. It is our joint responsibility to safeguard the international order for future generations. In doing so, we have an opportunity to make the United Nations stronger, more equitable, and more resilient. We are ready to tackle this task together with you, with a sense of deep responsibility, but also with courage and confidence in our ability to succeed. There is a common thread to the various challenges we are facing: the rule of law, which means that relations between states are governed by the law, that this law is the result of international agreements, that it applies to everyone, and that there are consequences if it's violated. This was the spirit that guided those who gathered in San Francisco in 1945 to agree on the Charter of the United Nations, the most successful and most impactful treaty ever adopted. At its very heart, the United Nations is a peace organization. It has risen from the ashes of two devastating world wars and makes a powerful promise to the future generations that the UN Charter addresses. That we, gathered in this assembly, We will not allow unlawful war-making to bring devastation, human suffering, and instability to the peoples that we represent. As leaders, we have to ask self-critically, are we trying hard enough to put these promises into action? Illegal warfare is the biggest challenge to this organization. And there is no doubt that the unprovoked and in its core colonizing war that Russia has been waging against its neighbor Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, is the most outrageous, blatant and manifest violation of the prohibition of the illegal use of force since the creation of the United Nations. For us, to stand up together against this act of aggression means, most importantly, standing up for the international order. This order is certainly the only security guarantee, especially for us as small states, but also for the international community. This assembly is the bedrock of genuine multilateralism, based on the principle of sovereign equality. As such, it has lived up admirably to the challenge it was handed by the Security Council, paralyzed by the use of the veto. Together, we have called for the complete withdrawal of all Russian troops from Ukraine territory. We have together defined the parameters for a just peace that we all want to see as soon as possible. And we have made together the legal determination that the actions by Russia against Ukraine amount to an act of aggression. We yet have to take the next obvious step together to ensure criminal accountability for this act of aggression for the individuals who have ordered it in line with international law. We will continue our conversations with all of you to enable us to achieve this. This serves the goal of a just peace for Ukraine in accordance with the terms defined by us in this assembly. But it will also have a catalytic effect of far wider reach. In ensuring criminal accountability for the most manifest violations of the United Nations Charter, we will also protect ourselves, in particular the small states among us, our own sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our international order is founded on the prohibition of the illegal use of force. For this prohibition to be effective, it must be backed up by accountability, by the rule of law. This, of course, is the task of the International Criminal Court, established 25 years ago with competence over the most serious crimes under international law, the crime of aggression among them. We have to give the court the competence to exercise full jurisdiction as quickly as possible, so it can fulfill its task with respect to the illegal use of force. Mr. President, aggression is a fundamental challenge to all of us who have signed on the UN Charter. At its core, the United Nations is and must continue to be a peace organization. For billions of individuals, this building embodies the promise that we will respond collectively to those who openly undermine peace and security. This is why Liechtenstein has joined this organization over 3 decades ago. This is the pledge made to the future generation in San Francisco. And it is the expectation that our people have. The UN has evolved tremendously since its creation. It has been the crucial force in advancing international law. Its role as provider of humanitarian assistance has become irreplaceable. Its agencies and programs carry out functions of enormous importance to individuals around the globe. Yet, its core mission is and remains the maintenance of peace and security. And this is the role that we are challenged to safeguard. This is a difficult task. It is a fact that the Security Council is often unable to act. The deep political divisions among the permanent members are likely a reality for years to come. The pernicious effects of the veto are being mitigated, but they persist often to devastating effect for the people affected. Next year's Summit of the Future is an essential collective test for all of us. We must show our ability to find ways to ensure collective action when the Security Council fails in its tasks. This Assembly will therefore have to play a central role in a new agenda for peace. And we can do more to bring the Security Council's practice in line with the law we all have subscribed to when joining the United Nations. We are proud to have presented to this Assembly the veto initiative, which ensures accountability and institutional balance. We should now focus on ensuring that those who are parties to a dispute do not participate in the decision-making on these disputes. This is simply the law in the UN Charter, and its application has been neglected so far. Mr. President, in recent years, climate change has occupied an increasingly central place in our discussions. This hall has seen summit meeting after summit meeting on this issue. This year again, we are urgently reminded of the limited window we have to address the climate crisis. From weather extremes to sea level rise, all regions of the world are affected by climate change. But those who have done the least to cause the crisis in the first place are the ones most affected. We certainly are in the fight of our lives, as Secretary General Guterres has said. However, as we are gathering here, we are not on track to win this fight. We hope to see significant progress at the COP meeting in Abu Dhabi later this year. But that alone will not be enough. For climate change as well, the law must be guiding us. This is why we have strongly supported the request for an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the question of climate change. We are confident that the court will help us to have clarity regarding the complex legal questions concerning climate change and thus assist in our common fight against this most existential threat. Mr. President, this initiative led by Vanuatu was yet another example of leadership from small states, a testament to genuine and effective multilateralism. Small states like ourselves, and we are indeed a majority in this Assembly, need the United Nations. But the United Nations also needs us, and more so than ever. It is us small states who look automatically beyond our national interests. We understand that our success does not have to come at the cost of someone else's loss. We look for partnerships as a matter of course and as a way to success. And we work for the rule of law as a matter of enlightened self-interest. At a time of competitive alliance building, our ability and willingness to forge common ground is indispensable for the future success of the United Nations. We can and we will play an important role in shaping the summit of the future. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda remains one of the most successful expressions of common ground from the past decade. It plays an ever more important role in shaping government policies, and it is deeply embedded in the consciousness of our people. The SDGs may well be the most widely known agreement the UN has reached in the last decades, and yet, halfway through the implementation process, the picture is rather bleak. The number of people living in extreme poverty is higher than before the COVID pandemic. Hunger levels are back to 15 years ago. At the current pace, full gender equality is not just decades away, but in fact, centuries. And the lack of progress across our countries is mirrored in the difficulty to find political consensus on the way forward. This negative trend needs to be reversed now. The 2030 Agenda is the only global roadmap we have to overcome the multiple crises we face today. Liechtenstein's strong commitment to the SDGs is also reflected in its second voluntary national review I was honored to present earlier this year. Our official development assistance spending has been increased by 22% in comparison to 2018. This is meant to help reverse the negative trends in the fields of poverty reduction, food security, access to education, as well as climate protection. All government bills are now evaluated against the Sustainable Development Goals. Our commitment to 2030 Agenda is a genuine expression of multilateralism, of which we need to see more. Mr. President, gender equality is a central part of this agenda. We will not forget the countless women who suffer from violence and oppression worldwide. We will continue calling out situations of systematic gender persecution from Afghanistan to Iran. And we will continue calling for the empowerment of women to support the bravery of women who stand up to demand political change from Belarus to Myanmar. We need women's voices, an active role in our national politics and in international leadership positions, in particular in peace operations. Mr. President, the international community faces major challenges that will shape the future of us all. As highlighted at the beginning, by signing the UN Charter, we have given future generations the promise of all having a prosperous future. We can no longer afford to remain inactive and divided on key issues. Therefore, we have to face difficult questions and different interests. Even if solving these problems is not easy, we must never lose sight of the UN's very main purpose, which is to ensure global peace. This requires the contribution of all states, large and small. Rule of law, democracy, social justice, tolerance, and the ability to engage in dialogue are fundamental conditions for peace. In the spirit of San Francisco, Liechtenstein will continue to advocate strongly for these values within the international community. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Catharina Corona, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale. Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak on behalf of France before you. I'm doing so in knowing how much our common assembly, this assembly of all nations, have decided to freely join their destinies and act for the common good. I speak before you in this spirit, in the spirit of those who almost 80 years ago sought to build on the ashes of the previous world, to bring interstate relations into a new era, an era in which all of us understand that while defending our own interests, we must abide by common principles, an era in which we all understand that those who are mighty today may be weak tomorrow, where the enemies of yesterday could be the friends of today. That is the path that France and Germany took, an era when power is governed by law, when the common challenges of humanity are at last taken on collectively instead of along the lines of every man for himself. It's what we learned to do in Europe when we overcame centuries of conflict through cooperation and trust. It is this quest for the common good, the spirit of the UN, that guides France's international action, the spirit of a power that is confident in its principles, compassionate, and always willing to act collectively for the common good. What are our principles? They are the principles that this Assembly reaffirmed by a vast majority when it condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine 3 times now already. Nothing can morally or legally ever justify the invasion of a neighboring state, to attempt to annex territory through underhanded maneuvers and martyrize the population. France defends these simple principles of equality between states, respect for the territorial integrity and their sovereignty. These are principles that no one should compromise. France also defends the principle of food security. Who could believe, despite the confusion and propaganda that some are wantonly disseminating, that the party that is destroying grains and grain silos has the least bit of interest in global food security, of which it itself is the enemy? What we see here is the expression of pure brutality that would stoop to using any weapon, even hunger, to try to revive its imperialist illusions. Against this, others, such as France, are acting. We are acting by financing WFP deliveries to the most fragile countries. We're acting by facilitating the export of Ukrainian grains through EU solidarity corridors. We're acting by financing throughout the world ambitious programs for developing local agriculture and to support school lunch programs. France also defends the principle of the inviolability of the historic heritage of nations, this heritage of humanity's cultures in Mosul and Timbuktu yesterday, and in Odessa and Lviv today. Indeed, everywhere, France supports the actions of those who defend the historic treasures of their countries, which hate threatens to destroy. Lastly, and of course, France supports the fight against impunity. We support the ICC everywhere in the Sahel to bring to justice the jihadis that France had defeated yesterday and which today once again threaten an entire region, as well as in Ukraine, of course, where crimes against humanity are committed on a daily basis against the population. What is happening in Ukraine concerns all of us. If we allow our common principles to be trampled there, they will be trampled everywhere. If we let this aggression be rewarded, other instances will occur there or elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian war of aggression is also a blow against the most vulnerable countries. It imposes upon us all today a duty of solidarity. Last year, France became the 4th largest donor, joining 3 friendly powers, the US, Japan, and Germany. This is the result of patient investment, which I am proud to present to you. France stands with those who are threatened by hunger, as evinced by the appeal a few days ago to protect agricultural infrastructure, the massive increase of our food aid, which has reached almost 1 billion euros now, and which benefits 67 countries, including Nigeria and Sudan newly this week, as well as our hosting of the Coalition for School Meal Programs in Paris on October 18th and 19th, and the replenishment meeting of the International Fund for Agricultural Development in December, with the goal of raising $2 billion. Our action for solidarity also clearly aims to allow for access of all to financing needed to combat poverty and carry out energy transitions along the line of the ambitious UN agenda to attain the SDGs. The President of the French Republic has taken the initiative, therefore, to hold a summit on a new financial pact a global pact which took place in Paris on June 22nd, 23rd, and which allowed us to outline a plan to increase public and private financing commensurate with the challenges of international solidarity. This summit led to immediate positive outcomes, such as the signing of a partnership for energy transition in Senegal, or JET-P, as well as an agreement reached on Zambian debt. These are pledges which France has worked toward for years, and they were upheld. That is the case, for example, with regard to the reallocation of $100 billion in special drawing rights. The Paris Pact for Peoples and the Planet, which stemmed from this summit at the end of June, lays out clear principles to tackle head-on and simultaneously the challenges of poverty, climate change, and biodiversity loss, ensuring that no country is forced to choose between these goals. I call on all states that have not yet done so to endorse this pact. Our action for solidarity is also that of a country that has exceeded by more than 1 billion euros its financial pledges on climate, allocating 7.6 billion euros last year. It is the action of a country that continues to work tirelessly to protect the lungs of our planet. In June 2025, France will be hosting the UN Conference on the Ocean, which it will co-organize with Costa Rica in order to maximize the protection of this crucial carbon sink, the ocean. I'm counting on your support and your support for our commitment to protect forests and to build partnerships to conserve forests. Our action for solidarity is also that of a country that will always be committed to promoting and defending human rights. This December, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Paris and in Geneva. This will be a moment to pay tribute to all those who are fighting to defend rights and freedoms, to protect human dignity, rights to which all of us aspire throughout the world. I'm thinking as well of the rights of women, especially in Afghanistan, where women are repressed because of their gender by a Taliban regime that sadly has placed a policy of segregation and violence against women at the heart of its political identity. Our solidarity also goes out to all those who risk their lives for others. For example, the Blue Helmets and the 116 humanitarian workers who have been killed, those who were injured and abducted last year. We must better protect them, and France stands entirely by their side, as said this week, together with our humanitarian partners. Based on these principles, France will always be willing to engage in collective action for the common good. Concerning the climate, today we're seeing that our lack of ambition can lead to disasters. Storms, fires, floods have all marked this year throughout the world that have killed tens of thousands. The latest IPCC report and the stock taking implemented before the COP28 ought to alarm us. We cannot turn away from this. We must, on the contrary, act rapidly and collectively to address these common challenges which spare no nation. It is urgent, but it is possible. To do so, we have a method, a tried and true method that has led us to results in the past. The method of the Montreal Protocol, which allowed us to resolve the ozone layer issue. The method that we used to arrive at the Paris Agreement in 2015 together. It is the method that ought to ensure that the BBNJ Treaty can enter into effect as soon as possible, to protect marine areas, as well as to attain the ambitious goals of the Kunming-Montreal Agreement on Biodiversity. And we hope there will be a legally binding agreement adopted to eliminate plastic pollution. This method is the only one that allows us to go beyond awareness and to act with resolve, commitment, and responsibility. It is called multilateralism. In light of climate destruction, the devastation of our natural habitat, the depletion of our biodiversity, you can count on France to take initiatives. The multilateral method is also the method that will allow us to resolve proliferating international crises. In Nagorno-Karabakh, the international community ought to ensure that a population that has suffered 9 months of a merciless blockade, which has seen a campaign of bombing and destruction, can at last see its rights and security guaranteed. Orders imposed upon a besieged civilian population cannot be a solution, and the threats against Armenia itself and encroachment on its territory already documented must end. In Africa, we believe in African solutions to African problems, and we support African regional organizations whenever they ask for our support. We do so in Niger, where France supports ECOWAS in its efforts to restore constitutional order, which has been threatened by force since the democratically elected president, Mohamed Bazoum, has been dealing with an attempted coup. In Sudan, a deadly war has been raging for over 5 months. Civilians are the primary victims of this heinous conflict. It is our duty as the international community to continue unflaggingly to seek solutions for peace. We once again urge the belligerents to cease hostilities and to spare civilians, to permit a humanitarian ceasefire, and to generate an inclusive political solution. Nor can we tolerate the conflict in the east of the DRC, which for so long has been based on the same grounds and caused the same casualties. There as well, France supports regional mechanisms for conflict resolution to facilitate a negotiated and peaceful solution. France is and remains a reliable and faithful ally of African regional organizations when they fight for peace, development, democracy, and the security of the continent. In a Middle East that is redrawing itself, France is also playing its role by staunchly supporting dialogue and cooperation. We continue to take part, on the invitation of our partner Iraq, in the Baghdad process, in this unprecedented format for dialogue between all the region's countries. They will be once again meeting very soon to work on specific projects to meet the clear need for cooperation between these countries. As for Israel and Palestine, we will continue as well our efforts for peace that guarantees to each state and people, that guarantees to each people a state, as well as secure, recognized borders based on the 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as the capital. The two-state solution is the only possible path forward for lasting and just peace. In a changing environment, the UN must also adapt, and France supports the ambitious reform agenda of the Secretary General of the United Nations and contributes actively to the work on the Summit for the Future for next year. We must also find the momentum of Security Council reform. I'm speaking of an expansion, of course, of the Council. For a long time, we've supported greater African representation, including among permanent members, as well as the candidacy of the G4. I'm also speaking about regulating the right to veto in the case of mass atrocities. This would allow it to regain effectiveness within the Security Council. President, ladies and gentlemen, France, in line with its traditions, will be present so that we can come together